people aren't in zone either. The lobby's so aggressive as well. Anything can literally happen. This is unpredictable.
Like I said, this is a lot more similar to a kind of typical like higher ranked arena game right now, which honestly, probably I don't know how many of these players play in like a typical scrim versus tournament environment versus just play arena on a regular basis. So some of them might have a lot of experience in these circumstances. Some might be used to just getting in the zone and kind of waiting out those who are a little bit slower. As you can see right now, there's 4 or 5 people kind of stacked all on top of each other in that main little group. And everyone else is now being kind of forced to rotate and dictate around that as we now get our top 10 and we get into the single digits before half and half finishes. Slender gets chosen by the rest of the lobby as Xenos picks that one up. Burn also over on the side there, desperately trying to make it out through the storm as this entire stack is just not allowing that to happen. Launchpad goes up. Who will win the game of Duck Hunt? He's up in the sky. Will he get taken down? Who gets the elimination credit? We didn't see it tick over, unfortunately, but I was super curious to see who got that one now, as we have only 8 players remaining, and we have our first full moving zone here.
I hope these players are still moving because I haven't seen Jock, though, who's in a wood box by himself, make a even micro adjustment to where he's looking for the past 2 zones. So I hope these guys are here to play out the end of this game at least. Although Benny has a classical endgame loadout right now, I don't think it matters too much. He'll have a say on exactly where he wants to go. There he is. He's finally awake. Jack is moving just a little bit, looking at where to go. Xenos getting beamed. Now that moving zone starts. There's only about 1 or 2 people at the other side of it. Nako will try to launch one, but as you mentioned, it'll be a game of duck hunt because he's going to be the only person all the way up in the air, actually avoiding any pressure or shots, moves into the dead side of zone, which might be, I think, the entire circle right now because there are not that many people moving around in it. He has Sky's loadout, or at least just one portion of it in the grappler. He's looking for a few shots, the combination with Grotto, Brutus's minigun. If he does go for height, it'll be the biggest PG fight we've seen, possibly one that triumphs over what we saw at the agency as well.
Oh boy. You see he's looking for it. He wants to go for height and get on height with that minigun. He's going to try and grapple, one pump, and then just control the lobby. He's looking for it. There it goes. Goes up. Hits 110, it looked like, going through. But he gets control of the high ground via that one pump, so the pressure was enough. But now he needs to be careful. Rockets from the other side. Grappler not quick enough, not good enough. Not go. Back to lobby you go. Well done from Pandemic. Prim on the high ground on the other side, maintaining the control as we get closer to our top 5. Blue ticking down there, but gets his big shield off. And Prim honestly has pretty easy control over this lobby as we get into some semblance of a late game now with 6 players in zone number 7. Prim in control. You can see a couple players on the mid ground underneath him, but honestly, he only has 16 builds left, so realistically, unless he can get a conversion or turn into something else, he's not going to keep high ground. He's going to be forced down here in a second shot.
Yeah, like it's very similar, as you said, to a traditional endgame. The difference being is what you mentioned as well. Those opportunities to get a refresh, to get more mats into your inventory because there's people around you getting eliminated, is not going to be a possibility with just the same 6 people surviving. Now, that is bad for Prim, but it has an effect on Benit as well, and a lot of people on low ground because he gets up, he has a few materials, but they were all his that he had to use and control. And being up here, he has an opportunity. Prim actually tries, but gets shut down immediately by Benit, but he doesn't have enough time to actually regroup. There's not enough people alive on the server to distract the people at low. It's going to be a quick operation from high to low. Zennies tries to get the shot off, but Benit gets a nice high ground retake, gets RPG down, but holds on just long enough to get the win. 5 eliminations, a good wrap-up from him there.
A great wrap-up coming out there. 0 builds, too, to finish that off. Yeah, I know, it was absolutely sick. Like, it was a nice little finish there.
My goodness. So, all right. What do you guys think? That is now game number 4 done. Did you guys expect that to go the way you did? Because I kind of felt it was going to be a little bit different. But, like, great heads-up play by Bandit, just keeping that high ground. I loved that cone edit. He got shot from behind, cones out, and then he's like, all right, watch me get this edit. Triple burst that guy out in Storm. That was so sick, Shy.
I mean, like, in terms of expectations, at one point, I think me and Sundown finally tuned in to seeing that, you know, it's going to be a single-digit half and half. It happened, and we knew exactly how the game went from there. At the beginning, though, after seeing those many people at the agency, I did not expect this game to play out the way that it did.
Yeah, I mean, everyone was just hyper-aggressive, pretty much like the entire time, like everyone flying at each other. Like you said, we finally got into some semblance of what you would see in a normal late game towards the end, but with how sparse it was, it kind of made it into a much more of a actual resource management kind of check. It's like, hey, do you still have builds? If so, you're good because you're not getting them from eliminating one of the other 7 people who are playing for placement. Like, everyone was just, like, not chilling and exposing themselves, and then you saw once people did finally go for the plays and make their decisions, even then the mythic items weren't enough in that situation. He went up for a grapple and went for the 1 pump, and he just got checked by somebody who had a rocket on the opposite high ground.
Yeah, I think it was really funny you guys called it a clown fiesta there at the very beginning. It was entertaining, I will say. It was fun. And I enjoyed the commentary. So now that we're getting kind of like up there and the point totals for every lobby, do you guys think it's going to be a little slower? You know, yesterday it slowed down a little bit, but we still did see so many eliminations, so many hot plays. Like, what do you guys think?
Well, this is like kind of the effect of one of those classic formats of having, like, you know, points be the thing that separates you all the way to the top, and it's not custom based, it's very matchmaking vibes. Like, in terms of these games, there'll always be a moment like this where it's very W key heavy. There's going to be a lot of eliminations in a game that keep it empty, but that means it just ramps up to like towards the end of the competition in a region where things finally start to get stacked once again, and how we're used to seeing a lot of these end games go around. So we might never see a single digit end game again after this point, I believe. That'll be my prediction. It'll be right back to brass tacks, the same thing we've been seeing time and time again. It'll be a straight up, you know, as Sundown calls it, people putting on a clinic up in the storm and refreshes all the way around.
And I mean, it's definitely like, I would say that's not a typical competitive game, even in a general open environment. You can see people are starting to play a little bit more aggressive. And there's different like percentiles of lobbies, right? There's lobbies even in an open format that are going to be hyper aggressive because of so many people who got in and queued at that point in time are getting there based off of eliminations. So I'd expect, like, if people in their 3rd and 4th game, if we're looking at like an 80 or so point lobby, I'd expect those people to have played 3 games in a relatively short-ish amount of time, right? So they're going to be Elim heavy players, and then you get all of them in the lobby at the same time. So what you're now going to start seeing as we transition into kind of our look into our 5th game, but you have to remember there's lobbies going on all across Europe. You're going to start seeing some more of those like higher point players, but you have to remember the people who have higher points right now are a mix of placements, people who have kind of won 1 or 2 of their games, and then people who have fragged out in like 5 of their games or so. So you're going to get kind of like a degree of people playing on a different scale of each other, and I think we're seeing these different game plans. It's really cool to see who actually then goes out and takes home the win from this, because it gives us a different perspective each time.
Yeah, should be very interesting. I think as we kind of go through, we'll be ready here in just a moment to head into game number 5. Now, for you guys tuning in, don't forget, this is the FNCS Invitational. We've got 100 players from every region moving on to next week, where the players that have made it to grand finals in the FNCS have already been invited. They've already been pushed through to the next week. And then at that point, the players that make it through from here will face off in one massive lobby. It's going to be crazy. I cannot wait to see if this is like any, even yesterday, right? If this is any indication as to what we can expect heading into next week. I think these games are going to be like taken to another level, because you know, especially it's like we like to talk about a lot of these new players that are kind of coming onto the scene. You know, I think it's going to be a really special time. But gentlemen, game 5 is ready, so take us in on the battle bus.
Beep, beep, here we go, and all of a sudden, we look again. Look at the number of triangles at the agency. Everyone feeling the drum gun effect. Accused NiCo getting hit right away for 230 tags. We're going to pop those right back to get up to 90 effective HP. Already 7 players down in the lobby. We see it going 98 to 91. How many of those are in the agency? You can see him desperately trying to get whatever effective HP he can. Nice little push up the top. This other player not paying attention at all. A quick little triple dink onto Marcinic, and another triple dink right away onto controller V2. NiCo accusing him away there, and he's going to be back up at 100, but only having the rifle so far as a weapon.
He's trying his best here, and that you can see it too, because he's repositioning to get into a line of sight that's very, you know, even grounded horizontal, so the other player can't really escape. And he knows that no one can really build right now. Up against Midas, wants to make sure he lands every shot because we've seen how this signed AI can do so well in a close range fight sometimes. He goes with a shakedown, which might be troublesome, but there's no players around to actually see him and take him down. He finally gets that drum gun. Now one person gets dropped down, has a tactical shotgun, but now he has that drum so he can answer back in a lot more of a powerful way. And I think he saw that player, or I think that player saw Nico take that drum gun into his inventory, so he backs off immediately, showing respect to one of the most strongest weapons available right now in this current meta.
Yeah, and it looked like he was trying to just go for the quick pickup on the drum so he could immediately start getting into these fights just like that, but instead got the shakedown. However, the other player too slow to come over and punish that mistake, unfortunately. Now what Nico is going to do is just simply run at any human being he sees for the next roughly minute and a half, 2 minutes, and potentially longer. Knowing players don't have enough time to get up resources or get effective HP, that makes the already strong Mythic drum gun that much more effective. A 40 tag into the drum gun, blop, 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 into the headshot. See you later, unique JC. Not so unique anymore. You join the other 37 players already sent back to lobby.
Yeah, he's going to be right there with the pattern of just waiting in a queue time and time again, probably dropping at the agency time and time again as well. We tune in back towards Tabs, who we saw have such a dominant performance before. High elimination count laid off into the game too. See Deadpool's pants at the top here, but he's not going to be one to get loose whatsoever. He's going to tighten those up and go right for possibly a box fight here. Has a harpoon to jump into any wood walls. It breaks it in just one shot. Looking for some type of replacement. Doesn't really find it. Is going to just chill out again. But taking a little bit of a step back away from the chaos that is the agency.
I mean, if we're just going over the chaos that is Sweaty Sands, apparently. There's 3 players directly on top of him, with the player who landed outskirts also trying to rotate in right now. We've seen Tabs playing hyper-aggressive earlier in the day. It looks like he's trying to return back to form. Something we've seen consistent across his loadouts, though, has been the harpoon gun, using it aggressively to break builds and not just using it for fishing. So it's interesting to see kind of the consistencies we can come out when we watch players from game to game. And also another thing we've seen from Tabs before, knowing when he needs to disengage out of a tight decision and being able to re-aggress. He wanted to get out of there because he heard the other player walking over, knew that wasn't the one he currently fighting. He's like, all right, let me back up, let me reassess the situation. I have less than 50 builds. If I get 1v2'd right now, I'm not getting out of here, so let me create a little more space. That's a really good play by him.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of the people early game, I think you commented on it last time, people were using like 200 mats for every single fight. When it comes to Tabs, he tries to always stay above and not use too many, always recycling as well after the fact when he is in that low ground position as much as he can, at least without making too much noise. But that's one of the things that's going to separate his aggressive playstyle from everyone else's. Still right now he's in a position to fight it out, and I bet as soon as this player goes for this replay, he'll have an instant edit afterwards to look for a shot in. Denies the actual angle the other player could have, edits his stare out as well, so it's a little bit more in a favorable position for him. RPG's there with a tactical shotgun combination, not going to land. He's going to go straight for that 50-50. Now, it might seem like that's an even ground shot taken, but if Tabs has the edit first and he expects the shots coming, he'll have a slightly faster fire rate compared to his other opponent who starts shooting slightly later, gets that third shot off, in an instance faster right there as you saw, and gets out with his life.
Yeah, why is Nico just pushing with the vault card? Did he just steal it to deny it? It doesn't look like there's anybody else over at the agency, but instead sprinting over into this group of 4 arrows, does again have that drum gun on the wall, gets control of the wall, swaps over, pumps through to take out the code, and then instantly blap, 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 blap. Why are you still pushing in? Why are you pushing that gun? What result do you expect?
I mean, you're asking why didn't he go to the vault? I'm seeing like 8 vaults he's already opened up so far. All he
might
needs
as
is
well.
just 1 key, right? Like, he doesn't need the vault. Why? Just literally remove every single person around from the agency. That's more loot than you could get at probably 3 vaults. And you don't even need launch pads if you can just listen to sounds. Your mobility is going to be exactly where gunshots are because you have the gun that makes the best sounds of gunshots. It's going to be that drum gun that, as you keep saying, brap, brap, gets in the boxes, gets the job done in a matter of seconds. Over here at the Shark, we're seeing a little bit more of traditional gameplay. A long drawn-out box fight. We can see that there's no drum gun present here. That's probably why then. And we're in the storm. I think this will be over soon, probably ending with this golden tactical shotgun. Paulu's gonna have to finish it fast if he doesn't want to take too much damage.
Nah, he's chilling. He's got a flopper. Flopper is 50 seconds of time in the first zone. And also, I want to be clear, like, you can absolutely, like, he could have disengaged from that situation against the drum gun. He's just, why are you spraying a burst rifle when you know the drum gun is in there? Like, he has a window to just come sprint at you. Like, at minimum, if you're going to push there, you need to just spray the wall once and then swap over to a shotgun and be able to respond. If he had done that, it's a realistic situation. He 200 pumps him there. That's where we've seen the drum gun change hands. And I think, again, one of the reasons you see it so often, let's talk about what the drum gun doesn't do well. It doesn't have first shot accuracy, and it's not able really to hit people from the medium and long range. However, people don't use it for that. People use it to close the distance, use it when you're in boxes, and they use it when they're covered around the sides, which means your only real solution in that circumstance is either spraying better with it, which is good luck unless you're somebody who is hyper accurate with an SMG, or 200 pumping them in the face, or trading out very quickly with the TAC. And honestly, I think the TAC loses more often than the pump does in those situations. So it's weird to see people opting into an aggressive engagement against such a strong mythic weapon, or honestly, any mythic weapon, without at least an ideal situation. Like, why would you push that without a pump? I don't know, it's a little weird. But again, in that circumstance, 4 people flying at each other in the first zone right outside agency, that's a little weird too.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the option of actually pushing in with a burst, I feel like if you don't and try to disengage, at some point, the person who's kind of made builds and had this story, if you just look at the agency from the shore of you know, destruction after destruction, box after box, he'll find his way to you as well. So if you have a chance to drop in and get a shot off unsuspectingly, you can try. If you're doing it with the burst on an angle, you're gonna have to get close. If you don't land it, you either follow through or, you know, die trying. That's exactly what happens. He falls, gets eliminated over here as well. Lofito, it's kind of like fighting in the storm, right? At low health, you have to go for the final shot and give it your all. When you're up against a drum gun, you're in that situation. You either have to give your best effort in that box or just expect to get chased down to the end of the earths. And still, Nico's at agency, 8 eliminations strong, and pushing any fight he can hear. He hears one not next to the zone. Zone's almost going to start to close in, or is closing in. And he's still moving forward with an RPG now, looking for a chance to get some more points.
He's trying to find the weak point in this build. Honestly, I think he just needs to drop down a little bit of the level there. There was that one corner that could have been knocked out. Hopefully he looks up and sees it now. If he destroys that corner right there, that whole thing comes down. It's not anchored by anything else, but instead now he's going to anchor it up and be like, wait, I have the drum gun. I can go push on these guys. They aren't paying attention to me. This is an advantageous situation for me. However, we saw he had just been back down right before that, and he's desperately playing for these refreshers now. Like, he needs these. There's 51. However, he's already had 8 of them already sitting on the 32 points coming out from that, plus the additional 2 placement points from getting into the 75th and top 50, and has also upgraded the rest of his loadout, so he's no longer just sitting on that drum gun. However, we talk about it, drum gun versus pump. If the drum gun can't get in, the pump's going to make you pay, immediately backing him off. And now we see the weakness of the 4-weapon loadout. Yes, he's being aggressive. Yes, he's gotten a ton of points from it. But now he's in a not great situation. He can't get above 1-shot threshold anymore. That is his effective HP for the rest of the time, unless he's able to go out and pick up an elimination somewhere else. So honestly, go take a fight against somebody who doesn't have that information against you, which is exactly what he's doing. This is a good decision from him. Oh, an even better decision from him. Finds a nice little supply cache there.
And supply HP refresh from someone else who was down below, as you said, not as adept as the opponent he was fighting before. Now on similar grounds, though, he finally closes the distance, baits the opponent who had that pump earlier on. It wasn't even a big purple one all the way up top that was stopping him, to his own lair, into his own world, and then just takes him out and sends him back to so many like other people, I think 10 so far, to the lobby where they have to wait as a result of his dominance. Now Lofito once again is up against another fight. This time we see the minigun in action. It might be Brutus's, it might be a regular one. Either way, at a distance, it can provide a lot of pressure. At the same time, though, if you're landing these tacks like Mysterious is, it'll be as damaging, and if you are on high ground, the third party will be there to be able to see you and keep people like Mysterious in the shadows ready to land some more shots.
Yeah, and you can see the AR spray actually putting down a decent amount of pressure. The other opponent who was looking over has now stopped looking away. Mysterious trying to get that nice little phase jump through the wall that we've seen so much out of Boogie and Clicks and Mage and Castery doing yesterday as well. Holding forward as much as he can, gets the Kuna edit, flips it backwards, but Lofito says, hit your shots, kid! Good job there, closing it out. 46 HP plus the Siphon and the Minis and the Big Shield are going to give him more than enough. He'll top up to that 196, just below effective HP. Might as well be the same thing.
I've never seen this much loot, all these floppers just scattered around and unseen and unpaid attention to in a game before and in a series of games as well, because although this is not a 22-man second or first zone, 34 is still a little bit on that lighter side, and it's because of players like Nico, like Mysterious getting into these early game fights. They're just kind of lessening that lobby size, getting their points higher, and giving other people placement. It is still changing a lot. It's leaving a lot of extra things on the ground. It's not something you see every single day.
But honestly, he's doing a good job of being aggressive. And again, we could talk about the point that he only is at 48 points total. So this is one of his, this is one of the early W key games we say pop off. It'll be interesting to see if he ends up being anywhere higher up on that leaderboard once we see multiple aspects of his game. Are the observer style and hopping around, particularly for the earlier aspects of the game until we get into the later end. We're going to be looking for those higher elimination based games and the ones who pick themselves up off the leaderboard, so we can try and give you a sense of who some of the stronger players are who are going to be in contention for that top 600. Because our goal here is not to tell the story of all the players who end up qualifying through, because it's going to vary from region to region and all that, but to give you guys a sense of who some of these standout and potential star players could be, and could be challenging not only for that top 600, but maybe to end up in that final week 4 lobby where it's the top 100 solo players across all of the FNCSs together and fighting for the best of the best as Nico continues his rampage. And again, as I say it, man, you don't want to end up in a wall-to-wall fight against that drum gun. It is incredibly powerful in that situation. It's going to put you off. If you hear it in that regard, players need to be taking that into account and then finding ways to combat it. And so far we've seen the times when he's been forced off is when players are rifling in on him when they try and see him pressuring from the sides, and when he's been able to push into a pump and the player has been accurate. Otherwise, he's going to continue to have the success going over because he was the one who alphaed up at agency and got the control over it. So he's just going to continue to run this lobby, but right now we see John McCartney with a K getting a 126 shot out off. Not quite enough to turn it over. Don't forget, those heavy snipers were recently tampered with. Those darn ghost agents affecting him as much as they can. And now he's going to try and push in and capitalize on whatever damage he was able to do.
And he needs this so bad because he doesn't have any white health whatsoever to replenish because of the storm that he was traveling in. And although he did get traded out just a little bit, he can get the shields back up. So overall, a net positive. Now, you said something, Sundown, earlier, which is you don't want to be on the one side of that drum gun when it's on the aggressive. I'm going to actually counterpoint that as well and say you don't want to be on the other too often, because although we have people like Nico who are abusing it in a sense and getting big points on the board, when it comes to actually qualifying and getting through this process, this might actually be a hindrance, because although he's good vibes right now running around the box playing with the drum gun, only one player a lobby is allowed to do this. If you rely on it so much, you don't get the practice in, you don't have a playstyle aside from this, and you rely on the agency so much, when it comes to those weeks where it's one of all the top players, when it comes to grand finals, and you don't have access to this weapon, how else are you going to play? How will these players end up adapting?
Well, and that's one of the things that I'm really interested to see play out, because again, this is our first look into what solos look like in this regard. We talked about going into it. We were curious the impact the mythic weapons would have. But I also don't want people to assume that this is the overall impact that the mythic weapons have at the highest level of play. Because you have to remember that upwards of 500 plus sharks have been pulled out. Yes, there are double qualifications in that regard. But when we talk about the FNCS Invitational, effectively a lot of those shots were pre-qualifications through by making the grand finals in FNCS Season X, FNCS Chapter 1 Season 1, and then FNCS Chapter 1 Season 2 on the Xbox or console and platform side, as well as the PC side. So a lot of high-level players aren't in this pool right now. If Accused Nico is dropping agency typically in solos right now, I'm not sure who's there actually in Europe, but I know it's 3 or 4 players who you don't want to be going with and 50-50ing with off spawn on a consistent basis. I'm not sure he wins those fights all the time. So the bigger thing I'm interested in is how often do they change hands? Which one do we think our players think are priorities? And so far we've seen the drum gun and the grappler as well as Sky's assault rifle have been the highest priorities. Meowsko's Piao Piao rifle has been relatively strong, but players have also opted out of grabbing it. Every player who's picked up the boombo we've seen and flipped over to has had 3 or 4 eliminations, so they're leaving Rig and possibly picking up one more as well, but we don't see it carried into the endgame that often. And honestly, the weakest of the bunch seems to be Brutus's minigun and Deadpool's guns, neither of which are prioritized pretty much at all, which honestly seems about right in solos, as Nico continuing to just go through and get in the box. If you're able to get in the box, then you're going to blow people up. And then again, we talk about kind of weapons and how you're able to alleviate the weakness of them, and the drum gun with playstyle changes is one of the ones that you can kind of lift up the weaker aspects of just by with other parts of your loadout. The heavy sniper lets you in the box, which makes the spray that much easier. Carrying an additional AR gives you a first shot accuracy gun, and you don't really need to kind of carry a light ammo there. So then the only really limiting factor in that regard is your medium ammo. So as long as you're able to continue racking off eliminations and getting medium ammo from your targets, you're effectively able to, as long as you don't get bogged down in a situation where you can't convert on an elim, roll through players over and over again if they're not able to kind of hit the high level of execution, pump shot, and defend that we've only really seen players able to pull off, I think a total of 5 or 6 times over the past couple of days. But that's also something, Shy, that changes once you get in the higher lobbies. Because I promise you, once you're into the top 600 or even the top 200 and 100, you pushing into a wall, every one of those players can hit those pump shots. And if they have the resources, that level of execution becomes that much harder. However, in this situation, we see Lofito prove me a little wrong there, just going to town with the minigun and picking up an elim.
I mean, it's always what you're basically saying is everything here is like a means to an ends, and those ends will be that much more difficult going forward. And the one thing we also haven't touched on is, although you said it a little bit, you know, there's going to be so many different players in Europe, NA East, Middle East, everywhere around the world playing in the agency when we're finally there for the qualified weeks. When these people like Nico know that there's not that much of a chance for them to compete because, you know, these players have been landing their champions of their spots, if they switch to other places, the drum gun not only affects these box-to-box scenarios, it affects, if Nico qualifies, scavenger spots possibly, where Nico might double back to. Players who wouldn't even expect the damage from this drum gun to see them early game, maybe so far away, maybe at Misty Meadows, right? If Nico just chooses to land there afterwards in the next qualifying stage, it's a result of having this gun in his inventory right now. It's going to be an effect that we can't actually correlate in-game, but outside of. And although, man, his accuracy is good inside and outside the box, that's John McCartney singing his last song right there. It's going to be so difficult to actually track all these different storylines. You just know that every single person that has this gun has an effect inside and outside every single one of their games.
And I mean, rightly so. Going out and getting one of these weapons, alphing up on the POI, we saw the impact it had in the duos. We saw what happened when you got them uncontested. I don't anticipate a solo player being strong enough in their region to force absolutely everyone off of one of those drops. I think if somebody gets one completely uncontested, that, I don't want to say it's a mistake, but that's honestly possibly a lack in judgment or a lack in confidence from other players to go challenge and give such a valuable boost up to another player. Honestly, I think maybe with the exception of Deadpool's dual pistols, but even then, that's kind of guaranteed shield if you want to be able to use it and knock out the henchmen. So there's still benefits for landing on the outside and getting those resources themselves. So it's like, I don't know. I think a lot of it, the early game fights, if anything, are that much more important in solos, and drop spots are going to become really critical to kind of the narrative of the entire game, just because the amount of power that comes from being able to secure not only the loot and the shields, but then the offensive power that comes from so many of those, and the way it enables different players' gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see that gameplay happen right now with Nico. Once again, the classic combination, the hook shot coming straight in the box off the heavy sniper is going to be Clem going down. And as this server finally starts to wake up in the end game, although there's 13 people alive, the effectiveness of all these weapons shooting together, all these layers conforming towards each other, makes things that much more chaotic and intense. It feels like there's double the amount of players alive right now just trying to control their own layer, their own box. And there's going to be Nico, one of them, with 15 eliminations, looking for his next one. Up top on a floor, tries to go for it. It's going to be Nick down there looking for a chance to try to survive. Joker going to be dodging an RPG that Mask and Maze actually both get hit by. And now Nico moves forward. A lot of bills in hand. Some of the most firepower boom weapons available right now in the entire map. Not finding any success of landing too much pressure right now. He's just trying to survive.
Yeah, and you see Tabs up there in the EMP also picking up another elimination. We saw him towards the top of the leaderboard. Nico right now rocking out with his 15 elims. That kicks the one up on the high ground. Joker just a tier below him. That drum gun going to work, going to steal that one away from whoever fired the RPG on the side. Your minigun there, rocket pump combo comes out, but Nico covers himself well. We have the top 8 and some good tunneling coming through here. So not just the pusher, he's able to execute through this late game very well so far. Rat-tat-tat takes that one down. Quick target acquisition takes the second down as well. Not even bothering. These guys are also low health. The drum gun ripping through them faster than even normal, going on for 18 elims. The question is, can he match the 23 we saw of Waz? No, as Tabs gets taken down by Buck, Maze, and we have our top 4 shy. The drum gun finally gets to, what? 1, 2, 3, everyone going down. Maze gets Nico, Zerko gets Maze, and Lofito gets Zerko, all in the space of 2 seconds. Brutus's minigun taking it out for the end. That was a really quick, I almost missed that.
I mean, you can agree that either way, no matter who won that, Nico was 100% judge, jury, and executioner of that entire lobby. If he just saw someone, that person was gone within 5 seconds.
I mean, listen, guys. You guys have been harping and saying minigun's not good. But right there, one lobby, one game. It's very good. He won the game.
I don't want to say it's not.
These are Sundown's words. Hey, he won the game, therefore it's good. He said it yesterday.
Yeah, like I said, I don't want to say it's not good. It's the scale of the mythic weapons themselves, right? We're saying in relation to the other mythic weapons, where do you end up prioritizing them? And also, I think just in general, with how strong SMGs are and what the SMGs accomplish, you kind of accomplish the same thing that any of the miniguns accomplish right now in terms of solo gameplay. However, swap over to duos, completely different story, as we saw like number of times, the minigun raining down from the high ground. But I think here we're starting to see a significant shift in players' priorities. And again, I'm curious to see kind of what happens when we're going this one tier up from just the open level of competition and what the story ends up being from there.
I mean, we could talk about as well, you know, effectiveness of a win with the minigun as well, versus the drum gun effectiveness of just W-keying every single person in the lobby. Yes, the minigun ended up winning, but how many points did they actually get, right? That's the overall question, because I feel like Nico ran away with it, even though coming in 3rd place.
That's right. Well, we gotta get some minis and reshape our HP, so we'll be back after this break. Welcome back, agents, to the FNCS Invitational. I am your host, Zeke, and we've got Bala TW and Aussie Antics here, ready to get into some games. Now, this is it, gentlemen. These are the last few games here. The queues are pretty much closed up, or right there on the cusp. How are you guys feeling about the games so far? Bala, let's start with you.
We're seeing a little bit of the same as yesterday for a lot of the high tier performances, but at the same time, we're seeing people get looser, man. These games, they're getting down to, 30 once we get to half in, half out. We're getting people playing so aggressive, and they're feeling, I guess, there's two reasons for this. There's people who maybe are starting to be a little concerned, a little bit more desperate to try to get these final points in the final push. But you're also seeing people who have definitely made it up into the top 100 in qualifying who have a little bit less, I guess, pressure all up on.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's kind of interesting at the moment where, like, those people with a 2-day format, 10 games yesterday, 10 games today, people maybe have a feeling, oh, I'm pretty safe or I'm up there, but you don't 100% know. There's people dropping 20 bombs in here. Their points will change drastically, very quickly. One of those being Tabs. We watched earlier today, he dropped a very high elimination game. He's now up in a second. He could have had a very poor game day yesterday. We won't know, or his enemies won't know unless they're checking those leaderboards. So it changes up the dynamic. We haven't seen this 2-day format before.
There at the top, we see 248 points. And Tabs, we saw one of his games. What a legendary player. Now, it's crazy because we talked about 275, 270 being like that highest benchmark, and 216 yesterday being the lowest required to make it into top 100. Follow, we're already seeing 211 out of top 20.
Yeah, exactly. So, like I said, a little bit more loose. People are getting way up there really, really fast. And we do have a half hour left for queues, an hour left total to get these games played, essentially. And they could push up even higher. We might see those records from day one broken. I think in EU it was 308. And like you said, we're right up against that.
Man, take a look at the spread here. All right, so Aussie, you got that galaxy brain. What have you been observing, all right? So what do you think these players are doing differently than yesterday? Like, because I think Paul is right, man. People are getting way more loose. We're seeing a lot more people just say, you know what? I'm just going to jump in your box. Let's just play. You know, why do you think that's different coming from yesterday? That's right, well, gentlemen, we're into the next game. Good luck. Take us in.
And in the classic fashion, Aussie, we are literally back at the agency every single time. Carpool has already got it. He's got Midas's drum gun, and what we've seen over the last 2 days has been whoever can hold on to this, whoever can make it out of the early game, can just go from here. And there's so much to do with it. I mean, you've seen the versatility of the weapon. There's so much. I'm back over to Steamy Stacks. That's definitely not Lecce. I'm pretty sure Lecce has qualified through the... Actually, maybe not. I'm thinking back to squads, thinking back to duos. They had a rough go-through, so it's possible that he might be in there. Regardless, over at Steamy Stacks, got somebody who has the power, possibly the mind tricks, to make people disappear. Or at least push away. I think Aussie did disconnect for a brief moment, so it's just going to be me for a little bit until he can get back in. No worries on that. There's 4 people here. Fury, Rungzi, Boombot, and Lav, and that fight up above is going to finish quickly. Fury, for good reason, too. Now that he finishes that one out, he can focus on the next 1v1, and seeing what I'm seeing at the bottom of this, it's going to be one that's not going to be interested in fighting. Hopefully he can just get away. Now Fury, yeah, he already went up to the top of the stacks. Maybe he's going to take some shots now. That could be awkward. And yes, he does. Boombot with a great reposition from down below in the structure, then up on high. That's the dynamicism that you see at the Steamy Stacks, but also one of the reasons why only the best can really play here. You see players like Tfue dropping here like Refsguard, like Scram in the duos FNCS.
Yeah, it's an interesting drop spot. He takes him down at the end. Green tack, hitting hard there, gets the elimination. Steamy Stacks is an interesting drop. It's also caused a lot of issues around it too. A lot of people wanting to go that yacht drop. Great to get the vault there. Not the most powerful mythic gun to walk away from, but depending on how Steamy plays out, it has a massive impact on the rest of the map around it. If there's no one at Steamy or they end that fight quickly, they can very quickly rotate through the stack and go almost anywhere they want around it for these aggressive games. See the decoys coming out absolute beam here from Wave Pusher. We tuned into him yesterday. Looks like 56 points so far today, so not having as insane of a day today as yesterday, but maybe because he did have such a good day, he won't need as much of a one today. So trying to find this elimination if he can, has the epic tack in hand, has the loadout he needs to close it out. Fighting over a pretty interesting POI here just outside Misty, because this does have a heavy sniper spawn on it as well on the island next to it. Usually that's where a lot of the fights break out, not on this smaller island.
Typically when you see people fighting here, it's because they want more fish. 2 for Pusher already. Obviously the harpoon charges, he's just used a couple, but it wasn't his inventory. So well done from Pusher on a lot of different levels to start the fight off, but also right now when he's actually in it. He's giving himself the room to work with, but gets in the box and responds no matter what. Even when he's on the back foot, when the edit is played on him, he still has the response to finish it out.
And there it is, has the fish and the heavy snipe. Definitely worth the elimination. He's got a really, really good loadout to now push it through. Can't see many other people on the minimap. He has one player in Misty Meadows, looking like that person's chilling out. Looks like he might be able to go into mid-game safely, but with the games we've seen play out right now, he could just be hunting for more people. He could be trying to find them just to spot something on the map that he can push for.
And he's not too far away from where we go on next. It's Lazy Lake. I see a couple of different builds off in the distance, and with Artumio, he's got one elimination and nobody in sight. I think I saw a launch pad there too, so clearly he's done something here at Lazy Lake to force the issue, but his loot's still not looking that good. Still a lot of chests available for him to get, so maybe it's just that he ends up on the good circumstance that Lazy Lake is uncontested and even gets the super chest that guarantees you an epic or legendary weapon.
Yeah, it's interesting to see, maybe because of those fights breaking out around Agency and those mythic POIs, that's leaving these other POIs that normally during most iterations of Fortnite would have been quite contested. There is a lot of loot at Lazy Lake. There's a lot of chests. It does have that very Tilted Towers kind of vibe of somewhere on the map. You got Steamy. We just saw Misty only had one player in it, so it's just showing how that mythic item impact changes the entire meta of where you drop and where you go.
There's a player nearby. You're right about that, though. And being in this first zone right now, with only 42 players, I think that the early game contests are kind of feeling like a different style of play that you're used to in competitive. Gian knows clearly that Tumio is nearby. As he instantly built up over and started hunting for him, that means Tumio has to make his box. He gets a nice 2x1, a lot of room to work with here.
Yeah, he's got the meds as well, so he wants to play this one a little bit slower. He's actually trying to get a big pot off to top him up from 75 to 100, showing how many extra meds he has, maybe showing the signs of a more cautious or less confident player. He wants to have that full 100-100 without taking this fight. In comparison to Wave Pusher we saw last game, happy to get inside an enemy's 1x1, no edits around him, not even 100, 200 health, and still wants to take the fight. So very different pacing here, and Artumio's trying to play it as slow as he can. Very methodical. You can see he is not making a play to be aggressive whatsoever. Maybe hoping this player will disengage. But in these lobbies, Sundown's been talking about earlier with sharks. When you got sharks in the water, you have to bite back. And there it comes. Jumps around the side. 240 tags. No. Takes him down on the high ground. Gets the elimination. Gets even more materials. Gets to upgrade a little bit. Drops that grey SMG. Managing to pick up an AR. And now he's got Lazy Lakes to himself again.
And he's got a couple of upgrades, like you mentioned, over to another fight. We got Big Dreams against Aves, and this is a loadout to behold. Definitely one that you're going to want to push for if you can get that opportunity. Right now, has the potential to really do some damage very quickly, but as the fight goes up, he's going to try to go down and possibly chop all the way down. Looking at it, it's not connected by much.
Not so held up by much at all. He's got this low ground now. Got such a good loadout for it. I love seeing these old skins. I love seeing the Red Knight and just instantly getting the Martos vibes, just getting those other players. We talked about how these opens have that feeling of like early iterations of different players. I'd love to see these players have a massive performance, try and make a name for themselves, maybe claim the skin or two, have that idea in their mind going into the final games, but it's not held up by much, but he seems to not be aiming for the chop method. There it is. You can see it now. If he can break all these anchor points, this whole build will come down, possibly some fall damage, but even if not fall damage, just enough to take him off that high ground and lose that advantage. Player knows it's happening and drops back down.
I think that's interesting that you see really, really top tier players is that they drop down, they chop it a little bit, and then they purposefully fight up so that there's not too many reconnection points, so that the next time they drop down, they can chop it really, really fast. But that's not going to be the case because both of them are staying now low, down to the ground. Aves has no more builds to even do that. And he does get a little bit, but not much, as the player above still clearly has materials. He's got to just rely on this heavy burst damage out of the pump that he has.
Yeah, needs to try and stay low. No, he's going up above. He's going to need to stay low behind those builds. The minigun coming out too, finds the angle, cracks the shield a little bit. I don't think he's taken all the shield off. Needs to find something. If this player just keeps going up, there's not much he can do but chop it out. He's trying to make sure he chops down the builds, but doesn't get rid of any builds he can hide in. He's in a really awkward position. He's got the mini. He's choosing not to use it. Just keeps moving around, trying not to stay in one position. Movement is key right now. If he gets locked down, he's going to be held, especially with that minigun. A lot of conversation today. Sundown was talking about it before in the last game. Minigun versus drum gun. Which one's better? The minigun is still a very dangerous weapon. That flick, though. That was a very, very nice flick to close it out. Picks up some extra materials. Now he has 26 builds. Gets the launch pad, but that fight took so long. He's now being pushed on the edge. Could possibly launch pad away, or he's just going to hold his ground. 47 seconds till next zone comes in.
Important that he actually picked up the heavy sniper, even though he does choose to use the minigun to start. I was thinking that he might be able to return the spray with a nice heavy snipe shot to the face. But regardless, he's still going to rely on that pump shots. And also pressure down with the minigun. This player definitely has a wealth of materials to work with, and it doesn't matter. Well played from Aves in a sticky situation on both sides. He makes it happen.
Can definitely see he's relying on those flicks. That shotgun aim, I think both those shots were like 180 turns or more. But yeah, I just realized the play before that is Brutus's minigun as well. So the player he took down was the Grotto player. So dropping a very heavily contested POI, walking away from it with that loot advantage, having one of those power weapons, those mythic items, but then not being able to close out what I imagine would have been one of his first or second mid-game fights. It's, if you go those POIs and you get the loot, you've got to close the game out, or otherwise it's just not worth the risk for consistency. Talked about this new format rewarding that consistency. You want an elimination, want a few, 4 points per elim is definitely nothing to scoff at, but you're getting heavy placement points towards the end. If you walk away from that spawn, you need to hold it down until endgame.
And Pusher's somebody that I don't actually see in the top 300 out of yesterday's results, so he is somebody who plays very well. I believe he's duoed with Styler. He played fantastically in the FNCS duos. And it's a good decision here. It's a player on the outside of zone, but look how far away this is. The decision to actually use a launch pad before that even comes close to really shortening that gap makes it so that he has room to do just this. Base up and dissuade skill from doing anything. And now down at the bottom of this hill, he's got to try to use the shield, but no, he's going to have to dance instead. I don't know what's going on now for skill. That's definitely not the decision you want to take. Pusher can just bring it right back and dominates. That was well played.
I'm getting a little bit of a World Cup throwback vibe there, a little bit of a skeptic taking the L to the camera and then very quickly regretting it, I believe. Wave Push is having none of that. He is not messing around. He is not dancing. He's here to win. Like he said, he's got a reputation as a team game mode, but he needs to try and make a name for himself in a solo way. He's not in top 300 yesterday. Needs to do something big today. He is not messing around at all.
And with only 68 points, this needs to be the game for him to push up there. Again, we're trying to get basically in the top 100. There's going to be maybe a little bit more room, a little bit more breathing room to actually qualify through, but still, 68 points is not going to cut it if you're not in that top 100 yesterday even.
We can see here 27 alive, and a lot of them are here. A lot of them are going center zone. We saw some of the early lobbies yesterday on those lower points. A lot of people sitting on congested side. We talked about where they were banked up. They're just getting into zone and just stopping. A lot of these guys did go right to center, so we can see where next zone shows now. Some of them are still in the next zone, which is a good position to be in. We have Elite RR looking like he's one of them. Fully built metal down here near Frenzy. Frenzy zones are interesting. If you talk about those hidden plays jumping out of the hay, you can get some really, really big beams on players not expecting it.
And I see the fact this could be Lecce. I'm not sure if it is, but there's some signs. Number one, 5 eliminations.
Maybe. Yeah,
Number
maybe.
two, he's got the drum gun already, and you know he lands at the agency. So there's possibilities. And I'm looking also at his movement, his style. It's actually very distinct for Lecce. One of the best controller players in the world. But the way that he moves through builds is actually bar none.
Very, very smooth builds there. I know it's only a 1x1, but very, very smooth builds. Smooth edits. I mean, if this isn't Leshy, he's making a good claim for the fact that he's been practicing. He's doing well. The fact that we even have to question it for even a few seconds means this player is one to look out for regardless. If you can be confused for Leshy, you're a very good player.
I'm going straight to his Twitter checking and see if he's playing.
You need to find out if this is him. This will be one to watch for if it is. Regardless, I mean, he's still in an amazing position with that drum gun. Back up to 100-100. Built up on the edge. Going up against Kiwi, who has the epic AR and the blue tack. He's trying to knock him out. Only held up by one wall right now. This could break down into a fight very, very soon. He's pushing forward. There it is. Talked about earlier with the chopping. He's going for it. Really smart plays by Kiwi to anchor to his own build. So the edit shots come out and the drum gun trumping the blue tack there. He goes straight down. If it is Leshy, he picks up another elimination. That's 6 now. Gets a mat refresh too.
And I'm pretty sure this is not based on some of the stuff I'm saying on Twitter. So another imposter. But still, clearly one compared to the earlier imposter that we saw from Benji Fishy. I think that this guy is showing that he has much more chops and could actually be somebody we might need to pay attention to. But you got no recognition right now because we have no clue who you are.
I know, that's the thing. We've talked about it before. We talked about it yesterday. Cool Carrot, like, this is your chance, guys. If you're a pro player, up and coming, we've talked about it. These are open qualifiers. This is your moment. Take your moment. Make a name for yourself. You don't have to be in the shadow of these players anymore. You can idolize them, but make a name for yourself. If you make it through this, you're going to be versing them next week. You don't want to be a lighter version of them. Be your own version. As he gets in, wave pusher, going for a big elimination, using that epic tack to break the builds. Having the superior clip size there, 8 bullets is more than enough to break the builds, get in and get the elimination. Tides up against the wall with Scout now, pulls out the minigun to fire back. Does not want him inside his box.
Definitely doesn't. They're right box to box now. And with the loadout that Tide has, he doesn't want to have to even engage in this entirely. 6 floppers. If he goes down now, he's going to be kicking himself for sure, but he's got pressure right back onto him, and you can't do much. When you're trying to pressure like that, and the Scout realizes, he knows exactly how to counter this. If you're trying to make these edit plays, you're not going to be ready when the time comes for me to spray through with my minigun.
Yeah, geez, Scout can he can up the fish store there. He's got so many floppers there on the edge of the river. Wave pusher pushing in for them. Maybe might be able to pick that up. That is a lot of floppers. But again, floppers kind of lose their strength endgame in these less stacked lobbies. You don't have time to be able to hide behind all those builds, use them, go for those high ground retakes we saw a bit more yesterday. If you're out in the open trying to eat fish, they're going to give you 50 health, but you're probably going to lose that faster than you're going to gain it. So maybe not having as much effectiveness, but the way they play out in mid game is still very strong. If you get a few tags off, instant health back, it's very, very strong. But in these lobbies, we'll have to see. It's all about aggression. Again, he had 8 fish. Did not save him there.
Half in, half out, getting closer and closer. We're still in 4th. It hasn't begun moving. Players are starting to find their position for that end game, but it's going to be a lot of congestion on the north side. Not too much on that south side because it's right on the water. And with 21 alive, this is going to be one of those weird ones. I mean, I'll temper the expectations already, but when I say weird, it's because I think that people who are winning these games still need to try as hard as they can to actually make it work, because it's not what you expect. It's not like one of the stacked end games. It's really difficult actually to navigate and figure out which players are, are actually going to be a threat to you.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Aussie Antics, I'm out of the OCE region, smaller player size, so sometimes we don't get these incredibly stacked endgames. We just don't have that massive pool of top-tier pros like EU and that do. But there's a different difficulty in them. They are hard in their own right. A lot of pro players would actually rather play a more stacked endgame than this. I touched a little bit there on the floppers, but just there's no builds to hide behind. If you don't have a launch pad, you're running through the open, or if you are launch padding and you're the only player, you're getting beamed out of the sky. If you're using a communal launch pad, there's 4 people around you, you all take it at the same time, there's a little bit of safety in numbers. Right now, if you don't position well, you make one wrong decision, quite often you're stranded in the open. And if everyone can see you because there's a lot of eyes with not a lot of builds, it can get pretty ugly.
That it could. Other things that could induce that is those drops. People like to push for those, try to get that launch pad, but end up getting sprayed. One of the things that happens in these lobbies is that the lobby spray can be more intense or less intense, right? If this is a group of players who clearly in the mid-tier of the pack right now is with 90 points, if this is a group of players that will take advantage, as you can see, the guy on metal who was there too early in 5th zone by himself draws the attention of everybody else. That's definitely something you have to try to avoid, but with more people starting to build on top of him very close by, that means he might have some saving graces.
Yeah, we talk about lobby manipulation a little bit. It's that ability to get other people in the lobby to go for a target that you are going for whatever reason. If you have a player near you, on top of you, below you, you don't want them there, it's quite a good strategy to start applying pressure because other people in the lobby will see that as a chance to fire as well. Like this minigun now, putting a lot of pressure on Till. Other players will see that, see that he's being pushed back, and they will shoot as well. So it can be a play quite often. It's where the minigun, even in these solo lobbies, can sometimes have an advantage over the drum gun. Again, not going to say it's the better mythic POI. I think the casters have been a little bit back and forward with that one today. Jumps down low with the shotgun, managed to pick it up. But it is one of the few areas that the minigun is probably stronger than the drum gun in these lobbies, getting other people to focus them with you. Because you hear it, you see it. When you're in the box and you hear that minigun start firing up, it is a terrifying sound.
That it is. Depending on who it... Oh my goodness, this... I'm trying to
is.
listen for how many. There's at least 2, possibly 3 in the mix. And when we get closer and closer, you don't... Those guys might go first. Those guys might not actually be revving it while you're rotating, but it could also be the case that all 3 of them are just revving it while you're trying to rotate in 6. That could definitely be something that these guys have to try to avoid, is that pressure from the minigun.
Yeah, especially if one of them gets on high ground, it applies so much pressure. You're trying to build up to the high ground, you're trying to take it off them. Anyway, the minigun just applies so much pressure. It is why it's so strong in those team game modes. One player with the minigun just knocking everyone down, and another player pushing forward with the builds. It's the perfect combination on high ground. Pretty much only really being beaten with suppression as far as the rockets go. We have Elite RR here. Again, we talked about those iterations. I guess it's less of an imposter, more of just like a tip of the hat CRR here. So yeah, a bit of respect. You see the fishies in the name, you see the RRs. Very cool to see. So we see Lidar trying to find his way through. He's got a decent way to zone, but it's not too far. Not too many players in front of him. Has the launch pad, and he's choosing to save it. Sundown talked yesterday about the value of the launch pad being lost the further and further you go into endgame, and oop, as I say that, looks like he wants to use the value now with a nice little short launch. Puts the stair there to block the trajectory. So instead of going as high and making yourself that big target, oh, I say make yourself a target. He's not lying low. He used the low pad to get straight into someone else's box, and there's the meds he needed. That 50 siphon going straight to his health bar because he only had spare shield. Nice little play from Elite.
And that's one of the things you could actually take advantage on. People who are stair targeting just like that, but really, really cheap. Makes it, they're not really paying attention. They're not getting the visibility because they're having to worry about placing the stair down above them. So they're looking down at the feet, not up above where the launch pads are going to come in. So good recognize from Elite. It was a little bit of a struggle. He gets back to some old builds earlier from the game.
That's massive.
And he recognizes it.
Yeah, he gets his old builds now, so he's on the front side, and these are all his. So you talked about there about using cheap mats, trying to save your materials, but if you get back to an old base, you don't have to use any materials, and in hard mats like this, brick and metal, they're already fully built. The rocket comes out. Rocket versus minigun, he's being knocked down a layer, choosing not to go back up. He's doing those cheap stair tarps like you talked about, and we get to see firsthand what Baller mentioned there. Every time he looks down to place those stairs, he's looking straight at the ground. He loses that visibility and that awareness around him. Talked about the minigun on high ground, but the minigun off high ground now applying so much pressure. This player has to drop down now. I think it's Scout up there who's getting dropped out.
And that's the power of the minigun. That's the power it can actually do, is deny players on high ground and get rid of these threats. Elite on the front side, his own pusher goes down. We were talking about him earlier and his need to have a good performance here in this game. Abe's still alive, by the way, and that's a player who definitely has that mythic minigun. We saw him come out of Retail Row taking out both of those. He's on high ground right now, I believe.
9 players alive. He is up there. We have Elite on the front side. He's placing as many builds as he can. He has only 19 left. Needs to conserve them. Goes down for elimination. The tack shot takes down the imposter Leshy. He might even have the drum gun upgrade. There it is. Swaps out the minigun for drum gun. Today's argument has been settled here for Sundown. Definitely Elite agrees. Wants to run the drum gun over that minigun. He's now going to try and pop the big pot here on the low ground. Farm up some of those mats. He's back up to 3 builds because of this lucky tree in his box. Might be able to use those. Going back through old builds. Not his, but there's no one in here because all the exits are closed off. That was a nice little rotate through and saves a lot of mats for it. 4 alive.
He almost decided to go down on ultimate low, but no. One thing I loved about this play, Elite, yes, this is the reason. He heard the drum gun and instantly was like, this is the player I want to take out. This is the guy that's going to decide this game for me right here. Now minigun versus drum gun again, second game in a row. Elite down on low with the drum, and up on top it's the minigun. Not too much pressure because of that rev time for now. And I think maybe out of materials, still a couple builds in zone. And he's playing, well, must have a few floppers.
Yeah, he does. He drops out a low ground. Tax come out. It's shotgun versus shotgun, and he goes down. Elite taking down Aves. So Aves had a great performance there. And like I said, I think he went for the floppers in Storm to try and use the high ground. But when it came down to the shotgun aim, Elite RR, a little bit of a tipper that had to CRR, had it a little bit better than that.
Pretty great game there, guys. I'm not sure. I was actually asking you guys on the side if we had seen Elite RR yesterday. I feel like we did. Maybe we didn't. Someone we did see yesterday was actually Wave Pusher there in game. Great to see that player come back. Fun fact, they actually ended with 188 points and 546 placed yesterday. Remember, let's talk about those point values. 216 being that threshold they needed to push past if they were looking to make top 100. But now what I'm sure you guys are probably curious about is, in fact, the leaderboards for this region. We'll hop on in here and take a look kind of how things are going. Has much shifted since yesterday? I'd probably want to say yes, considering 216 was that lowest value. There he is at the top, Elite RR, 275. And I mean, Bala, this is why this guy's at the top. He just showed us how much he's styling on the entire region.
Yeah, that's it. 275 points. You saw the prowess that you saw. I think that decision was really nice that I touched on a little bit in that end game, was that he basically heard the drum gun and went for it. He's seen the power. He's watched the broadcast. He's realized that everybody who has a drum gun has a high chance of actually closing that out and not being fearful of it. That shows the confidence, and that's why he's at the top.
There in 14th, excuse me, Tabs. I mean, are you surprised, Ozzy? I feel like not. I feel like we've been seeing a lot of Tabs today.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Tabs. He's doing really well. He's making a name for himself. It's crazy. These people are focusing on Tabs again. Tabs being a phenomenal player of NAE's doing with Colazo. He's already been invited as well. So we'll see. Maybe they get in there. If they have an interaction in the next round, that could be so much fun. Tabs on Tabs would be very cool to watch. But there's a lot of people we've seen up here before now. 234 points on 30. So it's really tight at that top level. And you talked about Wave Pusher yesterday being outside the top 500, I think you mentioned as well. But he still had quite a few points when you look at how many you're going to need to qualify. If he can make a bigger day today, if he can just get those extra maybe like 50 points than he did the day before, he's up there with a shot. So he could maybe pull it off. And some of these players are going to struggle here, but they could be better at those end games. Me and Baller talked about it. These high-paced, aggressive end games for some players are harder. So just because they just scraped through today, you might not see them. They could perform very, very well next week. So we'll have to see how that one plays out for them.
That's one of the unfortunate parts when it comes down to these open tournaments, is that there's kind of a difference. There really is. When we come back next weekend and look at the games that will be played in the Invitational with all of the best from all the FNCSs, it's going to be a completely different style. And now these guys are playing the opens compared to what's going to be more like the stacked customs that those guys are used to playing. I think that we might see some struggles, but also some unfortunate things, is that people who might be good at that style but not at the opens are not making it through, Zeke.
Very interesting, gentlemen. Well, we've got one game left here on the broadcast for EU, and just to be just to let you guys know, the queues are currently closed. That's it. So don't forget, we're taking the combined score totals from both days. So all these players have had 2 days to try and rack up points, and afterward they will be tallied, and then the top 100 move on. So, you know, will we see Wave Pusher? Will we see people like Castry, Mage, Elite RR? You know, great. Elite RR had his #1 right now, and that's awesome. But how did he stack up coming out of yesterday, right? Like, these are all questions. And I think, well, that's such a good point, too, is once you pit these guys against the very top, right? When you put them in the same lobby as someone like Benji, and it's like, okay, we happen to land at the same place, or now we've gotten to a point where we have to go head-to-head. How is that going to go, especially when we're looking at box-to-box? Like, Austin, do you maybe want to talk about what you've seen and compare that to something like the Benjis of the world?
Well, that was a good point you made there with the drop spots, right? So some of these big names aren't in there. So if you're dropping it maybe somewhere like Shark, maybe like Agents we've seen, and you're getting it consistently and you're getting the high points because of that, but all of a sudden you're faced with someone again like Epic Whale, people who are just unanimous with a region. Like, people put it up today. I saw on Twitter, Christian Esports put out, what does this photo make you think of? And it was a photo of the drum gun, and I saw the comments flooded with Epic Whale. So if you're on West and you've had that success, do you drop there again? Do you back yourself? This is the strategy that worked for you, but maybe it's not going to work next week. Or flip side, Epic Whale having it in those customs like Baller talked about, he's not used to versing these players. Maybe these guys can actually put it down and take the drum gun from them, and that'll change up the whole shape of the tournament.
that's another dynamic entirely, right? Is not only the drop spots, but how do people, it was kind of something that we were talking about leading into the World Cup, right? It was all these different regions colliding, all the different play styles, right? And I think there definitely was some effect of, oh, we're just not used to the style of play that these guys are bringing. And that caused trouble. I know Unknown Army specifically, that was somebody that a lot of people had difficulties dealing with at the start of his rise, at the start when he qualified through the World Cup. So, I mean, here in the Opens, going to the EU, I think for the most part, with all the cash cup that these guys are playing, they're used to it. But now that there's going to be probably a significant portion of Open qualifiers next weekend, that might be slightly different because there's probably, 300, 400 people who are expecting the type of FNCS stacked game style. Now, 100 extra are from these Opens. That might throw things for a loop.
Yeah, dude. I'd love to see someone like Elite just roll up and actually go toe-to-toe with Benji, right? Because, yeah, you know, someone like Benji, Epic, well, all these guys are incredible, and we've known them. We've known them for so long. But the people like Elite out there that are trying to make a name for themselves and now can step out of the shadows and be like, hey, what's up? I'm here on the scene too. You should be paying attention to me. Like, that's what we're looking to do here, right? And if we were to say, go as far as someone like Elite to be like, hey, you know what? At the end of it all, I am the FNCS Invitational Champion. That would just change everything, Bala.
That would. That would. I was thinking about this the other night. It's like, this is going to be, 3 seasons of FNCS champions, right? These are champions. And we're going to try to find out not only who is the best out of those champions, but there could be somebody different to take that crown at the end of this.
I think what could be cool, we saw the addition of the pickaxes, right? We've seen that, just people being like crowned, like in the game, like this is me, I have this, you don't have it. It's gonna be so cool to see that going in there. But the dynamic we haven't touched on as well is we're gonna throw some content creators in the mix of this too. We're gonna throw some people that were invitees, and that's gonna change it up hugely as well. I'm gonna guess they're probably gonna avoid some of these big POIs, but you don't know what they're gonna do. Like we've talked about, we have these more aggressive open qualifier style, then we have the more stacked tournament style, but where do the content creators fit in it? They don't fit too much in there. I love watching things like Pro-Am, seeing them shape it up. I commentated AO. We saw a celebrity invitee take down X2 Jordan, like a World Cup invitee, and it's so much fun to see. It shakes things up like crazy.
Yeah, that it does. I also, thinking about like the champions and stuff like that, this is going to be one of the first series of tournaments that week to week, the stakes get higher, right? So we're going to start next week with 500 players, and we're going to get down to 300. Like, it's literally eliminate. There's going to be the reboot round, which kind of brings it back a little bit, but still, not only is it getting harder, but it's getting more pressure in a sense until we get to the grand finals, the last 100 out of everybody.
It's definitely going to make things very hard because, right, like on the other side, it was I need to make it up into the top X to move on, right? And it was like, oh man, I'm always on the edge.
Yep.
Next week, it's I have to stay out of the bottom. I've got to make sure I'm above a certain bar if I want to keep pushing through every single week. And sometimes some of these players might just make that bar, and sometimes they may just pop off, and we may see some of the most explosive games we've ever seen. But gentlemen, it's time to get back into games. So I'm going to leave it on you. Take us in.
Let's do this. We're close to the final moments here in EU, and again, we're tuning in at the agency, Aussie. Exactly.
Look where we are. We're back at the agency. Here we have Revenge picking up elimination, but looks like Midas is still in play. I think I might be able to see him there. No drum guns in play on either of the players we've watched so far. So Revenge, he's just going to top up using the med kit there, but we see in the bottom left, it is Ras RR goes down. So Revenge wins his fight. We see Ras RR going down to Baldy Markey. So now they're going to have to fight it out. So 4 people at agency. I think the difference was yesterday when we watched some of those mage games and stuff, we actually only saw one person here. They walked away with that drum gun. We didn't watch it because there was no one here, and then they started unleashing on the lobby. But we've talked about maybe those desperate players now who are like, look, that seems to be the formula for success. If I need, 100 points to qualify, I'm going to have to go to the agency and do what they did.
And time again, the player who wins the game is the player who eventually gets that drum gun. And even adding, it's a epic burst AR. That's really nice, but in these close range battles, this is just a henchman. Don't get too scared of that at all. I kind of had to jump a little bit, but with this burst AR, it's not really going to add much unless you can start to run the other player for a loop. I don't think either of them has found Midas yet, given the fact that the vault is still closed. And I also don't hear that drum gun firing off at any sort of distance. And that's kind of a thing. The minus spawns in different locations that these guys are very well aware of, so they're going to know the motions that and the paths that the other person is taking.
Yeah, I think it could even actually show the sign of maybe the inexperience of the players dropping here for those high point games just now, because I would have thought maybe utilizing that shakedown tactic. Oh, you talked about the burst rifle. Revenge does run in through a loop, applies the pressure. I think that was 2 heavy burst shots back to back. Revenge pushes forward with the minigun, but he's putting it on the back foot. There is no way he is now at a health disadvantage after how that started, but the quick edit through. I think Baldy Markey outside the wall thought, I've got you on the back foot, my time to aggress. Revenge did a full 180, flipped it back around with the edit, and comes out strong with the SMG. It was a nice little play from him, but I was just going to say, maybe utilizing that shakedown tactic. You can find where Midas is.
And he actually had 3 eliminations, so it wasn't just that 1 versus 1. Possibly hopping in a little bit earlier or a little bit later in this game. But something, too, that's interesting is that we're at halfway through that first zone before it starts to move, and we're at 74 people alive. That's quite different than what we saw in the last couple of games that we've watched. This is definitely a little bit more reserved, a little bit slower.
Yeah, you can see from the points down there, 232 points. So we're hitting towards those high skill-based matchmaking lobbies. We saw a lot of people, I think the highest yesterday was just those low 300s. So if Monarch has a really good game here, it could be around that number. So we're definitely in the final games now. Zeke mentioned it before we came in here, queues have closed. So these will be these players' final games, their last chance. And normally when you're in that situation, you try to get as many points as you can out of the game. If you've got 10 games, 3 hours, you maybe got 5 games up your sleeve with quite a while to go, you'll be more aggressive. If I go down here, I'll queue up again, I'll go again. But if you're going into your final game, you might think, hey, this fight's not worth taking, I might lose some points here, I'm just going to play for endgame, get to where you get those consistent placement points, and then try and pick up the elims. It's a lot more of a smart mentality to go into the final game, but we'll see if the final game jitters play out here.
Most likely will. Here's a fight on the side of zone. Monarch against the player who approached. Just have the better shotgun, which is going to come into huge effect. I like the use of the low wall already. That metal piece was very, very low due to a couple of edits. He's going to finally take it, but it's also the sign for the other player to back up and get into the next box. And again, he takes the wall, but can he get out quick enough? No, he doesn't. And right back into the other one. The wall very low. Still not trying to find his way in. He does get in, but also the other player gets out.
Ooh. Up until that very last fight there, until he opened up the edit, that was a lot slower, more methodical box fight than we've seen the last few games. This is definitely already pacing-wise, not just players alive, but feeling like a different game. We're not watching the play with a drum gun, which slows down fights a lot, but you could just see there from Monarch the piece control going slow, getting the wall low, like you said, jumping up, keeping himself safe. It just seemed like a more defensive and normally an indicator of a smarter player than just going for those aggressive points.
With the 236 points that he has, most likely putting himself in contention, but we don't know his day one score. We don't know that performance. It's going to be interesting to see if maybe this is a high pressure situation for him. Maybe that's why he's pushing off of what looked like Fatal into another shambles player. And he gets a little bit out of it. Obviously, the 4 points from the Elim. Things looked good right there as we now tune in with Alex, who comes off of the boat, does not go down the river for good reason. That boat attracts so much attention. I see even a player was lurking in a bush waiting for the possibility of a player coming down the river out of Craggy.
Just wondering where he came from as well with that boat, but no fish. So I think maybe island or shark, but then he probably would have done a little bit of fishing before coming in, but not too friendly of a zone to drop on that far northwest side. Probably didn't have the time he maybe wanted to, or he could be coming from Sweaty. There is a guaranteed boat spawn at Sweaty as well. Gets his henchman chest unlooted. That is massive. Picks up the big pot, which is going to top him up to 100, which would be very nice for him. Doesn't get what is quite often a good chance of getting a epic AR out of there. Getting the regular AR. Still has the burst though, so he's looking pretty good.
Over at Pleasant Park, they've already got the agency loot that spawns here. One of the changes that came with Season 2. Ooh, Jeff! Ooh. Nice little low ground peek. Straight through the double edited Conan floor. Actually, that was his opponents that he took advantage of. Knew that that was coming and still went for it. Gave himself the room to kind of get trapped into that, but it doesn't matter. Jeff hits the shot and makes it count.
Yes, interesting way to play it, obviously. When you go for that edit, you're in control. You have the piece control we talk so much about. But if you're the one who opens the edit, there is that split second where they can shoot before you can. You have to edit and then pull out your weapon. It's why we see a lot of people doing their wall replacing with weapons, tacking the wall, getting it low, and then hitting it with the shotgun to then take it so they don't ever pull out the pickaxe or their editing plans. But there we see, jumps up from the low ground shot while his player has got nothing in his hands. He's just went for the edit thinking he's going to have the drop on him, and it gets switched on him very quickly. 145 points for Jeff. So we have those people in the lobby that are, maybe 90 points lower than some of the others. So they're the ones who are going to be aggressive, trying to get them more, and maybe Monarchy is just trying to hold on to what he has.
But with Zone looming, he's got a long way to travel. He's not too worried about it, not concerned at all. And if you're wondering, no, the Choppa is not in the game for these competitive modes. So you can't just hop in it and scoot his way over to Zone. He's got to hoof it. Once he gets to the agency location, the river will start to be in his favor, so he doesn't have to worry too much about that. But for now, Jeff with 145 points. He's got to make a statement in this game. He started off strong, and he's got to load out to do it. I love when I see extra shield in the inventory, not because that's a decision that he has to make, but just because that shows that the potential is there to outlast no matter what happens. And another storm fight. Philcheck gets the first pump, and the second one is quick onto Brown. Instantly finishes that one off. I don't know if I should say instantly. We're coming in on the tail end of this. He's still deep in his zone.
I think this fight's been going for a while. I'm hoping this fight's been going for a while, and this isn't just their rotation path, but nice elimination for him there. He needed that 148 points. You have to think across 2 days, if this is standard for him, that's only about 300 total. He needs a big game here. Could have all ended there. Slender stealthing up behind him. To me, I'm not even going to try and pronounce that. I'm sorry again, guys. Some of these names, I can blame my accent possibly, but I was about to butcher that one. Oh, jumps onto the zip line. An epic AR being put to use. The zip line giving you very predictable movement. You're going in one straight line. It's very easy to hit a beam, and he jumps straight in. That was such a nice little way down. He just jumps straight in, hits the floor right before he hits it, carries the momentum all the way in, and of course, since he jumped off the zip line, he doesn't take full damage. So it's not just a very good elimination, a very cool looking elimination as well.
That was really nice from Slender, actually. The way that he pressured with the AR continuously down on the way, and he jumped off the zip line, made it so that the player didn't realize that it was going to be a full spray. So while he was trying to pop those small shield potions, while he was trying to get back into fighting shape, he was lapsing on holding his floor, holding his cone. He said, I might be able to pull this off. So that small pause for Slender made it so that could happen. He falls right in the box. And he gets the two clean pump shots and wins the game. So now we're watching Slink in another storm fight at Slurpy Swamps. This one a little bit less risky because of the natural healing from Slurpy, also the barrels all around and the fishing potential. Slink in this fight dropped down above him. You see a lot of fights end up in Slurpy continuously in the zone. One of the things that led to Kiriachi and Letwick's success in duos was how much they stuck into zone. Not going to be able to pop the medkit, but does pop into the box. Ramp over, he does phase through and finishes it off. And with the medkit, he has plenty of time. Look at that, 3 floppers, 2 slurpfish. Not only is this good for the end game, but it's just good for him to get out of here in general. That's for sure. Visual. Let's clean up that fight. 65 points for him. And we saw a couple players in Misty Meadows. And talking about fish, this game is definitely going to be a little bit more stacked for a little while. 47 players up in this one. Those fish could definitely come into play if this game gets more and more stacked. We've seen time and time again the end game retakes on heights. Not only in the beginning of Chapter 2, but Season 2 too. There's a lot of different things that you could do with those fish. And he sees another build fight. He spots it. And he's ready to take right onto that. But I think right here is the spot where you don't want to really be engaging. You want to get as far in as possible because these mountains make it difficult. But no, he's going to choose to go straight for this fight. Visual does not stop. He's off a hot streak, finds one, feeling himself right now, trying to take the wall, but does not actually manage to do that. And after that, he actually backs off a little bit, but another player coming in from the backside, and he realizes this.
Yeah, we see one thing I'm noticing straight away is those points, 65. So he is versing some players who have upwards of almost quadruple his points. So maybe the way he's playing it's going to be a little bit different, going more aggressive. Possibly he's had a rough day today and this is it. It's just go big or go home. Pushing up onto the mound. I say that, but he is disengaging. One of the few disengages we've seen, but he turns back around. Maybe he was just baiting the edit, knowing he has that superior AR, has the aim to just fire back and win it. And we see another Storm fight breaking out here, and he's trying to get involved with that if he can. Sitting in Storm a little bit better. He's still got the flopper if he needs to. Sitting back there, and it's Scout on top of San here. Both out of wood in not the best spot at all. Not only are they now in Storm, these other players who are on the edge of zone, I can see 2 of them in the bottom right there, possibly 3 or 4 who have eyes on them. So if they win this fight, they then still have to get into zone. But he has 3 of those fish, so he has effective 150 white heals if he needs it, or a little bit of shield from that slurp fish too. He's trying to disengage and push back. Blue tack in hand, can he try and do it? He's playing defensively, but soon he needs to fire back because he is getting pressured, not just by the player on top of him, but by the lobby that's already in Storm. This is not where you want to be. Flipping the stairs to give him an extra layer of defense, and Scout is on that wall, maybe not realizing that now because of those fish, San has the health advantage and they're inside the fight, and Scout closes it out. He wins the fight, has the med kit and the fish now, so he can out-heal Storm, but he can't out-heal those bullets that are still coming from him from that yellow marker we can see in the bottom right, that other player.
He's got the launch pad though, so I think he might be okay, but if this zone does close, I don't think it's moving just yet. If he spends too long, it could end up being a 5-tick. Which would spell disaster for him getting out of that no matter what you have. Unless it's fish, you're not going to be making it out. If you're close, it's possible. Now we're watching Adsa. He gets on the backside of this wall. A nice quick transition to the side that he wasn't expecting, but the turbo build hold is there. It doesn't matter. Takes it anyways and tries to get the shot, but misses. The SMG spray makes him pause for a moment, and now he edits down into the box below and has a little bit of time. At least he's bought himself just that.
Yeah, he's trying to find his way back in now if he can. Trying to push forward. He has such a good loadout to do this with. The other player, not on the back foot, edits out. If he hit those shots, that would have been a very clean little play. He phases in, gets the stare above his head, and jumps at the perfect time as he breaks the wall. It pushes him through, even if the other player's holding it. So this is the sign of an aggressive player. Being able to do a phase trick that quickly, you know he's used to getting inside the box. Police is on the back foot here, trying to open up the edit with that stronger shotgun, but there's a lot of clean movement here. There's a lot of shots breaking out. They're not hitting each other, holding their angle as well, though. But Blizz here is inside the box. He is not on the back foot. He's on the front foot, but the heavy pump comes back. That, oh my gosh, absolute tit for tat. It just went backwards and forwards, and in the end, Adza with the epic pump is able to take it out over the blue tack. That was a very backwards and forward fight.
That it was. And one of the reasons, though, was because Adsa was actually making the same edit over and over. The peanut butter, as it's called in the community, the slice up the top right where you can get the right shoulder peak and also get the pixel peak basically jumping up over that. And because of that, you can kind of expect it. And you can adjust for it. You can move in certain directions that will make that angle harder to actually hit anything from. And that's what did actually happen. Finally, though, it kind of switched up, and he went quickly onto the wall once he fell down. He's still chasing. He's still hunting. There's a player on the side of zone. I think he knows that the situation for him could be dire. That's why he's trying to take advantage of it and get any tags he can and get information on whether that player is low HP.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how the loadout can also dictate your playstyle. Adza, that was his first elimination, so he found a legendary AR and an epic pump without an elimination. So maybe he was going to play this one out slow. I'm just going to hang in there. I'm going to go to the center zone. And then he's like, wait, look, I've been blessed with this loadout. I have the aggressive advantage, but the shots are coming out. He's held on the edge, has the meds to be able to kill through it. But Scout again pushing. We just saw him survive a storm fight, and he's maybe going to start another one if this goes on for too long. He's trying to end it quickly, though, up against the wall. They've both got good shotguns, so if they get each other's walls or this turns into a tit for tat like before, it'll end a lot faster. He's positioning himself on the wall with Storm at his back, which means no one's there. Edits the stair, and he comes in. There it is. Scout backing himself to end it quickly, and he takes both those weapons, and he's going to walk away with it looking very good.
And I'm wondering there, I think Scout, while he did win that, I think this might have been a miss, maybe a little bit too aggressive just because he thinks he's low on any potential to win the game, but maybe he's just an aggressive person in general. I mean, we've seen him in the Storm fight, and he's hunting another one. Player trying to rotate. And yes, it's a path that's going to be possible. You see, is this guy's like, are you going to shoot me? Is this real? Are you really going to do this right now? As he backs away. And it is real, man. Scout right underneath. He gets him to the stairs. It's a full-on build fight. I thought maybe he was pushing to try to get him to build, but no, he actually just wants this.
I can only imagine what his comms are like. Like he said, like, are you really doing this, man? Like, I need this game right now. I want to qualify. Please don't do this. But there is no communicating with him. There is nothing going through Scout's mind except for forward. I want to go forward. But instead of going forward to zone, I'm going forward through you. And there it is. Stairface straight in with the purple pump. 140 shot. He is just going forward, but he doesn't like going forward to zone. He wants to keep going forward to people. But now he's seeing the backside of it as the lobby gets closer and closer. We said this is one of the more stacked lobbies we've watched today from EU. They're going to make you pay for this. You're now very far away with a lot of eyes on you, and you have to go to them.
Keep in mind, though, that this could have been one of the games right before Q's end where he knows there's a potential for him to get into another game. I don't know the situation. It could be that this is one that happened after Q's ends. But just judging by his play, I'd have to guess that it's that, but still 33 people alive. A nice shot from Slink. Right on the rotates.
Leaving the heavy sniper, so prioritizing those meds there. He wants to carry that extra flopper or those 2 slurpfish over the heavy sniper. Doesn't want the aggressive advantage. He wants the extra meds. And Scout does make it in under the bridge in a really nice spot. For the situation he was in, you can't ask for a better spot than there. Under the bridge, you're in builds. You've got your builds to cover you, but you have the bridge that's completely indestructible above you.
And he did pull the zone, the 5th zone, one consequential. The one that goes half into the previous one and also half out. He has room to work with. He can even extend out if necessary, if he needs that extra room. But you're right, a pretty decent position down below, but does not want to get too aggressive, because if he does, then he could be pinched against the zone line before this starts to move. But as it opens, he's going to get a little bit more space, and that's the time that he decides to go for it. The player knows, he realizes, hey, he did it once, he's probably going to come back and swing at my floor again.
Yeah, he talked about it earlier with that box fight, the predictability. You need to watch for it. Like, fool me once, shame on you, but this is the 4th time Scout went for that floor. I'm surprised he wasn't punished for it. He's pushing up higher, trying to phase into this box. Scout, go to zone. You don't have to take this fight. 4 eliminations. He's backing himself, though. He's in that area now where he's going to get consistent placements if he just stays in placements, but he doesn't. He wants the elims. Whoever he's versing has very clean movement, very good edits, just getting out of every box, and he flicks and he hits it. Never mind. I take it back, Scout. You do you. You clearly have your play style down, and so far it is working.
And every one of these elims matter, because not only is it a thing that I thought that he might be trying to get in the next queue, but maybe he just knows the situation that he's in. 127 points, depending on how he played in day 1. He might really need to do exactly what he's doing. Get as many eliminations as he can, plus push towards this win in order to qualify through towards next week. And he finds a nice outcropping base that he can actually reform a little bit of the bridge underneath, but it is not going to stay there for too long. He has to make a rotate through, and I think actually Reiki and Admin have gotten really close to Scout, and if you get close to him, you know exactly what's going to happen.
Maybe they don't know yet, but we definitely know what's going to happen to him. He's under this bridge, and he's just lurking on top of those builds, keeping himself in such a nice little spot that people wouldn't expect him to. And he's only got 79 builds, and he's saving all of them. He's either using their builds for cover, or he's just lurking and hunting them down. Builds up a little bit now, gets off the ground layer. Maybe this is a sign of not box fighting anymore, but still lethal with that AR out of the sky as well. He gets inside his 1x1, 56 builds left to his name, so he's in a good position on front side. So again, yeah, maybe he's one of those players who he knows what he's doing, knows how to position, but he just wanted to go aggressive. We have Alex on the very, very high ground, quite an early high ground retake, and he's punished for it. We see as we pan away, the rocket coming out and knocking him in hybrid. Grapple is still in play in the lobby, and he's got 100 builds to use it too. Need to be careful with that. You don't want to expose that you have it too much. It's such a difficult item to play around. You want to get to zone, you want to save your mats, but quite often if you're seen with that item, people are going to hunt you down for it, or they want to get it out of the lobby. They want to get it out of your hands.
And it is so difficult to use when you're down on these low ground layers, the mid ground ones as well, but the potential when you can get a clear path, you can easily get ahead and look back. King Blizz, 3 eliminations, 261, so definitely looking a lot better than what we saw from Scout. And we do have a point update from that player. 154 points yesterday. That is not going to cut it. He definitely needs what he's doing right now. W King everybody in all the eliminations that he could possibly get.
Yeah, he's got these floppers now. He has 4 of them again. Like I said earlier, we haven't seen too many of the flopper high ground retakes in those less stacked lobbies because you can't hide. But King Blizz showing exactly what I was talking about. He has plenty to hide in now, and he's using it. He's got 1 flopper left, finds his hands on the drum gun. I thought we were maybe safe of watching a single endgame without someone with this gun running through everyone, but he's got it in hand now. Let's see what he can do with the 3 eliminations. Can he make it 4? He does make it 4. More floppers again. He only finds 1. No, he finds 5. That is massive with 2 launch pads. He can now launch from where he is, and he's going to take high ground, King. He's in the best position, Baller.
No way did he just come out of zone with the launch pad right on the height. That player unaware that there's still builds to land on behind him, and that audio cue was not fat. Like, you actually have to pay attention when there is something above to land on. There's always the potential not only to land on it, but to come through with floppers. King Blizz with the drum gun down from on a high. 1v1v1, still a player very much in mid ground, all the way down on low. He beams him out. And this 1v1 could get very extended, Ozzy.
This could drag out. He's got the floppers for it with the... Oh, never mind. With the rocket and a drum gun, is not going to drag out. Breaking the builds. King Blizz going aggressive. He's going back up onto the high ground. It's turning into a build fight. It's a very big build fight. You don't often see these endgame because normally don't have the mats for it, but he still has 59 builds left. He's very high up. The grapple comes up right in front of him. They both land their shots. He's going around trying to get these floppers off. He has the superior meds, and there it is. King Blizz takes down a hybrid on the last attempt to grapple up. He grapples up and he can't find the angle that he found the first time. King Blizz winning that one in spectacular fashion.
And we've seen it. Mythic Weapon against Mythic Weapon in the previous games, and this time it's Mythic Grappler versus Mythic Drum Gun. And again, it's going to be that Drum Gun reigning supreme no matter what. It doesn't matter if you got a Grappler or not, Zeke.
Yeah, very interesting to see the Mythic Weapons finally face off there. You know, I wasn't quite sure how that was going to go, but in the end, King made it all work in his favor. Now, of course, Ozzy is disappeared because he's all the way out there in Australia, so we're just going to swap it up so we can at least hear his voice. Now, of course, Fortnite fam, we are going to be going to a little break here. Now, before we go, Ball, do you maybe have any quick thoughts before we take this next break?
Yes, I do. I mean, the EU is done now. We kind of will know who it is going to be once those scores are tallied, once the tiebreakers are gone through. We'll know who we're going to see in week 2 of the Invitational, Zeke, and I could not be more excited to look at that player list, start looking at the analysts and all the drop spots that are going to go down, because we're going to have a really nice treat next week.
That's right, man. For those of you just tuning in, maybe you weren't sure how this runs, this is the FNCS Invitational. Players that have made it to an FNCS Grand Finals were invited, and they're waiting next week to start their games. This weekend was an open qualifier round where players could compete, and the top 100 or so players from every region will move on to join the invitees. Now, Fortnite fam, that pretty much wraps up the EU portion. The games are done. Now, a couple things to keep in mind before we go ahead and head out. The first thing is, don't forget, the combined totals will be posted after broadcast. We want to go in, tally every single tiebreaker, and make sure everything is exactly the way it needs to be. The other thing is, we are going to take a little bit of a break. When we return, we'll have more NA East games to go through. There was 10 games that happened yesterday for every single region. There'll be 10 more that happen today, and it's going to be pretty good time. We have a bunch of casters that will be here. Bala is one of them. Aussie, I don't know if you're still here or not, but he is more. And of course, you know, any final thoughts, Bala? I'm curious, you know, now that we are going to be done with EU and we're heading in, actually, you know, Ball, I'm just getting word. We're actually going to break. So I'll get this on the way back. Fortnite fam, we'll see you guys after this break. What's going on, Fortnite fam? We are back for more of the FNCS Invitational. This time we've got Sundown and ShyWager that'll be joining us for these first few games on the day. Sundown, why don't you give us your tiniest, quickest thoughts on your excitement levels heading into NA East?
I mean, I'm excited to see. Yesterday was a lot of fun. Honestly, I want to see if any of those names who are able to kind of crop up are able to do it again today, because of course, everything resets. You go back down to 0, MMR goes back to 0, and then we go right back at it. It's a fresh start. We'll combine the two afterward and people go on, but there's a lot to play for today. Lots of spots on the line.
That is right. Now, of course, EU wrapped, so let's go ahead and take a look at the standings. Mr. Fresh Swedish, a nod there to Mr. Fresh Asian there in that number 1 spot, shy of 324 points. That's crazy. I will say he had 16 elims in his 4th game, 14 elims in game number 8, and 4 of his games were top 10 finishes, and 2 additional ones were in top 20. Mr. Fresh Swedish was on it.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to skip over the fact that we know that this level of the competition is all about that aggression, no matter what region you're looking at. So right now, we can clearly see that everyone in this top 20 is fighting with that playstyle. Obviously, Mr. Fresh Swedish is the captain of it so far, all the way up top, 20 points almost ahead of the competition. But you can just look at the point tallies, the point totals. So many ties broken. It's a neck-and-neck race all the way across the leaderboard.
Man, and let's not forget, yesterday's cutoff point was 216 to make it into top 100, and it could be very different. In fact, the 30th there, 261 Sundown. It is like a completely different day for Europe today.
Seemed like there were a lot more sharks out in the water. We were seeing a lot more of those higher elimination games, which means points are going to be funneled kind of into the top percentile a little bit more. It'll be interesting to see if that carries over for True today in NA East, and whether or not that type of aggression will pay out. Because honestly, I think people are realizing that there is such a large skill disparity from the top to the bottom, and players are going to have to kind of have their foot on the gas a little bit more, because if they're not doing it, someone else is, as we've seen over and over again. The player who will go and grab that drum gun or grab the boom bow or get control of one of those mythic POIs, grab a weapon, and then just go start running at people.
Yeah, dude. Well, obviously the FNCS Invitational has been super fun, but we want to take a moment and talk about limited time test events, and to do that, we're going to go back over to Sundown to give us the lowdown.
Yeah, so one thing we want to talk about, and continuing with our trend of our updates from the roadmap from FN Competitive, you guys can drop us a follow there at FN Competitive on Twitter, our limited test events. These competitions focus on testing new tournament ideas and game modes and further defining what is possible for the future of Fortnite competitive events. We've already seen during the Love and War event, Search and Destroy, as well as Operation Knockout, have events ran in tournaments that were played for them that had a lot of participation, including players who had never engaged with the tournament before. In the future, we plan to continue trying out these modes and other modes, such as box fights and capture the flag. Is there something that you want to see checking out in your competitive vision? Build it in creative. Your feedback can influence our approach to the futures of events, and we want to hear from you, so make sure you give us your feedback.
There you go. Thank you, Sundown, for that rundown. Now, of course, for everyone tuning in, we probably want to go ahead and detail how the broadcast is going to be run in case you're tuning in for the first time. First off, hope you had a great day. It's great to have you. Now, really quickly, we'll talk about the format. If you've not been keeping up, it's a little bit different than what we've seen on broadcasts before, but it's very similar offshoot to the Cash Cup styles we have, just slightly tweaked, right, Shayo?
Yeah, so basically now placement starts to get handed out all the way starting at 75th place. It's kind of given in increments all the way through the 50th, then ramps up again all the way to 40th. You can see the different incrementations. Once you hit that top 10, then every single placement after that, you gain a lot of points all the way till that victory royale. Then each elimination, that's been buffed up as well to match 4 points, and we've seen the result of that with an aggressive play for these top prize pools after the fact.
And now you can see here's the regional prizing. Now this is for the entirety of the prizing on the line. Don't forget this weekend that there is no money on the comes to Oh, apologies there, my microphone cut out for a second. This is the regional prizing across all of the groups here. You can see this whiz the prizing for all 4 of the next weeks. This weekend, there is no prizing on the line. They're just competing for a spot in that top 600. Now, an important thing to note, the victors in NA East and in Europe will be walking away with $100,000 and $120,000. So the top spot, if you're that very top dog, I mean, you're claiming not only bragging rights, not only beating up on all of those guys who potentially had that FNCS champion axe, but you're walking away with a nice prize as well.
You love to see it. Now, of course, we can't wait to get into games. A couple notes before we do. Don't forget, this is pretty much going to be it, the last segment of the broadcast. We're going to be taking a look at NA East games. Now, if you guys also want to keep up to date on what's going on with Fortnite Competitive, head on over to Twitter at FN Competitive. Give it a follow. We'll post all kinds of updates there. But of course, I know what you want, games. So let's go ahead and hand it over to Shy Wager and Sundown to take us in.
Beep, beep. Let's get on the bus. Let's drop on in. NA East kicking off, and right away we already see we started Europe with a pickaxe fight. Instead, it's a 50-50, and Mini is going to take out that Liquid player right there. Probably not an actual one. With that being said, Mini now on one of those scavenger routes that have become so popular. I believe this one is just outside of Steamy Stacks. Yes, trying to work around, trying to get one of those initial chests and then finding their own space. Looks like somebody else already hit that slurp truck, though, and took it away.
I mean, I think slurp trucks are finally being looked at fast in order for people to get aggressive into boxes quick as well. I was just about to talk about exactly how this region is going to delve down in terms of aggressiveness for day 2, just because we've seen in Europe that drum gun agency. Instantly, we go from a 98-player lobby down to maybe 80, 70. So far, though, it's been a little bit of a balance coming all the way down. There's just about 87 people already left alive. We're going to be looking at Steamy Stacks. People who are landing around here won't have the same speed when it comes to getting into a fight. The trek to find someone else might be slightly longer. That being said, if you look at Mini's perspective, once he does have his target set, his eyes locked, that fight will start just like any other POI or place on the map.
Yeah, and I think this fight's only going to end one way. Vork P here, not necessarily in a good shot. Mini getting the high ground right away. Destructed through that zone because he had already tried to mine through it. Doesn't look like, yeah, like I thought, only sitting on the tac shotgun, so super unfortunate early route. And this is one of the dangers if you do get aggressive on a scavenger route before you're able to kind of hit multiple chests. Sometimes one chest, this is what you get out of it, and that's not a whole lot, Shy. You don't want to go into a fight with just a great tac and a fishing rod. Your options are extremely limited. Here comes the box fight, though, against it. Can he win it? And no, missing a crucial shot. Mini now picking up 2 elims very early, and all of a sudden, he's in a pretty good spot, and a player trying to aggress down here. 35, 34, both shield tags, and honestly, I assume he tries to track him down.
Yeah, Mini's looking for a really big game here right now, and at Steamy Stacks, if he's kind of patrolling the outskirts, there's not too many contingencies that a lot of these guys on these loot routes can have. We saw Yorkie right there just backed up against the wall, can't really go towards Steamy because there's already people there all the way up at silos. He can't go towards the bottom because it's a huge hill that you need mats to climb, which he does not have, especially while getting pressure. So if he just baits his prey to be in these big positions, in a positions where your back is up against the wall, he can come in, claim that elimination, and then move on to the next pick time and time afterwards. So 2 right now, 2 more people available in front of him. Add those together, I think he's going to be leaving here with 4 eliminations if he plays this right, and he does. It's the first pick onto Junior. He gets taken out right afterwards. A little bit of a skip there just based off of that boost from Steamy Stacks. He's going to use that sound to kind of play around with what his game plan is going to be. The other person in the box can only hear him going up, not exactly picking up the loot or rapping on his walls. He's going to continue to just kind of fly out instead of taking off that next fight. Maybe look for someone else in a more shambles position, another scavenger loadout area. Even skipping over a 1v1 he can take over at the bridge to possibly just go over for a third party. That's going to be a good idea. Going to be an easier place to take a fight.
I mean, dropping in right as this fight gets in a resolution, not giving the player enough time. However, a heavy pump coming out is going to force him off for a second, and then the other shots coming in. You notice, look down that bottom right-hand corner. There might only be 64 players left, but 6 of them are right on top of each other within shooting distance here. And Mini is all of a sudden in serious trouble. Shuffle not picking up the elim, but does benefit from all the loot. It was Nico Pique on the other side. You can check him out. He's streaming over there. Picking up a nice elim, getting his turn on in the opens, trying to make a name for himself, and you see him rotating away, not wanting anything to do with Shuffle, saying, hey, I got that quick little elim, cost me a couple medium bullets, gonna go somewhere else now, as Flex is in a tough position.
Yeah, right now I'm looking at people actually not going crazy about getting into boxes too fast, actually picking fights that suit them a little bit better for their loadout, for their position. And this might just be the turntable actually for NA East at least, where people are finally trying to just take fights that seem a little bit more calm, a little bit more organized. Could that be because they don't have that mythic drum gun in their inventory? I mean, every fight we've seen so far has just been with tacs and ARs. You have to be a little bit more tactical. You don't have 40 bullets to just shove into someone's face.
Yeah, it makes it really, really, really difficult, particularly when you're going around and trying to find out these fights as we shuffle back on over to Shuffle, who is now hunting prey and just, putting that epic AR that he got gifted over from the fight to work, not even giving Crypt enough time to react, mowing him down and just eliminating right away. That's a tough way to start off for Crypt, but Shuffle has to feel good. He's going to be getting into a rhythm here now, has a flopper, has 6 minis as well, and honestly, the only thing he could really be looking for here is a shotgun upgrade, which he now has the option. One of my favorite additions to Fortnite Chapter 2 are the upgrade benches, because I think you're allowed to then eliminate an additional layer of the RNG, where you can be like, okay, I know I can play for X amount of materials and get the gun I need to be able to move forward the rest of the game with. As now we swap on over to Elite Jackson, who's taking a fight here just outside of Misty Meadows with a decent amount of kit, however, gets traded back out, not having his shotgun out there, a little bit of a flub, and only the 1 mini to get up to what is now 125 effective HP.
He's looking for a second elimination here. If he tries to get it, if he needs that effective HP so bad, it can come at a cost. And afterwards as well, even capitalizing on it, which he tries to do, doesn't happen. It'll make these people then fall into a rhythm where they could actually stumble on the beat, because we saw the way Mini was walking. He had a lot of confidence. If you kind of go over your boundaries, you can get into positions where you're just reaching for more than you can grab, get taken out prematurely, completely out of the game. Right now, though, Fidhuhari all the way up here in his wood brick base. We'll see it on a different perspective across the shores of Misty Meadows near Lazy Lake. Another big fight breaking out. We see a lot of these 300 material fights where people want to cover every single portion of the ground, get as much piece control, but if you become over cumbersome, if you try to control too much at once, it might be too costly of a fight. Even with just the points of elimination, you could be hindering the rest of your performance just by investing so much early on.
Yeah, and you can see now already when you're looking down at the toolbar there, you can see the number of builds available to him. He has 1 elimination, and then just below that is the 53, which is about 1/3 of the maximum. Players can have up to 150 builds at a time. And generally, after the initial farming phase, they rely on refreshing, eliminating another player and picking up their supply in order to top off, because you don't often get a ton of room to farm resources as you're rotating around the map. That's why I can say players get hyper-aggressive once they've committed to a fight, and a nice little top off there, getting the elimination for 4 points, and an additional about 38 mats from that, and as well as his choice from a heavy sniper and the rest of a loadout. So putting him in a good spot as we shuffle back on over to Shuffle.
Throw it back for the 2-time. Right now we see the perspective of the hunted so far, the prey, who's not aware of exactly who is around and behind him. It'll be Dark Pat looking for a place to kind of survive in the zone, but Frenzy Farm usually in team modes is a place where everyone comes together trying to get a reboot. Right now, it'll be the place where a lot of people are looking to just survive, re-thrive again. There's a bunch of campfires around to get your health back up. Shuffle doesn't want anything to do with that. When he gets in zone, his refreshes, his health pool is going to be there and topped off by eliminations that he gets in these big box fights that don't actually go too high. He controls them. You can see the pyramid stopping the Dimmadome, the classic build fight strat we don't see too much of because fights get so complicated and predicted, but when you have this big skill disparity between Shuffle and the competition, they can end fast. You can use these classic strategies.
And that's what's really cool to see when you're able to see players kind of express their knowledge of the game. Yes, you don't always get to break it out, but when you have the opportunity to, and it gives you an advantage of a fight, and then you're able to execute on it, it's just fun to watch. I'm a big fan of it because, like, watching people learn those and practicing through, you know when you're able to take a skill and incorporate it into your own gameplay. You know that player has drilled that and practiced that so many times, made sure they like swapped over their pyramid bind when they found out that was a helpful thing to do. And some good shots coming out right now as Blackhawk has now turned into the hunted one. He's just going to hop on the boat and try and rotate right on out. Shuffle still trading back, sitting now currently with the 16 elimination points plus 2 for the placements. The next placement threshold will come in at 40. Remember, it is every 10 players eliminated is equal to a point up until you get into the top 20. Then it becomes every 5 is 2 points. So you definitely want to aim for that top 20. But so far, the story today has been all about aggression as we see another PG-style fight coming out.
And it's unique aggression as well. One thing to take note on in this format, at least in these lobbies and with Shuffle, is look at when he actually does damage and how long the fight lasts after that. Usually ended in quick succession against people that have a big skill disparity against him. Now the word to kind of put all that into effect is efficiency. He's really good at getting that damage down, getting into a position where he can end a fight immediately and not get put in a position where it's prolonged. When that happens, you get a moment like this where it's two people, similar skill, in the same box. They end up going to a 50-50, and when someone has the drum gun, doesn't matter how much momentum you have, doesn't matter how many times you tune into Shuffle, he gets skipped and moved out. Rinks now is the new king, and he has the gun to fit the crown.
All right, I'm going to take a count now. We're going to start counting from now on NAEs, and I want people to count with us, right? How many times do people opt into pushing and fighting a drum gun when they know it's there? That's one. I just want to see how many people are deciding to take a fight against this weapon over the course of the broadcast, because I think as soon as you hear it, you automatically need to go defensive against it. I think trying to win an offensive fight against a drum gun is very, very, very often in an equal skill situation not a winning proposition.
I mean, you have limited options though, right? Like even in the position that Shuffle was in, knowing that the drum gun's there, having an advantage of getting the first shot off in a 50-50 situation. The fact that he missed, I think, was the issue, not so that, he played a little bit too offensively. The thing with the drum gun is it offers so much room for error for the person using it. Even if you miss the first few shots, you can follow up and connect the next 8. If you have a pump and you're defending against it, if you have an opening, you have to hit that shot or it's basically over for you.
Yeah, but I think with it, I also don't think you need to force the fight, right? I think that's more so what it comes down to. As soon as you're in that situation with the zone coming through, with all the tools he had, just leave, man. Just leave. Let somebody else go deal with that problem. Create a distance, though, because he doesn't have a first shot accuracy weapon, and just disengage. He had more than enough opportunities to, but again, the tale of the day has not been disengaging gracefully from fights and going to zone. It has been, let me slam my head into this brick over and over again until one of us is no longer playing.
Now, whether it's a stair or a wall, that's kind of been the theme we've seen time and time again. And then this is also one of my favorite themes in a game where, at least for the zone, Weeping Woods, which is a kind of barrier for a lot of different relationships people have mid to end game when it comes to height versus low ground, when it comes to aggressive box fights. Everything's a little bit more secluded, a little bit more isolated, and you get moments like these where third parties become a little bit easier. No one can really focus you. Right now, Twexo not even building around him, pushing the edge of the zone, which if you were doing at Frenzy Farms might be kind of foolish. If you're in this position in the woods, you never know what to expect in the shade and in the shadows. You can just have any fight you please. Metal walls, doesn't matter. This is what Sundown was talking about. A head straight through, right past the stairs, the left side hook, and it's a punch straight to the face. Twexo gets his 5th elimination, and he is on a roll.
Yeah, and I think that as soon as you hear somebody using a bandage cannon, even if it's just topping off, you know automatically that 2 of their resources are eaten up to top off their health pool there, and they're not necessarily in the best of shape. Honestly, I've seen it particularly in a lot of the higher level games as well. You hear that, people will push it every single time. People will push a bandage cannon if you start bringing it out. You're almost better off not using it in some of those circumstances, or at least waiting it out until you're 100% that you're not just going to get run at while you have it out, because it also has one of the longer swap times. So again, I think that's kind of one of those items you want to really consider running when you're in solos.
Especially with the 2 slots, which is one of the things where it might just be the only heal you have. You're right though, edge zone, using it there might be a problem, especially after finishing a fight. if you're using it in an instance like this, it's really nice, but at the same time, you'll notice Twexo, if there's anyone else kind of stationary, thinking about even using a bandage cannon, fully shielded, thinking about their next move, if you're not protected, if you're in those situations, you get shot like you just saw there. Now he's going to be edge zone, barreling out anyone else coming in from the back, but we can see from the minimap that no one's going to be there. Everyone's already in the zone. That means he's going to have a few limited options, but at the same time, better ones of basing up on people. The question is, what will he pick, and where will the zone go next?
That's all he's waiting for, trying to see where that zone closes. The third one coming in right now. And honestly, I think this lobby is one of the denser ones we've seen so far, considering the amount of aggressions we've had today. I know the last one in EU ended up being like a 28-person fifth zone as well. So to see one of the early matches being a little denser, I kind of anticipate that people are feeling the pressure from yesterday. Maybe some people were playing fast and loose, and maybe some of those Sharks aren't quite having as much of a time. Again, we are just looking at the first game, but we're seeing people a little more central in zone, not quite necessarily engaged in fights, a little more boxed up. And honestly, I'm a little surprised. I was expecting a solid amount more aggression, and I would have anticipated more people going down at this point.
I mean, a happy surprise for me, because when we look at this level of competition, right, the open qualifier level of people trying to grind for the top, you see some of the most unique plays and clutches. I'm thinking about Clement and Kaizen, who we know are still very good players, at the same time didn't really get their big play debut in duos, the big touchdown moment all the way from up top. I'm thinking about people in open scrims as well, looking for big moments to clutch out the ends of the games. It's not the most traditional things you see. And when it's stacked like this, I know it's just 30 people, but if they're not going to be moving, not engaging, it'll stay stacked. You're going to have those moments happen time and time again.
And you just don't want to end up in one of those situations. Honestly, you need to be, like we talked about, look at the point format. As soon as you start getting into that top 20, you get additional points every time you start getting the 2 points with each one of those ticks. It's every 5 players. Somebody else out there is doing the sharking. It's happening every time. If you consistently are able to play for placement. There's another player that Bala ended up bringing up who was able to perform incredibly well on EU yesterday, just banking in for placement and relying on the fact that pretty much every single game somebody out there was eliminating close to 15 or 20% of the lobby and just going for broke. And if you can avoid that Shark player and know that they're not out there, and sometimes it is the player from the Shark, sometimes it's the player from the agency, they're the ones who more often than not are able to aggress on the rest of the lobby. But the placement points, they'll stick, and if you can get them through the 10 games, it ends up adding up as Rinks just rolls over traps, and we have our top 30.
Yeah, you have to find a delicate balance. And right now there is a little bit of discord and all the tranquility on the server, because there's been 30 people alive for the longest time, all up in their boxes. Rinks is the only one actually moving around, actively searching for someone, no matter how hard they try to disengage. I feel like that individual right there heard your call, Sundown, to hear the drum gun, see it, move away. It still wasn't enough. He went all the way low and tried to still expand out. No one's on the side of where Rinks is. He picked one of the best places to hit that W key, and he did not stop. Gets his third elimination, and now is still moving forward to find more. Not in zone just yet, but we talked about the options of moving in yet, or in moving in late. When you do this, you'll get above a lot of people and have more say on beams, especially for launch patterns around you, and at the same time save a lot of materials, because you won't have to actually expand a tarp. You'll just have to use one-off builds for movement and getting above people.
And you can already see now that half and half is revealed. We are over by Weeping Woods, and there's a lot of players who are going to need to rotate in here. Rinks is in a phenomenal position just on the outside of the zone, has a first shot accuracy weapon to supplement the drum gun's weakness of not being able to really hit those longer range targets. Having that epic AR is going to benefit him so much here. He has the 2 big pots. Like, he's the only thing he's really hurting on right now is materials. He's at 50% of his available source, so he's not going to be able to really hard hold the high ground. However, Cascade dropping on top of Mink here might give him the opportunity to just work top down on both of them with the drum gun, and it could result into an easy double in the refresher that he'll need. However, we need to pay attention to what he decides to do here, as Cascade is going to start gatekeeping here.
Yeah, and Cascade's a name that we have seen before in multiple different open qualifiers as well, so he's no stranger to this type of pressure and format. We talk about getting a quick elim. He swapped off and just missed PK, who we saw way earlier on, not from a drum gun this time, but from an AR, getting picked up on this rotation. Sometimes really hard to get a pick, but must have been a launch pattern. Now, the last 2 eliminations in the lobby have all been to Rinks, so I'm wondering how many more he's going to have from this position, because now he just has 4. Refreshes, though, 100% he does need Sundown, and that gun, the drum, a material magnet, not only from just the bullets rattling on everyone's cages, but getting those refreshes afterwards as well. You're absolutely right. I can only expect who he's going to choose first. It might be this person on the left playing for zone. Right now, he stays up, looks for AR beams first.
Honestly, like, I don't think he needs a refresher anymore. He has a launch pad. He pulled zone. He can just high ground here. Yeah, he just connects to that past high ground over there. This is all the builds he's going to need to use. And then he's good. And then just wait and late launches. As long as he can keep this high ground right here, like, he can burn as much as he needs. You can see BG Certified just gets cut off right away and gives it up. Rinks taking it away, but the key here, because he got challenged for high ground, that's all time. He hasn't spent rifling or spraying somebody with a drum gun. And if he's not doing that, he's not converting on elims. And all of these people who are all of a sudden in a much worse position than him have taken that zip line that runs straight across the zone or taken their emergency launch pads while he wasn't looking. He did 0 damage, and now he has 38 builds to try and get across with people behind him on the high ground. Like, he's gone from in a great spot to kind of an awkward position. He's going to have to launch pad here shortly or connect over in a drop down. Like, I don't know. I wasn't a fan of that choice by him.
I mean, it was kind of a duel of fates over a lava pit because there was a grappler gun on the other side of the person trying to take height. So I understand the overbuild, kind of put in a very bad position, could have burned himself off, but luckily survives with minimal damage. And you talk about a bad position, a mediocre moment, although he doesn't get a big refresh off of that elimination. At the same time, he picks up another point, and a fast one at that, a record-breaking, probably just 1 second mid-air elim with the drum. And Launchpad's all the way to height to actually use his last mat for pressure. Although doesn't find anything off of it. That's another interesting decision. Rinks is playing very aggressively right now.
Yeah, and honestly, I thought he was going to launch pad and then try and find the builds from the player he coned off. And then he opted to go for height and try and take that refresher. But as you said, he only had 2 builds. That was his last build right there. Now he has 0. What does he run around with? What is the weapon of choice? You'd think it would be that mythic drum gun, but instead, swapping over to the AR, trying to maximize the amount of ammo because he needs to get a reload off on that drum gun. Does have a long time. Start spraying it off there. Let's take a look at the rest of the lobby as Ben does go down to Rinks and that drum gun again. Now on the middle tarp, misses the pump shot, follows up 2 ticks, knows he can clean it up with the pump when he sees the white, gets it off so he can finish the reload, and then... Okay, I was about to say, it looks like he wanted the tack, but accidentally dropped the drum gun and then just stuck with it. Little bit of a flub there, so gonna have to stick with the pump, and it honestly cost him. Just bad decision making there, wrong weapon swaps, and then panicked a little bit. Hop on board with Minx on the high ground.
Yeah, a little bit of oversaturation of emotions right there. He couldn't actually have any sense of what was going on around him. But that's okay, because still, a good game, nice placements, top 10, and a lot of eliminations. We'll see, though, who can wrap up the rest of the competition. 5 total people left alive, Mink all the way up on height with 3 himself. And we can see a vertical, everyone just holding off their own zones, a vertical zone right here where every single layer is claimed by someone else. Still, though, to get to that point, you have to get an investment. Mink, for height at least, the hardest zone to hold, or the hardest layer to hold, is going to be investing a lot with just about 80 materials left, now up to 100, farming out a full tree, which is very good. Gets 2 for 1, actually, in the end game. And has to expand here, looking for something. But with 3 floppers, might be able to play the heal game. I just don't think he'll have enough mats to make it all the way till the end. Tink, though, all the way down below, or TNTKE, is getting all these elims. No waterfall available from Mink. He has the surprise drop down, though, and the floppers to hopefully get back up and hold this lead.
And now it's a 1v1 down to the end. Rockets coming up, dropping down to the level. Only 4 more builds and 4 elims here to close out the first match we're watching on NAE. And it's as simple as the Kuna stare edit. Flip it back over, force him to drop down in front of you. And honestly, it's a tough shot to miss once you get that little edit flick back. It's a hard skill to get down, but then once you have it, it's like riding a bike every time. Boop.
Yeah, for sure, man. There for a moment, I was thinking, like, we watched that player drop the grappler. That's such a like tempting thing to grab, but like right there when you know it's a 1v1 and the space is already tight, like I'm hoping they don't grab it. They didn't, and like you said, they just came out with a Kuna flick. It was over, said and done. First game down there for NA East. What do you think, Shio? I feel like it was maybe a little bit more explosive than yesterday's performance. Maybe people, you know, I do still see though a lot of first game jitters.
I think it was an early explosion, if anything. These games now are kind of getting very calm towards that last 1v1, whereas the previous tournaments we've seen before, you know, it's hyper action, everyone just following one after the other. Nowadays, it's about watching the person with the drum gun first in mid-game get that hyper explosive action out of the way first, then have that calm 1v1 at the end. So it's a different kind of both casting experience and viewing experience as well, to watch the smartness played all the way at the end, and then the chaos played a little bit in that middle first.
Right. So now, do you think we should expect NA East to pick up at all? Especially like now that we only have basically another 10 games for these players to try and make up points from yesterday. Like, do you think we're going to see a little bit more aggro out of these players? Do you think they're just going to just play it per normal?
I mean,
I think it's going to depend, like, over the course of the day, right? Like, I think at first, like, everyone's going to see, all right, how aggressive can I be? And then after you get eliminated a couple games, or you have your good games, like, if you get eliminated, you're like, okay, I got to, like, now slow it down. Like, I got to make my games count. I only have X many games left. Whereas if you're successful in your first couple games, you're just rolling, you're going to stick with whatever strategy is working for you. So I think probably after the next game we watch, we'll start to see a little bit of those thicker circles, because people will have had their first couple games to get out and we'll know where people are at. But then after that, who knows? The back half of an NA East Open competition, we've never seen people 20 games in and what they decide to do. Sometimes people just, as we saw in AU, we had 9 people left in a 5th zone. So it could go anywhere, man.
Shai, I think you were going to say something before. What did you want to add to that?
I mean, Sundown kind of wrapped it up. It was the exact same thing I was going to say. It's just the way that the aggro things work, especially over 20 games. It's going to be something to watch, and it's something that, you know, NA East desperately gets to at the end of the final cycle of games.
All right, okay. Well, you know, obviously the battle bus is being prepared as we get ready for the next set of games. For everyone viewing, thank you guys so much for taking time out of your day to come hang out with us as we watch the FNCS Invitational. This is the open qualifier round. This is day number 2 of week 1, so that means the top 100 or so players from every region will move on to next week, where some of the invited players that have made it to previous FNCS grand finals are waiting for these guys to come up and start their game. So the competition is gonna definitely be heating up next weekend, and I really hope to see, and I expect NA East to kind of pick up. Like, my heart of hearts just says, like, look, NA East is going to switch it around, right, Shia? They're going to say, like, you know what? We got to put on a show. We got to make up for what we're missing. Let's just full send it. Let's hop into some boxes. That's what I'm hoping for, Shia.
You're hoping for box hopping. I'm hoping for, hopefully, one of these stacker end games to finally show up at the very, very end and have, like, a huge... the one thing I want to see that I'm kind of missing, and I normally would never say this, is Storm Surge, because I don't think I've seen it personally while casting so far just yet. Usually you don't want to see it because sometimes people don't track it properly. They end up getting eliminated by the server. I'd usually like to watch a fight happen, but we'll see what happens today. It might get a little bit aggressive, might be more passive as well, Zeke.
That's right. Well, gentlemen, the next game is ready, so hop on the battle bus. Take us in.
And we're hopping right on in with VMS Unknown, currently sitting at the 0 points right now. You can see that on the left-hand side, as he's going to be right around retail row. You can see the player directly underneath him, and honestly, that's it. So retail not even being split from either side, so needs to be careful. Should know there's a player right there. The stair forcing him in. That's an easy one. That was free. Well, and your feet stank? No, your feet stank. Go wash them while you're in the lobby.
He got a whiff of them when he was stuck in the air right there for a hot second, so appropriate name for an appropriate elimination. Slightly inappropriate, actually, as well. Who knows? But GOG Rainey here is going to be split off, I think, in the orchard with his other enemy. We'll tune right back into retail row, where I think for the first time, Sundown, at least us watching, is uncontested. We talked about the split before. This time, Unknown has it all to himself.
He does have it all to himself, which, like we talked about, wasn't a split. Getting the early elim and then having it there, that's a lot of chess and early access, as well as a relatively free rotation in most circumstances. There's plenty of rivers you're able to move around there, and he's going to be happy with that. Now as we swing on over to GWDCole, also looking to get on the board here as he picks up, ooh, that's, I would say, almost unfortunate to waste so much luck on getting double epic pumps, since it's really, you can only run one of them. The days of double pump have long been gone.
Hey, but the one thing that we did see last game that I wanted to touch on, which could be something that this double pump can offer, is when you run the drum gun and a golden scar or even a mythic one, you have the opportunity to have 2 clips. You talk about the ways to kind of battle a mythic scar or a drum gun. It's about counting those bullets and then prepping for a crossfire or a counter. But when you have 30 more, when you have 40 more with another drum, with another mythic scar or a golden scar, it's something you can't expect. It's extra ammunition. If this man Sebs shoots 5 more pumps and then has 5 extra ones to offer afterwards, or GWDCole actually, my apologies, it could be something you don't expect. At the same time, I feel like he's just hoarding a little bit of loot so someone else behind him can't follow through. And if he actually keeps up like this, I actually wouldn't mind seeing a 10 pump loadout go out. No, it'll be a double met kit. He's going to be good. He's going to move out, leaving it way up high in the sky and hard to get for anyone else looking to use it endgame.
Can we just talk about how he burned a launch pad to go push somebody else and basically PG them in the middle of the Frenzy, just super casually, just right out the early game. He was like, "No, this is the play right now." Just immediately puts down a launch pad, goes swings over to the other side, and has just a straight 1v1 battle. Like, all right, I guess if that's how we're doing it today, that's how we're doing it. You can see Unknown has picked up his elim, as well as the first placement point coming through for that top 75 threshold. Again, for those of you who are just joining us, it's the open portion of the FNCS Invitational. The format, each elimination is worth 4 points, then top 75, top 50 get a point, then every 10 players up until top 20 is an additional point, and then we start getting weird from there. It's +2 for every 5, and then an increased amount for the top 10. So really, you want to be playing for those top 20 placements and maximize your eliminations if you're going to end up towards the top. But we've been seeing players be successful in both manners. Players who are able to consistently play for late games and getting those top 5 results are placing inside the top 100. It happened both in NA East, more commonly in NA East than it was in NA West, or in Europe, excuse me, which we were watching earlier on both the days. So honestly, I would expect to see a little bit more denser endgames, particularly compared to Europe today, where I don't think it can get any more sparse than that.
Yeah, and that sparsity is just due to action because of that format, right? The 3 numbers, once again, to pay attention to are 75, then 50, and then more, just 10 increments after that. Usually everyone's just concerned with top 25, but when you're so close to these numbers, you want to just get to the next one. You want to get to the next threshold ASAP, and if you have a mythic drum gun like Wizard of Jars does, you just want to get right in those boxes and make those numbers appear faster. Right now, possibly going for a fight. He's heard someone over here place the build. He hears the turret as well. Give call to that. Someone's trying to access that vault or be around it. Right here might actually meet his match and maker, but no. Blocks it off with the stairs. Has actually double layered protection to hide behind. And with creative edits, might find a way through, but has to break and pickaxe first. There's a door, only 2 ways to enter, either through the grate. This way will be a little bit better. A big 200 pump. I think the first that we've seen. A lot of 180s here today and yesterday, but this one was the full damage knocker, and he gets that individual straight out of the game.
That was super well played by Wizard of Jars. I will give him that. That was a very well played fight. I'm not sure. I'm going to just give him the benefit of the doubt that the ramp he placed on the other side to block that player off was intentional. And just say that he was an actual wizard there. But now you can see Unknown trying to preset a cone and get some piece control around this player, force him out. Now this spot is actually my favorite solo drop spot, landing on the area around there. There's 3 chests in that house, as well as a bunch of chests up top and then easy access to the canyon. But right now they're just PGing on top of it, and you can see in the bottom right hand corner that the build fight going on is attracting a lot of attention. They're going to get shot down from a lot of these other places very, very, very quickly. There's 1 player heading in and another player just outside on the rotation. However, they apparently have enough time to keep going to the skies right now, as Terra Mulan, I want to say, is trying to get an angle. Doesn't have a shotgun going, with just the straight SMG and the harpoon gun, and Unknown makes him pay.
Yeah, it's a silent SMG as well, so that fire rate's going to be a lot lower not the same one you've seen from previous seasons, and not one we actually see picked up and used in this format, in this meta a lot. But if you have a gun and you need to use it, you may as well get one that can actually operate at close range as much as the shotgun can. Right now, Icy in a fight of his own gets a very nice cone, but it's blocked off and escaped with a side jump. Now elevated, the fight slows down slightly, and Icy misses a few base ups with his own builds, but it doesn't matter when he can just sneak right through. He gets a quick pick at Frenzy Farms. There's still a few people left around, but it's Icy that has the God Loot right now from 2 different POIs available to him to pick and choose from.
And Giaquatic is the only one who is lurking nearby. It doesn't look like he's even remotely threatening to him right now. As we swap back on over to Unknown, just passing through. You can see there is another player directly in front of him, looking to line it up, hits the first 30 tag, waiting for that first shot accuracy. Remember, you have to be standing completely still, then it resets and you're able to try and control the rest of your shots or battle that bloom through. Now Unknown passing through, able to hit the first, hit the second, and well done there. Villet goes down, and Unknown continuing his streak of just eliminating opponents and only 5 away from that next placement point. So doing a pretty good job so far.
He's definitely being realized and recognized by the entire lobby, especially in that elimination feed, because he's been lighting it up time and time again, at least early in mid-game. At this area, too, can prove so much of a disaster if he keeps continuing, because there's so many people on their own scavenger loot paths with less ammo, with a more defensive, passive playstyle. You saw him just easily break through both a wall and stair, even without any phase techniques. Right now, Tension will try the same thing, but be trapped in a cone doesn't matter. With the SMG to lead, he can just weaken his opponent, Chaos, and then take him right out of the game with a nice aimed pump, especially from a vertical angle. It'll usually hit the head based on where your crosshair is going to be looking. So Tension gets that one, gets out, and at the bridge things seem a little bit more calm, but there's another Agent of Chaos walking straight by, and he might just have some revenge for his old partner in crime as well, who was just at the bridge.
Yeah, and honestly, that spot was super tough. He had a wall pin, and he was like sliding down the corner. And when you're in that animation, you have your back to a wall, it's really hard to hit any shots. I don't think you're going to win that fight against an SMG flying into your box. Tension RR proving good to his name there and pushing on in. Ends up with the legendary tack as well as an epic heavy sniper if he wants to continue this. Here's Agent Chaos though, trying to set a bait for him, gets a couple of AR sprays off there. That's 235 tags, but no immediate follow-up in. Agent Chaos looking to be the Agent of Chaos here, because that's a real interesting ambush. Looks like he's getting baited around a little bit here. Shots coming through, it just gets eaten. Tension looking like the significantly better player in that situation, able to clean it up. And also notice how, I will give him the flack, he has RR in his name. He dropped the SMG for the legendary tac shotgun and floppers. So he has opted out of running it. And that's also the first time I've seen that in a while.
I mean, we're watching these ARs just be kind of the prominent thing when your shotgun ends up missing a little bit and you need some spam. So it's not the worst thing at the end of the day. You still have that 3 combo, but usually that SMG can get spread off for that heavy sniper, which Tension is running. We'll see Eclipse right above him might be the target of that snipe shot. Hopefully not, though, because I just want to get this game as stacked as possible. If that is the case, though, it'll be very good for Tension. 4 more points up to him and more placement, as now every time someone gets eliminated, there will be a point being handed out closer and closer. So we'll see how that moves and goes. Eclipse gets 1. We're now to 40. That's more handed out. Move to another bigger threshold. And suddenly, things are looking a little bit more calm on this side, but intense for the server.
Yeah, and honestly, like, carrying the heavy snipe there, busting through the wall, good decision, all that, but the mistake there is rotating on the lower ground. He had no vision up on the high ground, had no information on whether it could be there, and just causing yourself to get beamed there early is a poor choice. And that's why sometimes we talk about just how critical pathing can be. As Cause gets dropped down from Wizard of Jars, pushing forward here. And note how he's actually using the drum gun more so for piece control, and then trying to follow up with huge pumps, which we haven't necessarily seen as much here. But then the second the pump misses, right on back to old reliable, cleaning that one up there. So trying to make plays with both, and honestly doing well so far. Sitting on 3 elims, pushing himself into the top 40, and also has that Silence Epic AR, which is my personal favorite, but that's just from an informational perspective. As a great double edit, 100 pump comes out there, follows it up with a second 100 pump, and right now Wizard of Jars looks like he's playing a nice little shell game with everyone. moving them around, editing their pieces, manipulating them to be right where he wants them, and then landing shots with whatever he feels is most effective. The pump into the drum gun every time, sees the white, knows he can clean it up, wants to keep going forward.
Wow.
And again, I mean, dude, he's precise right now.
Yeah, he hasn't missed a single edit in the last 5, I don't think, or the last even 10 minutes that we've been watching him, especially in that early game. And at the same time, haven't tuned in with him for a bit, but he's still, once again, so good at understanding the ebb and flow of every single fight, of every single party available. Not sure if that was his Boomo actually clapping back to Nick, but he takes big damage down. And no, he has that mythic drum gun. There is someone close by who has that precise sniper available of 75 damage, a big shot. And Jars will see that this person boxed up in a wood base, not very good for him because he'll be right there to blow that house down. And once again, we talked about it, that drum gun being used to actually take away a lot of pressure the other person's accumulated. This time, his wall gets taken. He has a plan, though, for it. Actually misses the first edit. Good for him, though, because it was getting predicted. He kind of plays around with the idea of what this other player wants to do, and now kind of meeting his match here on someone that's giving enough pressure down with the speed of that AR as well. It feels like it looks like it's Sky's mythic AR. This could be both the Shark and the Agency finally having their duel once again.
Shark and the Agency with Rig right nearby, raining shots on in. And one thing to note, with the triple weapon loadout, no white heals coming through. But again, Wizard of Jars just hitting people with every single one of those pump shots. And now you'll see, he has the grappler in play, opting to drop his last big heal to go for a 3-weapon grappler loadout, going to work back over to a nice little supply cache he has over there. And this is scary. This is very, very, very scary. Like, I don't... And yep, he goes back to an old...
I mean, we can talk about, like... Yeah, like, when it comes to solos, like, one thing is you kind of have 5 inventory slots. Right now, Jars is operating with about 15 to 25 because he has so many people taken out around him. And now he's just searching, heat-seeking for more, finds one straight in his eyes and his smell and his nose and targets. He's looking for anything to end this fight quickly. Gets so many pieces already, forces a launch pad. Will he chase? No, goes for beams first, doesn't connect, doesn't matter. He's right back at home in the Agency, probably controls a lot of boxes here, and doesn't even care about who he's hunting first. He goes for someone else who's an easier target. In a base that's made all the way up, this player looks very passive, very scared already, escaping first. And I said before earlier on, when it comes to having a drum and a mythic scar in your inventory, you can never expect when to clap back. 70 total bullets shooting at you. It's overwhelming. Sly goes down, and Jars right now is up top with the clairvoyance to see exactly where everyone is and the decision making to take them out.
So the one thing we talk about, right, is how each one of these weapons, like, what are their strengths, what are their weaknesses, and how do you kind of accommodate for them within the loadout. Literally, the only weakness in Wizard of Jars loadout right now is that he doesn't have white heals or a big shield. In terms of aggressiveness and rotation and all that, he's sitting on 3 of the mythic items, 2 of Sky's and the drum gun. Sky's AR plus the drum gun from Midas enables you to have so much rate of fire and box pressure. Additionally, when somebody tries to disengage, as you saw before, you're able to try and take shots at him in the air. He has an epic pump he's sitting on. The only way you really deal with this guy right now is if you heavy snipe him. Like, you don't want to fight him. He's sitting on everything, and when somebody gets their hands on that much of the mythic loot, in all reality, you just want to end up not as his target.
I mean, this is one of the good ways to deal with it, kind of get mysterious as to what base you want to make, but I feel like this is just a safe way to expand closer to the zone is exactly what Risk is doing. But you talked about the things he's missing in his loadout. I think the only thing is instant explosion with an RPG or a heavy sniper, but it really doesn't matter when you have this much power into every other stat line when it comes to rate of fire, when it comes to pressure, when it comes to close range. You don't need an RPG, you don't need a heavy sniper at all. You have other options.
When we talk about other options, you can see VI Max or 6 Max or VI Max, however you want to call it. Max sitting here with the fully loaded boom bow right now, sitting on an uncommon tac shotgun and the epic AR, trying to fight against this drum gun. We've honestly seen him kind of defer more to the pump and going for the big pump shots, which could be a mistake here if he ends up too close and ending up in a swap fight against the TAC. The TAC can get off 2 shots before he can effectively get that swap out. That being said, has him pinned in, and he goes for it anyway. Doesn't get the second shot out. The big pump comes through into the swap, and it's just like, oh no. Oh no.
He's got an almost fully mythic loadout. I think the only thing he's missing right now is an extra minigun, which he could honestly put into this and use normally because it would fit. That drum gun is exactly what you need. We've seen people not even use shotguns today sometimes, just comboing the mythic scar with the drum. But this could be the first mythic loadout. Yeah.
Do you just win if you get all the mythic loadouts? Does the game just end? Like...
It's that classic 5-card combination that just ends games immediately. Pretty much.
It's that or the 25 elim streak, just everything together. It's like, nope, game's over, we're good, and might as well be that right now from Wizard of Jars as he's going forward. Alvis Riddle on the wall, but I can only imagine he's doing all the work with a pump. He's not even using any of the epic weapons. His pump shots have been so incredible this game, and you can see he's going to drop the boom bow just to leave it in there. Because the other thing he's doing incredibly well, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday, is what Saf and Zate became known for, and leaving stores and stores of weapons and other utility and stuff they could go back for and tunneling around it. He started here originally. Remember, the first weapon he had was that drum gun, so he owns a ton of these walls around him. As now we hop on board with Steeler fan JMG sitting on that epic pump, and he looks down, he sees that store, wants to pick that fight, thinking that's a good idea. I'm telling you that's not a good idea.
You can't afford it, man. Store it. The price is too high, too expensive. Trapping himself in his own cone, his own master there, and unfortunately because of that, he has rights to absolutely nothing right now. Wizard of Jars is taking him out. And then you look at his loadout as well. When it comes to looking at all these fights, especially at the individual that we saw who had the boombo originally, having a boombo and a medkit in your inventory, that's 2 items you can't use immediately and in close range don't work. Having minis, a pump, a drum gun, mythic scar, and a grappler, you can use all of those in a box fight over and over again. It's 5 active weapons versus almost everyone else's 2 or 3 in terms of utility as well. Those minis popped quick. Risk though takes out Tricky and now combines his loadout with another, has the opportunity for floppers as well. And right here we might see 2 big loadouts coming into clash. We've seen Risk play it out before as well. He's been playing these box fights very well, but Wizard of Jars is completely on a different level entirely compared to the rest of the lobby, and he's not too far away from where Risk actually is.
Yeah, and I mean, Risk is looking pretty unwashed right now. He's looking a little clean here. The story of the game has been the clean pump so far out of Risk, and coming on the other side, just all of the mythic gunplay. I mean, and both of them have decent stores of utility, and that's what you see players do in solo. However, he's going to have a choice to make here shortly. He does have 2 launch pads, so he's probably going to look to late rotate out here with 1, and then book.
What? That was sick. I've never seen that before.
It could have been sick if he had properly controlled his momentum, but instead it's going to put him in what should have been an awkward position out in the middle of nowhere. Instead, he third parties a fight on the end of the zone to push him into top 15 and into the next placement threshold. The next one we'll get is top 10, and then you have increasing placements after that. However, Wizard of Jars over there getting a little frisky, trying to disengage over there using the grappler. And note, too, that he got rid of Sky's mythic AR. It is gone, and he opted to pick up the floppers. He went back to one of those caches and says, hey, I don't need that first shot AR. I got Midas's drum gun, and I got this pump, which has been putting in more work than the drum gun for him. Normally you would say, hey, he has 11 elims in the drum gun. It's all drum gun. No, we saw what all drum gun looked like over in AU. Tabs made that very, very, very clear what that situation looked like. This has been just some great piece control out of Wizard of Jars, and almost like otherworldly ability to control the stuff around him and then push forward. And every single least good pump he's hit has been a 70. That's it.
Yeah. It's a complimentary item right now. I feel like the way he's actually playing is really good, and the drum gun's not the star of the show. It's the decisions he's making. because the one weakness of this entire loadout is trying to get closer where everyone is and have an impact to beam and control. But with that grappler, that void gets filled. He gets to say and have a say at any person's box, at any position he wants to be in. These are the moments, though, right now where he can't actually look back. He knows that. Being this far ahead, though, can drop down, get into a box fight, which is what he wants to do. And then once again, not actually going crazy right to the stairs and doing that hook strategy. He's staying back, as you said, Sundown, with that piece control, getting the pyramid in first and playing more tactically with one of the most aggressive weapons in the game. This combination is deadly, and I don't think anyone can stop it when it's used at this medium distance.
It's super interesting to see. Just like normally you would consider he would just keep running forward with the drum gun, right? But he's opting to switch to the pump, and it's paying off for him in each one of these circumstances. And even when he doesn't and he commits to the drum gun, he's used it already and his pressure with the pump to back the player off and to create enough space to where the drum gun is at arguably its most effective. When you're spraying it right at the person, you're not missing based off of like that reduced recoil because of the mythic weapon. And then he's just able to go through on a great take with the grappler into the pump on the high ground. We've talked about his pumps, we've seen his grapplers, we've seen the mythic control. The question is, can Wizard of Jars close it out? He has everything he needs. Will he just dive into the water? Will he grapple over the side? Tankus takes out T-Money, and this is the freest of free 15 bomb cleanup eliminations. Wizard of Jars just putting on a clinic there. Break out the fireworks, man.
Guys, that is what I wanted out of NA East. See, Wizard, when the battlefield was going and you didn't know what was gonna happen, he was the one that showed up on the white horse and gave me hope. Okay, I don't even know how at early game. Don't do that, Sundown. I don't know how early game he started to look like a mythic collector. He was like, look, I'm gonna complete the collection. I'm gonna go. If he had picked up the minigun there, I would have just lost my mind. What an unbelievable performance. I'm just baffled here, Shael. I don't even know what else I could say.
I mean, Wizard of Jars is definitely the loadout sorcerer of NA East, and I think the entire world right now in terms of what he picks and chooses to take, and then how he takes fights as well, because he doesn't let the drum gun control his destiny. He just includes it into his loadout and makes it complement his game style, which is something I don't think we've seen too much of before. We've kind of seen the same pattern of people using it to get into boxes, move past stairs. With him, it's his game, it's his name, and right now he's on top.
Goodness gracious. Well, of course, Fortnite fam, we have way more action to come. We have more games to cover. Now, of course, we are going to go to a short break. Stay tuned, though. You won't want to miss any of these games that are on the way. Now, of course, don't forget, FN Competitive. Go follow that over on Twitter. Now, of course, Fortnite fam, we're going to go top ourselves off with some minis, and we'll see you guys on the other side of this break. Welcome back to the FNCS Invitational. I'm your host, Zeke, and joining us, we've got Monster D-Face and Aussie Antics for the next set of games. Monster, listen, I mean, you saw it. I spoke it out. I said the only thing I want from NA East is some fireworks. And then Wizard of Jars rolled up in a carriage, and out the back, he released fireworks so we could all see. Did you see that coming? Did you see how I spoke it into existence?
No, you sure did. And not only that, he was so talented. Shy Wager put it best. He took the drum gun, he took the item, he took the loadout, and he made it a part of his playstyle. The way he was snatching walls, controlling pieces, and really hitting clean edits was one of the best usages of a mythic loadout that we've seen so far. Just flawless with it. It was so clean.
Man, if only he'd taken it that step further and gotten the minigun monster, he would have been completely blinged out, but it's okay. Maybe next time. Maybe Wizard will do it again. He'll say like, all right, guys, let me run it back, you know? Now, of course, Monster, what we do have to talk about is the standings for NA East. Now, the thing that I'm curious about is where someone like Wizard is on those standings right now. Who is it the person that is at the forefront right now? It looks like it's going to be big in YouTube at 102 points. Now, what I want to know is Wizard in top 30?
That is right. I mean, he's got it right here. He's definitely popping off. You see, the performance that we just watched is what propelled him up to the top 5 right now, and these are your players. These are the guys to look out for. And remember, it's about a cumulative of both days, right? So Wizard of Jars is only just now hitting our radar, Zeke. If he didn't do like kind of good yesterday, which I don't know, with a performance like that, he had to have did all right? That's the only way we're gonna see him next week.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I'm just still thrown away. I like thrown back, Monster, by that incredible performance from Wizard. Truly, I'm a person after my own heart, and I can't deny them my love, you know? We'll take a look here at the next set of points. So now what's interesting, Monsters, I did a little bit of looking in the old stats, and yesterday it was you needed to break 210 points to make it in the top 100. Now, it looks like we're on track, right? Like, even looking at someone like Wizard of Jars, he's up there breaking triple digits, whereas 310 was the highest, and that was from Box from yesterday. Like, do you think we're gonna see that 300 threshold again? Like, of course, I'm gonna speak it out right now, Monster. I want to see it. I want to see higher than that, but I want to know what you think.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not quite sure if we're on track to see that. I really feel like the competition today is a little bit tighter than what we were seeing yesterday. Just across the board right now, we're basically at the midway right now of the NA East Division competition. And, I mean, only 2 players have broken the triple digits, like you said. It's just a matter of pop-off performances with the right lobby at the right time. And then, of course, having everything go your way, which Wizard of Jars had that in the last game. So good on him to, kind of pop off and make a standout performance. Hopefully, he's got plenty of highlight reels to kind of take up to social media. So I can't wait to kind of re-watch it all, too. He was definitely by far one of the most standout names you've seen this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing, right? It's like, in case you may be just tuning in for the first time, this is the FNCS Invitational, and what's special about this weekend is it's an open qualifier round. So we've already seen players that have made it to the grand finals of other FNCS competitions have been invited through to next week. So now we get to see these all-stars like Wizards of Jars. But of course, Monster, it's time to take us in the game. So head on in, and hopefully Aussie will join you.
Aussie, I'm sure, is here as we are jumping into the NA East once again, day 2. There's my man Aussie. Let's get it, man. We got game 3 in front of us, Aussie.
I am here. I made it. I'm sorry for something about me being so far away. It's like, you know what? We don't want to show you a pretty face. We're going to leave it hidden. No one wants to see that. So here I am now, though. We have Cass pushing forward, tuning into a different POI. We're normally starting off with the agency, starting off with Misty now, and a very contested agency. I don't know about you, Monster, but I'm not used to seeing Misty look like this, sorry. It's like we got 2 on the west side, 3 on the east side, and 2 up on the hill. This is a lot of people, so Cass wins the first fight, but he's going to have to win a lot more to walk away from here.
There are so many players here. I mean, we saw a little taste of it in the duos division for NA East when I believe Sentin and Rex were hitting up the Misty Meadows area. It wasn't free, but my gosh. This is one of those POIs, though, Aussie. We could talk about it. It's a large point of interest. I mean, just take a look. There's so much loot here. Maybe 3 or 4 players, but we're talking upwards of 6 right now. So,
yeah. got room for a lot of players, has a lot of chests. Oh, he picks up another elimination, just walks over, gets that one with a single AR shot. Now he's coming into it with the loadout he needs. He's got full health, full shield, the minigun as well. That's it. He's wiping them all out. But yes, it is a very big POI, has a lot of room for a lot of people, but not so much this many. I know a lot of people like dropping on it because it also has areas around it. If you go into Misty and it's looking a little bit hot, like the two players up here, you can drop a bit further out, grab some loot, and then start pushing in, which is what I'm guessing happened. But yeah, I haven't seen it this contested before.
I mean, think about it. That minigun didn't come from this island. It came from across the way. So these guys are definitely playing aggressive here in the opens today. Now we have some minigun pressure coming down. Let's see how Cass is going to go on and play this up. He is stuck in the brush of the tree, though. I have to pause here.
He's trying to make the high ground if he can, but he's getting stuck up a lot right now. He's got decent builds left, still has 40, gets himself boxes around him. That was a really nice play. Jumps up under the stair, gets the box around him, messes up the edit a few times. Trade goes back. I think now he's getting shot in the back. He also needs to go forward. Someone shooting from behind needs to push in, and there it is. Picks up 4 eliminations now. He's got one more person pushing out of Misty, as you can see in the bottom right, and someone else closing in. There's no way he's about to walk away with 6 eliminations of Misty if he can win all this.
I mean, this might be the dream scenario here, getting all the points that you need. Oh no, as we talk about him being in such a sweet spot, all of a sudden, he gets beamed down to 15 HP. Okay, so he has 100 shields worth of heal here. I know I saw a med kit. The question is, will this player give him the opportunity? Doesn't seem like it. I'm hearing the footsteps. I'm hearing the aggression. It's Talon Mouse here who wants a piece.
Oh, and definitely wants a piece. He's got the edit here now. He's got the right-hand peak around that peanut butter edit, and there it is. Takes him out, but still, I mean, not an insanely bad game. This is a format where he has 10 games or 3 hours to play them. If you're playing out a lot of your games to end game, you do have a few that you can have those aggressive drops, because he just picked up, was that 4 or 5 eliminations? So with 4 points per an elimination, that's actually not a bad...
Yeah, it's looking like right now that RPG is very nicely done. He's going to tuck that one in right there. And now all of a sudden, it's looking like his name. It's his game right here. He has the POI to himself. I'm pretty sure everyone here now has been wiped up. Talon Mouse. He's got a bunch of loot to kind of wrap back around. So we saw max RPGs as well. He's just so good. We're going to hop over to the other side of the map right now. It's Lazy Lake. Lazy Lake hasn't had a lot of opportunity to be showcased today. The only times have been in the end game. So, interesting enough, we are going to see some mid-game action right here, or some early game. It's 1x Unknown. Let's see what's happening. He's tracking so nicely as well, looking back and forth. He hears a player nearby. He's not too sure where that guy is, but now it's starting to spook him. Hence the coons going back and forth. It's Mr. Luna. He's got in his tracks right here. Can he put the pressure down?
Earlier?
I think this is someone else. You know, we know how these guys like to change their names. It becomes harder and harder to track as the days go on.
A lot of unknowns running around. Trying to find his way up over the top. 72 tag, has the green pump, doesn't have the tack. That's all he needs though. 2 heavy green pump shots is enough. We have another contested POI. We talked about Misty. Lazy being probably the only other POI on the map with as much loot. Up there with Sweaty. Doesn't have those mythic items, but has a lot of loot for it. Unknown trying to find his way out of this fight. There's one more person here. If he can clear this one last fight out on IQ Sways, he'll have this drop to himself. IQ Sways trying to go into the box. Maybe a bit of a throwback to Sways yesterday that we saw. He was playing incredibly aggressive in these box fights, and he does. He goes in. SMG spray comes out, and he misses it. Just falling short. I want to see how much health Unknown had. Just under 50. So he did beat him by just a little bit. Has the med to get it back up, and now he has all of Lazy and all the time in the world to use it.
Not only that, he got his wall taken, his roof, the cone, and everything. A little bit of a throw there, but good on 1x to connect with every shot that mattered when it mattered. And that's all it takes right there. Here's a look at Misty Metals. Misty has been basically cleared out and then put back up for auction again as more arrows are basically rotating right back in. Let's see who's trying to rent some property here, because Talon Mouse is, you know, he's been the landlord to say the least. He's got the rocket launcher, he's got the loadout, 11 RPG, so height is not a problem if he really wants it. He's trying to bait this player in.
He's got the spare shield as well. He's trying to make something with a nice build coming out. Takes the high ground, but again, we've seen the high ground normally leads you to get third party. There's another person coming into Misty. At the end of this fight, I don't know if Talon's going to walk away. Oh, drops the RPG close range. That was risky, but the double edit. We've found a player here with very, very good fast mechanics. Decision making, I'm not sure. That was a very risky rocket. I don't know if that was his plan. I think he was going to shoot the rocket, try and follow up with that shotgun shot, and the player rushed him before he could react. So he had to go with it with the RPG.
I mean, I'm loving the movement right there, even using the cone just for a brief second to kind of block the line of sight. Really waited out for some counterfire. Here's Laney. You get to kind of see how the retake is happening. He doesn't have height. He's going to get shot from the island as well, so all of a sudden there's an extra factor to kind of worry about here. Laney's caught up in the box. What's Talon going to do? He already reloads the RPG, so that's his rocket launcher now. Let's see. We have some SMG fires. Laney's trying to gather the situation right now. Little rocket tack shot. Gonna chip him down just a little bit. He still does have shield though. And oh boy, how quick Talon Mouse is. As you can see, the mechanical prowess every single time. Doesn't miss an edit right now. He's looking like another Wizard of Jars, honestly. Just how clean he is here, Alcy.
Yeah, it's the same sort of playstyle with the wall take and the quick edits. What I'm seeing he's doing a lot more than what that Wizard of Jars was he's getting those cones and those stairs in really, really fast. It's possible to do. I'm having a feeling we're seeing the difference between controller versus mouse and keyboard here. Both very proficient. Wizard of Jars actually amazed me last game with how fast his edits were for his input, usually being a lot harder on controller. But right now, the speed at which you can put those builds in when you have those keybinds that are having to swap them around, it's looking pretty incredible. I think that's 11 people that have gone down Misty. I know it's in zone, but that is a lot of people. They keep rotating in. I mean, you've got the heavy snipers to the north. You have that minigun. There's some things in the area worth going for, but I think they'd just be rotating around it and playing it safe. But no, they're all going in for it. As I say, going in for it. Gorge has 14 health. He needs to go in for it now. He cannot waste any more time in this fight. He's up against the wall. He's getting shot in the back. You have Armani Nemo even further out in zone. He might be happy with just that elimination. You take the loot, mate. I'm going to keep pushing forward. And it looks like he is, or maybe not.
Yeah, he's deciding right now this is the fight he wants to take. He doesn't have white heals, so very important decision to make right now is to get to this zone. You hear the grapple coming out. He is going to wait and try to line up the ambush. Now it's time to fully commit, though. There's no more messing around. It doesn't matter. He's going to hit the big shot that needs to count right there. It's going to be a 134 to the face, and Armani Nemo now all of a sudden has the loadout of dreams. He's got it. He's good.
That was a big pickup. He had no mobility and he didn't have a good AR. He had a good shotgun. Relying on that blue burst, it's decent, but usually the burst rifles, when you get towards that later rarity, that epic and that legendary, that's when they start to really do damage and become more of those sought after items. We have another fight here at Misty. Talon Mouse is still going for it. This guy is insane. He came into Misty with 0 eliminations. He now has 4, looking for his 5th. It's a battle of who can get more eliminations. He's setting up for that rocket finish. So what he's aiming for right now, we've seen him use the rocket shot with the shotgun follow-up. I think what he's going for now, if you can build walls around the cone, you can rocket shot a specific wall where the splash damage won't hit you. It breaks the builds and you can take them. It's a very advanced maneuver. It's very risky because you have to rocket close to your feet, but he is showing how good he is. Whether the edit comes through, he's pushing forward. Perfect timing on that pump shot to break the wall right as his opponent reset it, but he's fighting back with edits of his own. Just needs to find a single wall that's his or an ability to take the wall. He's going to maybe try and go for a bit of a breather and use these shields.
And that's right, you're referencing that Martos Classic. It had such a great video too, breaking it down, really kind of highlighting the tech to the masses, and ever since you see all kinds of players pushing into boxes with it. We'll see if he decides to use it. That's one of the things about Fortnite in specific, is the kind of tech these players come up with. They're so innovative, our pro community. Here's the defensive look from Surge Army. I mean, we've seen a lot of Mouse's offensive side. Here's what it looks like to be on the other side of the gun nose. He just gets wrecked before you can even react. It's all over. It's that quick.
Yeah, you talk about community. It's great. Like Martos, again, my apologies. I didn't actually know Martos is the one who coined it. I should have known, but it's so great with that community. If I have this tactic that's so strong, but I'm not going to keep it to myself, I'm going to share it and let other people know it. It's phenomenal. Martos obviously runs through people in arena in a similar fashion, coming up with those techniques of aggressively pushing and ending fights as quick as possible so you don't get third party. These fights are okay, but we've seen a lot of them end with those unfortunate third parties because they're going too slow.
There is definitely importance to timing your battles and finishing things up pretty quickly. Let's see what Selleck can do here while we're on the topic of time, because the storm is on the way. 1 minute, 45 seconds here. He's got a player right up above. He's got decisions to make here. I mean, I'm loving the loadout, right? He's so relaxed right now as far as his his loadout. All you need is this player to move. It reminds me of that Twitter meme where it's like, hey, you, get over there. Like, get out of here. That's what's going to happen here is that guy kind of moves here, Aussie. He waits him out. A good call for both of them.
Yeah, they disengage. It's hard though because you always think that if you disengage and the other player doesn't, you've given them an advantage. You're running the open away from them. If they hold the high ground, they can beam you. But you want to have that agreement. This is not a fight for either of us worth taking. Let's both disengage. But when you're the first one to disengage, you run the risk. And dabbing, here we go. Selic being a bit sneaky. He's like, I'm not leaving this one. I was just about to say, even with the adjustment of the heavy sniper damage, the body shot has been adjusted in the last couple of weeks. Used to be 150. It is now lower than that. It's I think 126 for the Epic. He was in that range. So there you go. Selic getting a free elimination. A little bit cheeky. Hey, man, I don't need this fight. I don't want it. I'll go this way. Actually, I'm behind the hill. I'm going to curl back towards you now.
I mean, you said it. You move first. You run the risk of getting ambushed. I mean, Selic took that opportunity to hit him with the quick choke slam on the hill right there. He put him right down. And now Selic is chilling. But you know what? I got to say, I respect these players for disengaging and using their big brains to rotate.
100%.
This Fortnite in general is a matter of brains, right? It's not just mechanical skill. You see a lot of especially the players that are not as mechanically crazy, really heavily rely on their rotation skills. So, Selic, I'm keeping a close eye on you, man. I love that play right there. You might be just someone we're going to have to look out for throughout the course of this Opens today.
Well, I mean, and even further past that, right? You talk about needing to have that game knowledge and that game sense. I touched on it earlier when I was casting with Baller, that is what's going to define it once you go into the next stage, right? Like having the mechanics to run through players who are worse than you mechanically, that'll get you maybe through Opens. But when you start coming up against some of those really smart, really good players, the ability to know when to take a fight and this isn't a fight worth taking is what will make the difference. Getting through today is one thing. It's an achievement. It'll get them up there, but to really make a name for themselves and come one of those players you think of like Saf and Zayd, they are so incredibly smart. You have to learn when to make those decisions because mechanics isn't going to cut it, especially when you're going up the best of the best where they all have your same mechanics.
That is right. And ladies and gentlemen, if you want to see some of the best of the best, make sure you are following the channel and tuning in every single weekend because for the next several weekends, we will be here on the Fortnite channel casting and bringing all that live action. Today we're looking at the Opens. It's day 2. Day 1 archives are already up if you want to get caught up. But what we're looking at is only players that weren't invited are allowed to play today to basically get their opportunity at the stab with the best. There's a great shot from Selic. We talk about things that are going to be archived. I'm sure that's going to get clipped right into Selic's reels right there. Beautiful shot.
Beautiful shot, and it's what it means for him as well. That's the definition of an impact elimination. He didn't need too much from that, but what the position that Loot is in now, he's up on that little hill. He's now got a massive extra map pile. I'm assuming that player would have had at least a decent reserve of material. He can now use that, build a nice big base here, maybe go up a few layers or keep pushing through, but he has his pick of the choice of now positioning and material.
Love this. We can, like I said, kind of get an upgrade here. Here's back with Talon. We have a couple of
with
crazy
the RPG in hand.
Yeah, man, this is someone we're watching now. A couple, skilled players in here. Just take a look at how quick he's going to make quick work of Slammer there. Slammer's just trying to run. He was just trying to get some real estate here, man. Why'd you do that to him, Mr. Mouse?
It's the tactic, though. It's the mental game, right? It's you find those players that are scared. I get asked that a lot whenever I'm doing this kind of stuff, like doing anything to do with competitive Fortnite. A lot of the new players is, I keep running into all the aggressive players. I can't avoid them. I just want to make it to endgame. I don't want to fight them. But there's movements. You can sense someone's behavior. If someone's hiding in a build or they've boxed up really, really early and they've just rotated, you can usually sense that they're not going to be that insanely top-tier mechanical player. And if you're someone like Talon Mouse, they smell that fear. They know. Or you have other smart players. I've seen a lot happen in my region. I know X2 Twins Jordan, he's phenomenal at it. He'll suss out someone's ability at range, take a few AR shots, see how they respond, how quick do they respond. He'll then take the fight or disengage based on what he sees next.
I love this decision right here too, just making moves. Talon was so aggressive in the early game. I mean, this 6 eliminations speak for himself, even coming into the mid. But now that he's got zone, now that he's sensor, he's just biding time here. He's got the Elam points that he needs. He's highly aware that this is going to be a congested area. Now it's about gathering information, hitting those little cone peaks right here to see who's around him and what's going on in the neighborhood. Let's take a look at the mid game. The intensity kind of rises as everyone now knows that this is where the real Fortnite action is going to start beginning. The rotations are going to begin to matter. Smasher's here. It's going to go with the early rotate, being how close he is now. And try and get in first. Needs to.
You just need to know.
Needs to lose.
The one thing we haven't seen him play yet, we've seen the grappler, we haven't seen the minigun, but we haven't seen the drum gun. It feels annoying to keep harping on it, but it has been the deciding factor in all of these games. We have no idea where it is on the map right now. Maybe in the hands of one of those players who wants to play safe till endgame and then utilize it, or maybe went for the aggressive drop and they're just going to hold on to it now. We haven't seen it once. I think it's probably the first game we've seen in quite a while where that is the player who is not just destroying the entire lobby. Smashes, trying to put that purple burst rifle to use as this player rotates through an awkward spot to be in around. Lazy getting some really good shots in. This player must be running out of materials. Just running in the open for such a long period of time trying to save those mats. You want to hold on to them, but not at the expense of all your health and all your utilities.
Not gonna lie, that looked like it might have been Talon just by the skin option there, so...
Possibly.
Interesting decision for him to try and hit the rotate for free right there. He is definitely gonna pay for it. As you can see, Talon's now underneath Exotic's base. Here's Saver, he's Super Lido. All these guys do have to make a move right now. Lido's gonna get the free of the bulk there. Exotic's gonna get taken out from the distance here. He was in a battle with Talon Mouse, so Smash just catches himself a freebie just off the other player's aggression. And now, Smash is deciding whether or not he wants to chop up this minigun right here. A lot of options for him to make. He's got control of this area. He's on the edge zone, though, and he has a launch pad.
Can I just say, as someone this is my first official broadcast, I'm sure that's aware to most of you, I'm a new face here, I'm the one new face here today. Watching it from that angle, right, the perspective, you get to see Smashers set up for it, you get to see the beams come out, we get a third party of who it is and what's happening, and then coming back to his perspective. Seriously, like, spectator team is nailing it right now. That is so cool to have these perspectives now and see it in a different way. We've had the community holding down tournaments for a while now, casting them, commentating them, but seeing this, the spec client back again, seeing this in this way is so awesome.
Oh yeah, you're definitely rolling in the big leagues now because this Fortnite team knows what they're doing. They definitely are bringing the action so wonderfully. And we've seen the community feedback. We definitely want to encourage all the kinds of positivity. It is, you know, a motivating factor to say the least. But regardless of what, here we have Frosty now. It's come that mid game, the half in, half out. Only one player actually catches the half in here, Ozzy. Take a look. It's way down south right now. All the players that had a home in Lazy Lake are going to have to make a move. They're all out. They got to go.
And you see what he got? He also got the airdrop too. So that player now gets half and has a guaranteed launch pad. So if he doesn't get rotating zone, he can just move with it. This player is set up insanely well. He is looking great right now. All that congestion on that east side has to start moving very quickly. And they've got to go across the water as well. You'll see a lot of those players looking around. You can see how quickly their triangles are facing. They're looking for someone to have a launch pad. Who has the launch pad? Do you have it? I don't have it. Who has it? I don't want to walk. Like, that's where you see the fear. Some of the players will move quickly, and I see someone has used a launch pad. We can see someone flying across there. Maybe the rest of them can get it, and here they are. Now they're coming out. The launch pads are being used.
That is true. Good read on Frosty here, though. Normally, the half in, half out, when it's a max pull, players will default to using their own pads since we're on that topic in discussion. But he saw everyone rotate on foot. He's going to go on and make the move right here. Let's see if he gets ambushed, though, by this player in the box. Nope, nice and patiently he's going to wait here. Let's see. It's all about taking your time. Few Nation's going to find someone in the zone who just let his guard down ever so subtly there. And now Few Nation finds himself more floppers, okay, and a launch pad as well. So he's kind of cruising here. Let's see, if he gets hit one time in the head, it's all over. And no, he's going to land safely now. He does have the perfect amount of flops to kind of bounce back in the game here. Use 2 and still have 4 for later.
It's looking really good. He has that Meowscles rifle. It's a mythic we haven't seen him play too much, but I mean, an 88 headshot, that is nothing to scoff at. If you can hit 2 of those back to back, it's a lot of damage before a fight breaks out. Got the blue tack in hand as well. Meowscles rifle having a very slow fire rate for an AR with that high damage. So if you have the tack rifle to follow up with, though, it's getting beamed in the back. Thank gosh he still has those floppers like you said. He has 5 floppers left, 4 minutes. He's going to have to use them again. Maybe thinking, okay, all right, that was interesting. He just lives that 8 health being the difference for him, so hopefully learn from that. And now maybe not go as aggressive on this wall. Or he's going to run straight back over there. Never mind, I'm completely wrong. He didn't learn anything, but he gets the elimination, finishes it off quickly. And looks like he's got what he needs now as well. He's back up to 100. Needs to start working for zone. 8 seconds till it starts coming in.
I was going to say, I don't think he cares. Remember, this is the same guy that was fighting in the zone. Remember that. He stood way behind down to the last minute. He's willing to go toe-to-toe, bone for bone here. Few Nation, you know, he's like, whatever. I made it. I'm here in the opens. I'm rolling with the boys. I'm ready to put this gun to use. That's what we're looking at right now. As we continue to hop around here, let's see what he has to take here. Will he get this next one? The heavy AR, 88 headshots, so much damage, and It looks like his time is over. He gets rolled
And
up
guess who
on
it
his
is?
Talon again.
Of course,
Talon's
it's
back.
Talon Mouse. He's back in this one now. He's in this one. He's got to start making it top 15. We've seen how aggressive he is. Let's see how he rotates. We've seen incredible box fight prowess. I've seen fast edits, as I'm seeing again now, and fast building. So I can imagine he's going to do well here. But this is where it comes down to that game sense. And look at that, sitting in Storm late with the floppers, waiting for people to rotate in front of him, maybe even looking for the high ground. Talon Mouse is a good player. I can already tell this. He had the mechanics, but I was like, let's see how he goes with the end game. Waiting here, using floppers and going for the high ground late. It's such a good addition to the game in Chapter 2. You could never do this before. You could never sneak up on the high ground. Here it is, behind him. He's got the burst rifle. The player moves at the last second, so it doesn't connect. Pulls out the rockets. He's going to apply some pressure. Needs to get in 50 health, 40 health, 30 health, 20 health, and he gets the Siphon, which is what almost keeps him alive. He's on 60 health. That Siphon came in at the perfect timing. He would have gone down to 10. Looking a lot better now. Gets the high ground, times it to perfection, Monster.
And he has the RPG. All he has to do now is connect all the way. He sees players every which way. There's only 4 players left right here. He's actually going to connect with Virus, who tries to launch pad up. He just chews him alive now. And all of a sudden, it's a 1v1v1. What's he going to do? He has the rocket launcher, like we said. He can reset this battle at any given time. He's going to use the build below him as a stability, as a platform to kind of sit on. And this guy has to go down. He didn't have the materials anymore. Aussie, these are our last moments right here. How's it going to play out?
3 players alive. He's got the rockets in hand. He's got 9 of them to drop on the lobby. 41 builds left. I have to think these players on low ground are running out. Even if he doesn't connect with these rockets, just burning down those builds more and more just increases his chance to win. And the players down on low ground has to slide down. Needs one of these rockets to connect to open up this fight. He's still got 40 builds left, playing it slow. He's in the driver's seat, but he is controlling the pace. The double edit comes out. The mechanical prowess we talked about earlier. Back up onto the high ground, dropping the rockets. He's ate all their materials out, drops down, finishes them off, and then goes back up. The movement is so clean. The other player coming in to try and get some of those materials to cover himself off. The rocket's being pulled out now, has the double edit. Such smart piece control. But the player slips out, he doesn't see it. Couldn't see through the angle. It's going to come down to these rockets, I'd have to imagine. No builds on low ground. He's going to drop a rocket over this edge. The player can't outbuild it, can't dodge it. No! He drops down, pulls out the rockets. Talon Mouse, he has every advantage. He needs to close out, but he doesn't. The pump shot comes back. He jumps down preemptively. Oh my gosh.
I felt it coming. I saw the choke when he gave up the height. It just looked like he was making the wrong moves. It's the pressure right there.
Wow. I believed, you know. Mouse was like, look, Zeke, you want action? I got you. And of course, there at the end, you know what? He just tried to style a little too hard. Like, I think that's probably what it was. He just got a little wrapped up in the sauce, and that it's okay. It happens to the best of us. Doesn't happen to me because I'm not the best, but listen, it was still a great game. You know, and I think we should take a look at the standings to see kind of how things are going for NA East right now. I really want to see Mouse up there now. I hope we're still seeing Wizard up there too. Let's see. At the top, we've got Cactus Jack. Mouse is in 3rd after that game. Just imagine if that had been a victory royale.
Let's go. We have an
There you
Oz
go.
on the 4th place.
yeah,
I'm gonna
let's
take
go.
it. I'm gonna claim it. I don't know if it has anything to do with Australia, but I will take it. I saw earlier today we did have a Mr. Fresh Sweden, and that was the closest reference to OCE I got from Mr. Fresh Asian. I'll take it. But it's looking like a pretty stacked leaderboard. 177 down to 140 on top 10. So really, really close split.
Well played right there. Here's a look at your second page. There's other players that are kind of rocking up the leaderboards right now. What a good first game. Definitely was a treat to see some action going down. Couple stars in there. Couple of stars to keep an eye out. Definitely Talon Mouse being one of them. Here's kind of how things are unfolding in the Opens Day 2 weekend. It's been quite a fantastic day of games.
Yeah, you see Nico there. We got to peek in on his gameplay a little earlier on. Guys, I just want to see more action. Come on, NA East. We've done it twice in a row, all right? Let's make it 3 for 3. You know, let's just go the rest of the weekend. Let's just, you know, give Aussie here and Monster D-Face a dope game to cast, right? Like, that's what we all want. You could play it safe. You could play it like normal. Or, hey, listen, you could run it. You get alpha up. You can make some things happen, okay, NA East? This is what I want from you. This is what I want, right, Monster? This is what we want from them.
Zeke's always... See how you drag... I was going to say, Zeke's always getting us... He's trying to drag me into this under his agenda here. Hey, boys, listen, I don't know what he's talking about. He's jazzing you guys up right now. He's trying to get the region to go crazy. No, that was a pretty good game. As long as we get some moving zones, I'm happy.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, the alpha, we've seen a lot of alphaing up today. I love it. It's great. But, man, I just want to see some of those stacked endgames, those clutch finishes like we saw there. It's just, I love the aggression. I really do. And Opens always brings it. I want to see those players, though, that are going to be able to go toe-to-toe with the big boys. You can't just go aggressive and play like these guys are. Maybe they dial it back. We saw Sway yesterday would be one of those players that can go aggressive, but then does have a good competitive run, but always seems to struggle in those more stacked lobbies. I want to see those players today. I want to see some faces to look out for next week that are going to play those stacked lobbies, but we'll see. Maybe they'll just keep running at each other. I have no say. I just have to hope.
I mean, you got to think, right? Next week, if they decide to run in against the Boogas, the Saps, the Zeta of NA East, is it gonna be the same, right? Are they gonna be like, nah, you know what? I've done this in week 1, day 1, day 2. Here we go, Booga. Let's see. Oh, I just got wrecked. Just kidding. I'm sorry. My apologies. I'll take a step back. I'm very curious to see how these guys all stack up against these other more, I guess, familiar players that we're used to seeing. Now, of course, guys, the Battle Bus is loading up. We're getting ready to launch. Don't forget, FN Competitive over on Twitter. Give that a follow for all kinds of updates to see how things are going to go. Especially, we just recently posted an update to what competitive in 2020 looks like. So definitely send a follow over there. And of course, you got to love Aussie. You got to love Monster D-Face. Give them both some love. Now, let's see, guys. What should we talk about here? What I want to ask you guys is the mythic weapons, right? This is kind of something we've been talking about. And you actually touched on it just earlier on in the game, Aussie, was we've seen Midas's drum gun in endgame consistently, without fail. Now, why is that? Like, maybe break that down for people that are like, what is this guy even talking about?
Yeah, I mean, you've got obviously mythic items right now. You've got a few POIs in the map that drop the single gun. There is only one drum gun in the game right now. It's mythic. It is powerful. It is very, very strong. It's being utilized as well right now in the current meta of these aggressive games. You might not see it played so much next week. We have some very high-profile players that drop there and get it. You've got Epic Whale comes to mind. Booger drops Agency as well. But in the hands of stacked lobbies, it doesn't play out like it is today. It's the item. It has such a big magazine size. It does so much damage. So if you're trying to bully your way into a box, you can just walk straight through with it. I was actually talking with the other casters. I was talking to Monster specifically about the drum gun versus minigun. He has different feels on it, so it's everyone's opinion.
That is true. I mean, we know this is kind of how it goes down, but it's not the mythic weapons that make it, it's the players that make it, because EU showed that best in the FNCS Duos Championships.
That's right, we're going to jump to a little bit of a replay here as we check out the winner from this last game. And man, I wanted it, I truly believed it was going to be Mouse. And then I think he just got a little bit ahead of himself because he was silent. And I think, Monster, you were actually going to say, like, he's out of build. And because, like, Mouse's control toward, literally in this moment, he had 500 metal. At this point, he had everything he needed to win. And he just wanted a style on him. And so I respect that. I'm that guy. And it works 1% of the time for me, 0% of the time for me. But, I respect it.
We don't get to this point. We don't make it to this point in these lobbies. We don't know what our style is endgame with these guys.
Listen, don't put yourself.
This is very impressive. This all across the board. This is very impressive. You do get to see it from the winner's kind of perspective here. Remember, Talon at this point had 400 material. He has height. We can kind of break down where the error comes from. It's here. It's when he jumps down and tries to take the 50-50 with each of the players. Give you guys a little insight into what's happening here. Just look at the low ground peaks. Extremes doesn't have any HP. He's kind of working his way, really hugging the build, staying real close, staying kind of out of the line of sight, making it hard to be tracked. And the high ground host, see, look, he still had all the mats, but one choke, one edit, one mistake, it's all over. Extremes connects with the big pump shotgun right there.
He picked up that pump as well off that player that went down. That's how he got it. Like, he would have only had that green tack there, and he had to hit for, I think it was 140, 160, which is pretty heavy for a green tack shot. So that pump pickup could have been the difference as well. But yeah, I think, Zeke, you did sum up best. He went for the style. He had the high ground, the rockets too. Like, I was combing it. I would have expected him to stay on high ground. Player on low ground has no builds. One little edit, you drop the rocket down. If you can't outbuild it, it's splash damage. It's so much easier to hit, but he couldn't dodge it. He went for the pump shot, and it didn't work for him.
There you go. Don't be like me. Don't try to style on people. All right, dudes. It's time for the next game of NA East. Take us on in.
Yeah, this game is kicking off. We're into game number 4 right now of NA East. You can see the frantic kind of drop here over at the Shark. The card's already been collected. The mythic weapons here from Skies. Arsenal is already added into the required arsenal here. And he's got the entire vault to himself. Most players open the vault, jump out, and try to, be really cheeky about scouting for information, but no, this guy's going to get in here real quick, gather what he can, and probably hustle on out of here. So I'm looking at the map here, Aussie. I see a player on that map, so he doesn't have it for free right now.
Well, I mean, we tuned in just a little bit after it started. He had 3 eliminations, so he didn't get in there quick. He just wiped everyone out quick. He just took out the competition, made it look easy. He's gotten in there with 3 elims, someone on the outside. We're going not too far away to Sweaty Sands, a drop that can get influenced by that shark drop a lot as well. If that shark player gets out there with the grappler quickly and they want to play aggressive, they can start looking for you a lot quicker. It's the fastest form of mobility in the game. Infinite usage. You can just zip around the map and go wherever you want and hunt people like White down. He's here in Sweaty. I don't think he sees the player on top of the roof. He has seen him now. Just that little bit he saw him there. If he didn't see him, that could have been a very bad ambush for him.
I was going to say the 1 pixel is just enough for White to kind of catch it. And all of a sudden now he's on hyper defense. But this player's underneath him. The wooden sounds of the bills, the hollow sound. Yep, easy indicator of exactly where he's at. You know, White just cleared this area. That's an over 100 damage connection right there. So you got to believe this player's on anywhere from 50 and less health. There it is. He's going to connect with the shot that he needs. And that player is out of the lobby. This here, Sweaty Sands, is the drop spot of the EU FNCS Duos champs, Andilix and Nate. I can't wait to see all the best of the best go at it next week. These new names are landing at these big major POIs. It's going to be a story to be unfolded. Is Repry over at the Shark getting into that battle that we knew he was going to get into. Ooh, and they're building. They know it's just them right here, Alf. They're going to the sky.
They're going to the sky, but he has no shotgun. Repri has to be careful here. He's got the SMG and the AR, and we went to the sky, and we very quickly fell out of the sky. So, did not calculate his mats, maybe? I'm not sure, but Repri straight into another fight now with Sprite. He's trying to find his way in if he can. I believe he has no shotgun, correct? He does. No, he's got a blue tack now, so he's found a shotgun off that body. So this player had a blue tack, had him against the ropes with no tack, went for the sky, and then was very quickly reality checked with gravity and straight back down into the prison. He's gone, and Repri finds his angle, steps up with a 237 tags, needs to try and find his way into this fight. He's got the blue tack in hand. It'll be interesting to see what he goes for. Some very fast builds in that build fight. I think that got both of our attention. So we know this is a mechanically skillful player. He was versing another mechanically skillful player with the builds, but the prediction, he knew exactly where he was going to pop up from that cone. He got right up into his face. Player couldn't see him because he had the build in the way. Edits it up thinking he's about to have the surprise on him. And no, the player's right in front of him with barrel against him.
So I caught the telegraph right there. Let's see if Archer here can telegraph the edit coming from Vaden. And no, it's not an edit. It's the W key into the box. Could have seen it coming, I'm sure he did, but there was nothing he can do. So he did not hit back hard enough with his weapons. But it's on here from Vaden lighting up the mood right now. Throw some salt in the wound.
Philly bounce.
That's right. Bouncing around the field right here. Here's Misty Metals. I mean, he's got 2 elims. Last game, Misty was popping. It seems like, you know, this time around it still is just a little bit.
It shows how interesting it is, some of those games, because since it's an opens format, it's not custom. So from next week onwards, from week 2, 3, 4, 5, like the finals, coming into finals especially, when you have those stacked custom lobbies, and you normally know where people are going to drop, because if you drop there one game, and then next game you're versing the exact same people, you can expect them to be there or relatively the same. But in these games, you can see 6 people at Misty one game, and then 2 the next. It's why the opens are such wild cards. You can't just have that one drop spot, you know, or I mean you can, but it's always smart to have different drops in the back of your mind, because people will play differently, and you could have a lot of like eyes on you and a lot of people dropping on top. And if you go another spot, it might be a little bit quieter. Those mythic POIs we've seen, Agency for example. If you're someone like even Epic Whale in Cash Cups, you drop Agency normally in a custom match, maybe 1, 2 people have the confidence to contest you. In a normal lobby, in solo Cash Cups, because you don't know you're in the lobby with Epic Whale, there can be upwards of 6, 7 people there, and no matter how good you are, that is going to throw a spanner in the works for you.
That is true. Now we're jumping in with Mir Alpha. He's going to connect all the way through with the drum gun. There it is. Exactly what Zeke was looking for.
We found it.
Some action, some real pushing through the box action right there. Speaks that one into existence right here. It looks like he chased him all the way outside, by the way, just for the Vault key card, because he now owns it. He's looking to run right back into it. 3 eliminations. The Agency is his.
He has the key card,
definitely.
and he hasn't, so he's left Agency to try and find that player wanting those 4 elimination points. So, again, if there's decisions you maybe wouldn't make in stacked games, because now you have to fight his way back into Agency to get all that shield, or behind that stair on the bottom left of your screen there where that bush is, there is actually a vent. The Mythic POIs are so much fun. They're such a great addition to the game because of the way you can play them. I feel like it's a drop that has so many different tunnels, so many different areas where if you know it better, it's going to come out in your favor. And I mentioned earlier that Sweaty is one of those drops that's influenced by the grappler, and then we see it. We have Repri XX with the grappler going straight past White, who we saw win Sweaty, and it looks like he's lurking behind him, maybe weighing up, do I beam him, do I go for the fight? The grappler's tantalizing, he knows he can get 2 mythic items from this, but no, he doesn't risk it. We're getting into maybe those lobbies where people are going to play a bit safer and not just go for the aggressive fights.
I respect it, man. You really think about it. The person with the grappler, you know he's got the Sky's Assault Rifle to back it up. It's not a long-range engagement you want to get in. And then again, you also don't want to just get pumped in the mouth if he takes height from you. So it's somewhat of a lose-lose situation if your arsenal isn't prepared for it. So I do respect the decision to not fire. You know, every player doesn't have to get fired at. Let's see what Repri X is going to do here. Here is a player nearby. And there, if he hears the sound, you can tell he's one of those aggressive players. He knows the player in front. That's what you didn't want. That's what you don't want right there.
About. He does. He just destroys him from range. That's exactly what you were talking about. And again, you can tell he's an aggressive player based on the rotation path. He came from Shark. He could have gone around Salty. He could have gone through anywhere. Normally, again, if you're new to Fortnite or competitive Fortnite, people are always going to be clustered around POIs, the named locations. They have the most loot, and it's where you know you're going to find enemies. And he just went straight for it with the grappler. Didn't go around. Has the best movement mobility in the game. Can go wherever on the map he wants, and he goes straight towards the enemy. And maybe it's not going to pay off for him here, though. He's on the back foot. He's getting shot in the back. He's got getting third party right now. He's on to 75 health. He has extra minis. He's going to use the launch pad. Safe decision here, but it's going to leave him in the sky. He's trying to redeploy and deploy that glider, make himself a little bit harder to shoot at. One more bullet, one headshot. He dodges them all. He manages to make it out. Not a single shot connects, but you know that player can use that same launch pad, and here it is. I can see them on the mini-map flying straight down them, but maybe doesn't know he's in the bush. He could have hid from this. Oh no, he knows he's in the bush, and he has the minigun. Let's see if he pulls out the grappler here and tries to disengage maybe. He can move faster. You can reuse a launch pad. You can't reuse the grappler. If Repri gets out of this one, he is gone. He's going up for it. No, he's going aggressive straight into his box. It's one of the most aggressive players I've ever seen. The minigun coming out needs to put that blue tack to work. If he keeps holding the builds, it's probably not going to end well for him. The high fire rate of the minigun means it's very common that shots will go through the walls and they'll still connect. He's in a really bad spot. Monster, he has to try and pull it off, but no, he can't.
You know what they say, sometimes the best defense is a great offense, and that's what he tried to put into use right there. As Brisky did not care. He made quick, brisk control of the situation right there and put him right down. Set him on the rocks, on the ice. Let's see, because there is another player coming in, though. It's Wolfier, who did hear all the action, and now there's Alpha, who's also nearby. It looks like everyone's just kind of colliding on into the action right here. Here's the perspective of Wolfier as he jumps in the box, takes the ramp control.
Another player.
And then how he eats the rocket. This is the other player we knew, and he jumps right into the box. So they're just exchanging.
I don't even know what's happening right now. It's just a collision. Everyone just collided. There's one spot outside Salty Springs, and this just shows how aggressive this lobby is. This isn't a... It's somewhat central, but it's not completely central. This is outside of zone right now with 19 seconds, and there's still that many people who heard those shots and wanted to engage into it. Now has the grappler and the drum gun, the ultimate winning loadout, especially if you're an aggressive player like I think Alpha is. And he's just going to zip around the map. This is what I said about rotations. Maybe trying to go for that launch pad that he knows he can get out of that airdrop because he doesn't need anything else. There's no other gun in that. But here we see the loadout. He chose to run no shotgun. He wants to run Sky's AR and drum gun. I'm calling it right now. This guy's either going to destroy the entire lobby or he's going to go down to a one pump. That's the only thing that can stop this player here.
I mean, I'll tell you this much. He is not practicing social distancing at all. He is jumping in those boxes with the drum gun. Here's a look at Hunt, who has a legendary AR, who is playing the distance game right now. Somewhat of a standoff right now. This player is kind of lurking behind the box right there. I did see some debris being blown up, so I'm not sure if there was a third party or not, but regardless of what, there's another player rotating from behind. Hunt probably shouldn't be taking this fight right now, but he is taking those shots, cheeky little shots, which are going to probably end up backfiring against them. See what it's going to pull. It's going to be a blue AR, nothing too special. He's just see
He's
now
got
there's
the
a
floppers, he
boat.
has those heals for the storm, but he doesn't have the shield. Like you said, I think he should have let the players rotate in front of him. We talked about it earlier. When there's that player directly on top of you, you want them to go, I want you to go, why are we fighting this? When the player's rotating in front of you and you're in this position, you don't shoot them. Let them go. You don't want them to turn around and fight you. And that's exactly what's happened now. Climate knows, all right, if you're not going to let me go, I have to take you out so I can go. And now Climate going for a very aggressive play. Might have to worry about fall damage here. He's trying to go over the water. He does. He managed to hold the builds though. The Brutus's minigun. This has just been an absolute display of mythic guns. Tries to heavy snipe the wall, but he doesn't have anything to phase on. So the enemy's able to hold it and he's run square into it. Face to face. I know this enemy is running out of builds because we saw his loadout. He only had 13 builds, and that was before the minigun came out. And there's the spray. He wins it. He somehow pulls it off. Hunt with the shotgun shot. I'm pretty sure all Climate had to do was back up a little bit there, or maybe swap to the shotgun. He tried to go for the minigun, and that's the one downside of it. It has that charge up time. It builds up so slowly that it leaves you open to just a free shot.
Yeah, he had to go back and take the fight. And now it's all over there. But it's all right. He might be able to find himself into another queue here, see what happens. So he jumped back in with Alpha, Mr. WP himself. What's he going to do here? Nice little edit. Kind of get some information. He is sitting in some enemy builds. Makes me wonder, what's he actually doing in here? And ooh, the big shot to 37 to 74. I can't do the math to add it up, but I know it's over 100, so this guy does not have any shield. That's the green light. That's the information boost.
All we need to know. Spectator team, we have the luxury of normally having all the plates on everything. We know exactly what's going on, get all the information. Don't have to pretend that we're incredibly good at the math. He's trying to find his way forward, though. He's stuck in the box. I also know I'm not the best at math, but I know he has a very large inventory of bullets right now because he has both those spray weapons. He has the drum gun and he has Sky's AR, so he can do what he did just there. He can spray from a distance with Sky's AR. Doesn't even have to reload. Just walks forward with the drum gun and walks into the box. Let's have to see how his loadout goes before I see Alpha get too hard flamed for this. I know a lot of people wouldn't be happy with him not running the shotgun loadout, but I mean, Epic Whale came top 3 at World Cup in solos. He is converted to control, and this is the exact loadout that he goes, and it works very, very well for him. But these aggressive plays leave you open to this.
I mean, that was so calculated. He tapped the wall a few times just so that he can loosen it up, then jumped right in with the drum gun. It was very calculated on the push right there. Mir Alpha here, MIR Alpha, doing a good job playing the drum gun into his benefits, playing the Sky's assault rifle into his benefits here. Here's a look at Calster, who's got Vanish Strodos here on the ropes right now, sets up the ramp boost, tries to get in, doesn't matter. The counter defensive edit, it's not going to be enough. Good use right there. Again, he has that right camera peak right here. He has the benefit of the camera angles. He's still very healthy as well. Let's see, it's a 3-man battle.
One of the great additions to having a third-party game there. The camera angles is everything. How you can position yourself to utilize the fact that the camera comes over the right-hand shoulder. If you're not sure what we're talking about, we say right-hand peak. As you can see from Calster, the angle that he can see is to the right of his shoulder, not the left. So if you can position yourself on the left of a wall so you can peek out to the right, it leaves your body far less exposed when you take your shot. And that's what a lot of these players are trying to do constantly when they position themselves. There's so many just minute things going on in these situations. Who has the wall? Who has the stair? Who has the edit? Where's my camera angle? What position is it on? But they do it so fluidlessly, you don't even know what's going on. Sorry, so fluid.
That's right, and this is a prime highlight of that right there. Calster, one of the few people being technical enough to make sure that he's never putting himself at a disadvantage, at least from what we've seen. Here's Duzon, the guy in defense, the one that's kind of playing against the angle. You guys can see what that looks like. This is not the favorable angle, but either way, he's going to get the favorable shot right there. So he's now trying to bully his way through. He's trying to pump these light bullets into the builds right here. This is the build eater itself. It's the minigun. It chews right through with every shot on the connection of a fresh build. It's just going to go down. You can see he's just eating away at the builds right there, gaining a little bit of advantage piece by piece. But what he has fallen behind on is the ability to fight in the late game. He needs to kind of conclude this fight or something. He has 6 ammunition, Aussie, in the AR and 48 in the light. Ammo. Yeah, he doesn't have anything. He has to find a come up here. Let's see what's going to be the rewards here. And exactly. He bounces right back in. This is a great find for him. And now he's in the game. Now he's okay.
I was going to say, it's chewing through the ammo for sure. He had to apply pressure there. We call them impact frags. Eliminations are great. It's 4 points, bit of siphon. If you're 100-100, sometimes even more so than the 4 points, it's giving you the loadout or something you need with the ability to get further endgame and get more points. So the placement points are going to start dropping now, 26 alive. So every placement you make is going to be extra points. So if you can get the extra ammo to get more eliminations further into endgame, that's the impact frag he's looking for. We have Juxta trying to stay alive on the defensive, wants to take that wall. Like I said, the piece control, wanting to hold everything he can. He's in his builds, and we're seeing a slurpy zone. Everyone's going to come in here. This could become a quite awkward zone if it pulls towards the rig too. If the next rotating zone goes towards rig, goes out into that water, it's going to cause a lot of issues for these players. If it stays on the land, it's a little bit easy to deal with. Juxta doesn't like this player coming right up to him and says, look, I want you to get further away from me. I didn't start this fight, but if I have to, I'll be the one to finish it.
That is what he's going to do right there
does.
as he lands the big shotgun shot there on Tough. Tough not looking so tough right there. Such an easy joke. I'm going to have to take that one from you, Ozzy.
You had it. You had it.
Sometimes they just throw them in the air. It's like a little alley-oop. You know, you got to put it right in the hoop.
We have a lot of players here. I was going to call out the names. We have so many players in this build, on the low ground, high ground. A lot of shambles. Juxta's straight back into it. You think maybe we've just gone back in time, but I don't think we have. I think Juxta's just already straight into another enemy now. Maybe rolled up, try to get that loot. It is someone else. We have Dups and Swift. It's a nice big metal base. Swift's in a good position. He's above it all. And you can see having that height advantage is big. You don't want players, Dra, going for interesting chop out right now. He has the builds down there, maybe the edits. I think he's trying to drop Icy in on top of him. I think Icy can hear it. You can see from the movement, he knows something's going on. He's trying to, again, use that camera angle to peek over the right side and look down and see what's happening. But the only problem is, if he doesn't do something about it quickly and he is getting chopped out, he'll be in free air with no ability to build, and there's nothing he can do.
But I like what he did. He preemptively decided that he's going to have the SMG out. He was ready to jump in the box. I was going to call it. I was going to say, Aussie, listen, I know it looks like he doesn't have control, but I think he has pure control of the situation. He preemptively pulled out the SMG. He wasn't going to go for the shotgun fight, not in the slightest sense. He knew what he was doing right there.
Yeah,
that's kind of crazy.
Why he's up there, not
funny,
me.
Actually.
Talking to Zeke about it last game, what we do endgame versus what they do endgame, but I'm a commentator at the end of the day. Icy knew exactly what was happening. He heard it, and that's why I thought he was only a layer or two up. That is nowhere near far enough to miss those sound cues. He knows something's happening beneath him, and he was ready for it. Pulled out the SMG and went for it. We have Zoldyck here in a great position. He's just on the edge or just right near half-half. Talked about it a few times today. This is the zone you need. If you get this fifth zone, this half-half zone, it's where half the existing zone is inside the storm and half is where you can still be safe. So it's very good to get because it pulls the furthest away until you hit those rotating zones. So if you're not near it, you're going to have to run pretty far to get to it with a lot of players around. On that north side monster, how do you reckon they're going to get out of this one?
Hey man, it's usually the name is the community launch pad. It's what we like to call it. The free transportation. Players like to get across the field free. There it is. It's all in action.
There it is.
Everyone's cutting across. That guy didn't have any health though. Vice is going to get chopped down real quick. He becomes a free point to the lobby. It's now Tem here trying to hit the massive rotate. Love the builds right here. So flawlessly executed. Little auto open door right there. It's going to play in the benefit here. And now he's in the half in, half out. He's all right. Didn't expend a lot of material either, so he's still in the running right now. It's zone 5. And the shots are being pressured on everyone who's on the back line. Another freebie here as Xerxes falls down. The second player now to get caught with no HP on the backstorm line. That's the perfect free kills you kind of want. It's the ones you hope for, those type of elims right there. See, John 69 is going to find Juxta, one of the stars we were looking at in the mid game. So Juxta's no longer going to be with us right now.
We also saw Alpha go down. I saw him in the feed. So Alpha's out of here. One of the players that impressed me a lot with his mechanics. We're over here with Ty, and look at the loadout. This is it. The 0 eliminations. This is the player right here who's playing for placement. 35 points total, so maybe not working too well for him today, but he's relying, again, we talked about earlier, game sense over mechanics. He's gone for 6 fish, 2 big pots. He's prioritizing those meds. He's got 0 limbs. So he is just going for these placement points. This is the kind of person where maybe, mechanically though, he's smart though, he's slow, he's methodical. It doesn't mean they're a bad player. They just play differently, and that's what's so great about this game. You can play it your style, and there are different advantages. Ty choosing not to try and do anything fancy, just waited for him, and the aggressive player goes down because he had the defensive advantage, trying to use that communal launch pad you talked about earlier, but gets blocked from above.
Oh no.
There's bills that are blocking it off. He's got the meds, but he can't use them in the end. He goes down with so much meds in his inventory and no time to use them.
All that fish in the inventory, the whole sushi bar was loaded there. He couldn't take a bite, not even the slightest bit. Unfortunate for him. As we jump back in with 10, who's ripping things up in the mid ground right now. I see some fish drop right there. more sushi in the inventory. He's chilling right here. 3 floppers are going to be perfect for the situation right now. It's zone wave 6. It's the first full moving. He's going to fall down, but no, it's all right. He catches himself. He's still on the rotate. Playing a beautiful mid game right now as no one's... Oh, I spoke too soon. Focusing him.
Spoke too soon.
There you have
Bit
it.
of the caster's curse. I mean, I've got to take a hand in this caster's curse. I said it's going to be a really tough game if it goes across the water, and exactly it does. You see all these builds. There's no ground. The right-hand peak. Zoldyck getting 2 eliminations. That is massive. He's got the fish. I think he might be able to have the grappler here too. So he has these floppers to stay in storm for a little bit. Drops it. He's running 1 gun right now. He's got 3 meds, and he's got the shotgun. I think he probably would have tried to maybe drop those big pots, but when you're in storm and you're a bit panicked, you have to grab what you can. All you really, really do need to close it out is 1 gun. Let's see if he can maybe do it. Has the flopper as well. He's on front side, and with this water zone, the grappler is huge, and as much as the players probably hate it, I love these zones. The rig, look how cool this looks. Look how much is going on. They've got the water on low ground. John John's on the high ground.
I was gonna say, what a cool looking end zone. I don't think I've ever seen a rig kind of go down like this. Everything looks all kind of destroyed and destructed right here. This grapple is so beautiful for this area, being that it's a hard terrain to kind of build over. So Tem really has the benefit right now, and he has the meta to play for it. Here it is. He goes for the high ground, barely dodges the RPG, and he's still in the running right now, but he's not ready to fully commit. He wants more of that placement point. There's a little bit more to be made, and he falls to the low ground. He still has material. He still has the grappling. He's all right. He's going to get behind this player. Great connections right there. Jamgro goes down. And now it's a 1v1v1 situation. All the pressure's collapsing on him.
He's in the water. He's going down so low. He gets beamed. He goes down. John on the high ground gets the elimination. He's looking so good. Duzan, though, he's got an RPG of his own to try to apply some pressure. Such a crazy finish. John gets dropped all the way down. Luckily, it is the water which saves him. It's going to come down to this. Toe-to-toe, shotgun to shotgun. Maybe the rocket could be the difference. He's looking on high ground. This is before he knocked him out. We're getting a beautiful double perspective. Like I said, the spectator team today, thank you. Going to see exactly how it plays out. Now here it comes. He's going to have to walk forward. He tries to shoot the rocket off to the side, goes straight for him, toe-to-toe with a shotgun. He loses it. John picking up the elimination. That high ground proving so important, especially in water zones. 8 eliminations, and look at the loadout he did it with. Finished it with the clean 100. Monsters, you love that zone. How about you, Zeke? Have you seen a rig game end like that?
Dude, that was so dope. I loved everything about that. I truly believe Zoldyck had it. You know, he had the grappler. He had freedom of movement there toward the end, and he was even getting as cheeky as to just be like, you know what, I'm gonna grapple toward you instead of like to a height advantage. He's like, I'm just full sending it. And the end though, John there picks up the W. You love to see it. Listen, guys. All right, you asked for moving zones. You got it. Was 13 people enough? Are you satisfied?
Hey, I'm satisfied with that rig ending. That probably was the most beautiful shot we've seen of the day. It's pretty well played. And you know what? It was a little bit of best of both worlds for both of us there, Zeke. We got some W key, we got some moving zones. I'm pretty proud of those games right there. That was fun.
Awesome, guys. Well, here we're going to take a look at Brazil's standings. Felipe, S2, Kovac, 339 points. My goodness. Now, keep in mind, this was the final games out of Brazil, their second day. And later on, we're going to be tallying up all the points and posting those. And we'll see which 100 from Brazil will be moving on. Now, also keep in mind, Brazil started an hour before NA East began. And NA East queues are about another hour or so, depending on when you're watching, that they will queue. They will finish their queue. My words are, I'm just still blown away by that last game. But there you go. There you have it. The standings there from Brazil. Dudes, thank you so much for casting those games. It was awesome. And we only have so many games left. Just a few more. Aussie, what do you think, man? Have you had a good day, good week so far?
I've had a great day, great week. I know there's been some tech stuff. I saw it out there. We did it. We pulled off a broadcast. I am in Australia. Aussie Antics. The sun rose this morning. I started this morning. I jinxed it. Are you kidding me?
You see?
All right. He got a small bit. He almost went all the way through, but it's all right. We'll call that the Aussie special.
Oh,
you
wow.
know, sometimes he's there, sometimes he isn't. That's how it goes down, Z.
Dang it, Australia, why? Let us borrow Aussie. You can't keep such talent to yourself, you selfish. Unbelievable. Well, Aussie, thank you so much for being part of the weekend. Oh man, it's been super great. Now, of course, guys, it's not over yet. We still have a few more games out of NA East. So please stay tuned. When we come back, we'll have the final games. We'll see you guys after the break. Welcome back, Fortnite fam. We are back for the final tail end of NA East on the Open Qualifier Week here in the FNCS Invitational. I'm your host, Zeke, and we've got to bring back the biggest gun we can. That is Shia Wager and Bala. Shala Wager, Shiola. I don't know.
Shia OTW.
Shia OTW. There you go. We got the guys back. We got the boys back. They're going to be taking us through these last set of games. You better be hyped because we just saw NA East bring it. I spoke it out in the universe, and they said, okay, Zeke, we hear you. We're going to do it. And that's what I respect. That's what I love, and I appreciate.
This is the last, basically, segment for us on the broadcast for the Open Qualifiers, and it's been awesome this entire weekend, getting this back, getting to look at names like this, take the lead, take the standings by storm, and also possibly take, I don't know, maybe us by storm if we watch them next week. Possibly they'll be back.
I mean, Talon Moose has been all over the board. Not only that, but all over our screens from time to time. And then just yesterday, we had Ravis Scott, this time Cactus Jack, up in 4th place. So we got some fan favorites, some fans as well who have some favorites, and they're all from 1st place down to 30th, Bala.
Yeah, I mean, I know you're Canadian, but that definitely said Mouse. We'll let it slide regardless.
Oh, true.
I'm still trying to make the kind of conversions, the calculations on what people are going to need to actually make it through, just so we can get our frame of reference. How many more points when we tune in with somebody? Look at 30th right now, 164. I'm pretty sure that is slightly below pace from yesterday at 30th place. So we might be around like 380 points total. And if you look at today, the people we've been tuning in with, you have no clue about the context of them before, but you can kind of wrap your head around that. That number is where they want to push themselves up to.
Yeah, 210 was top 100 yesterday. So we're right around there, maybe a little bit higher, set to track. We'll see. I mean, listen, I'm down, NA East. You want to pop off? I'm down. I'll be there. I'll be the guy in the front of the line. I promise. Listen, I'm just trying to egg them on. I'm trying to gas them up, guys, all right? We need the action. That's what we need. But, of course, Fortnite fam, we're getting ready to hop into the next set of games. Don't forget, if you're just tuning in, welcome. This is the FNCS Invitational. We have players that have been invited that have made it all the way to grand finals and other FNCS tournaments, and they are waiting next week. Today and this weekend was an open qualifier round where 100 of the best players from around the region make it through next week. Of course, guys, if you are ready, I'm ready. Let's take it into these final set of games over on NA East.
Yeah, I'm not sure about you, Bala. Definitely answer that question. Yes, I am ready to not only see NA East, but see some drum, gun, action. And who is it going to be this game is my question. Already, one of the themes is available. The RR tag past the name series, pushing immediately with just 2 weapons up into the competition. This man is ready for the hunt.
And so many people here at Salty Springs. I see 5 just inside the POI and 2 lurking nearby. Maybe that is fresh players for the drum gun guy out of the agency to come through and grab. But serious, trying to get through this roof. Fumi's ready. He knows. He's got him fully boxed up. This is trouble for the player with 2 weapons.
Yeah, and this time I think the RR is going to stand for a run away, because with no abilities available in the inventory in terms of having big shotguns, having that drum gun, with no utility anymore, just 1 mini, he has nothing to kind of hide behind. Everything is laid bare. He needs to find this next shot. Has height, but as you said, now there's 5 people in total over here. Whoever shoots first might be the one that doesn't survive all the way to the last.
Again, there's actually another fight going off in the distance. Series is going to look right over the side and take out Carlito. And because of that, he kind of earns himself some siphon, some extra HP for that RR possibly to get away. But no, he's going to get right back on the roof. And I know that the player down below is waiting for him to come around and swing around corners. Yes, he's right tucked in. If this is the only wall that he can place, the only build piece, if he takes it, he's going to be very uncomfortable. And yes, he does. Fumi is down and out.
He tried to get that fake out in there, but when you have someone with determination and the passion to stay on your walls as long as Series did, your time is basically over no matter where you try to go and what you try to do. Right now, though, Series has to climb all the way up to this big build that Meadows is on, peering underneath or over top the whole entire map, looking at what's in front of him. But right now, close by is going to be Series walking straight up although on the defensive right now, can quickly change gears and go straight for the face of Meadows, who does have 3 minis, but if taking damage too fast, will not be able to use them whatsoever and leave them behind for the person that gets that elimination. Is it going to be Series? Will it be the third-party candidate? We'll see right now as builds are taking place. There's blocks of pyramids over floors that are trying to be edited, and it's a whole 3-way fight that's climbing higher and higher in elevation. And here's the fourth party coming in, an RPG from God knows where.
Oh my goodness. And it's hilarious to see this sense of camaraderie out of the RR guys and all that entire community. I mean, Controller Gang is here to stay in the open qualifiers. We see RR, we see On Linear, we see, you know, every single one of these, the L2, they're all out in Storm. And in Salty Springs, they're all here to fight against each other. Series still against Shimi. He does get the piece control, but quickly the stairs are there. The cone slide, he's backed him up against the wall with RPGs raining in from behind.
The first time we saw this was a little bit closer. It was just literally wall to wall. Now it's box to box. But this is the difference. It's the third party so close by, and the addition of person after person coming in solos in that open format, trying to qualify their last chance now. The back end of games in NA East. This is where desperation starts to hold true. One of 2 tack shots available in Drab on Linear's inventory, and the first one strikes, now just has 1 more to use as everyone is cleared from Salty Springs, and he finally gets his head on his shoulders.
And we clear out Salty Springs. I thought that it might be a moment for the agency players to be able to push over to Salty and get a couple of eliminations, but no, they cleared out themselves. This fight, in the meantime, is still ongoing. The drum gun is in the hands of Lyric, who I believe we saw yesterday for at least 1 or 2 games. 107 points, he does get into the box with the stairs, gets right over him. Now he has no room to work with, no escape plan. But he's going to be able to find the hatch. That floor is his. He can edit down if he needs to now. And Voke actually did pop the medkit. He tried to for a second there on that breathing space. Lyric's still trying to get up there. Does not give him the chance to do that. How does Vol escape from this? Oh, it's going to be an RPG right to the feet. Doesn't matter, because I believe he selfed as well. So Lyrics. I mean, wow, these fights are back to back to back. Both in Salty and now at the agency too.
I mean, wall after wall, bar after bar, Lyric knows the right words to use, and right now, it's going to be absolute defense, but don't be scared. Even if his HP pool is low, you saw it against one of the hardest weapons to defend against, the RPG. His shot still rings true. Right now, Cake is looking for any way to get into this box, but with a metal cone above, with all these walls getting built around and the strongest build piece you can have, it's very hard to kind of penetrate and get in there, get the tack shotgun shot, do the damage. Usually not possible. The person on defense having the advantage.
The other thing that we haven't really talked about is that all the players who've qualified already are all watching today, or all watching yesterday, and kind of seeing what the type of players that are going to be in and qualified through tomorrow are going to be doing. And I think like players like Booga, for example, who drop at the agency, who has struggled in the past about different players coming out through all the different stages. He sees the amount of people who are coming to the agency game after game, and he realizes the chance is there.
I think it's pure entertainment for Booga or anyone else that's coming here, because from what I see on a week-to-week basis, duos and solos from their streams, I still think is miles ahead of even, you know, blocking RPGs doing damage. I think they're going to be enticed and having a fun idea of what can go down. For me, maybe, just free 4 points back to back to back. I'm going to call it that.
Okay, all right. He's the reigning World Cup champion. This is going to be the first time he has to actually fight back and try to hold the throne in terms of solos competition, since he wasn't at DreamHack Anaheim with a lot of the other top solos contenders. But all of a sudden another player joins in, I think a launch pad right on top of the agency. It's Kelpley. Lyrics maintains the high ground. He has the RPG now, and he does connect through that little gap and almost got the floor in the wall, but this time he does have the wall. Player not really sure how to do this. And through the third party in the back.
What a crucial elimination too, because he finally gets enough AR ammo to revive that drum gun in his inventory, but only 2 bullets in it right now. His back is literally against the wall, and this player's trying to exploit. We switch to POV, he gets 1 shot off to actually get his shields down as well on the trade, but another party coming in. A common theme we're seeing on this game is the story is never over. It's barely even started. Time after time, another person comes just to save someone, only to get taken out. Can Mac actually start this streak, but then break the pattern by surviving as someone coming in late into one of these third parties? The question is, as things get chaotic, who will come out on top all the way up high on this agency? No spy mission whatsoever, more so an action movie, and Mac is on the wall to what it seems like the player that we saw earlier on. Yes, he actually gets taken down. It's going to be Cake, who doesn't have the drum gun on him, but it's going to allow this other person, Lyrics, to be saved, only for Mac to get that elimination straight to his pool of points. Now for total 150 mats to hold and the drum gun to boot. I feel like we see the player that we're going to be focusing on for this game.
It's possible, and based on what we broadcasted throughout this entire 2 days, that win rate is going way up since he picked up the drum gun. But Carr, on the backside of this, at Risky Reels, there's so much engagement. It's right in the center of the map. He's really trying to get in, and he has a couple times, follows it up with the epic AR, and it's going to work. 2 elims for him, pushes him up 8 points. And also a player looking like they're trying... Oh, this is a chase. This is another fight that comes all the way down to Risky Reels.
And they're all connected. There's chains and everything right now. Every fight that's starting is getting a new person to engage and then stop it, and then change the way the story is developing. The hunters becoming the hunted. Right now, I think this is the most volatile early and mid game we've seen, and it doesn't really have to do really with the power of the drum gun like we've seen before. It has to do with how these guys are positioning in the chase for these fights.
That it does. Look at the player count, 30. And this is just another one of them that's going to go down.
It's Mac.
There it is. It's Mac. He launched from the agency all the way down there, and now the drum gun changes hands again. Carr is the one who has it, so maybe that win rate stat that I tried to make up is not actually valid at all. But as we all know, stats most of the time are made up. Phosphate Orange is going to be the guy right on top. It's on the wall, and this is important, right? He wants the drum gun. He wants it bad. He heard it in the distance. And he's going to get right on the wall.
As Sundown said though, right? Why do people who hear this gun try to fight against it, even if they know it's there? The question is, or the answer supposedly, is confidence, as a pickaxe shot is there to combo off with the chase down beam. I feel like Phosphate Orange's destiny was his drum gun, and no matter what you say, no matter how bad of an idea it is to challenge this power weapon, if you're meant for it, you'll get it in your hands, no matter a pickaxe or a beam, and you'll use it on the rest of the lobby. Now only 25 men big,
What am I
27
watching?
Actually. Vortex is chasing once again.
Am I watching the bounty LTM right now? Is there somebody with a mark on their head? Is it that drum gun player? And is it somebody in Salty Springs? Because every time we switch POVs, it's somebody else launching after another. And I mean, we've seen the drum gun change hands multiple times. It wasn't just the couple of players at the agency. It was literally like 3 or 4 people who pushed in on top of it. There must be a bounty in this server to be earned.
We must have missed the memo, unfortunately, but we're here to tune along with the action, because this will be 100% a hunt down. If you see someone, you shoot someone, you try to eliminate that person, get those points. Vortex right now, though, is looking to beef up his loadout before he does that, just in case that person sees him first, claps back. He'll have the floppers to heal up. But he's next to zone line. Not sure what he's exactly searching for over here. It might be an item that he left behind. It is the launch pad. Bala always knows. As a wise man once said, we must VOD review this. We must VOD review this. And he did. And now we go into the future where we see Bart, Buddy, and Boo looking for some type of ways to make their own bases.
And 25 players now. There was a couple shots exchanged, but there is so much room to establish yourself here in the zone. 73 points for Buddy Lee. We've seen a wide range of points today in this lobby, from around 70 to up to 200 on one of those guys who got the drum gun. And what will be sufficient to move on to next weekend's to move on and pit your skills against the best of the best. FNCS champions and grand finalists all together. And one big pile, but another launch pad right on top of Buddy Lee. It's the minigun. Brutus is in action. He's in play. And instantly puts Buddy on the back foot to try to heal up a little bit. It's Bart from earlier. He was right next to him.
Ooh. And now he's instantly gone as we switch it up. That's the instant replay. If you blinked, you might have missed it. But we're there. We have you covered. Now an insane upgrade that I think Buddy absolutely needed. Down from a burst AR up to a purple AR. And then he gets the pump to boot as well with some big heals.
And I have to wonder if seeing this player count is affecting these guys. If they see, wow, there's only 20 people in this lobby, I should launch pad on somebody. Because I've had that thought too, playing in some of these open qualifiers and cash cups. Because here's another one. This is a full-on box fight. This is going to completion. Like, they're not going to stop. And a couple of even other people joining in on the fun.
I mean, you see the theme of the game, you must follow it or you're probably going to fall behind. Because although buff aim assist here, can't believe I said those words, it's going to be at just one elimination. It'll be an interesting thing to see people like this who are aggressive only having this slight count with the lobby already dwindling so low, right? You want to be there at that 4 to 5 mark. Gamer Kid as well has only really got to see placement points, but hasn't accelerated his game whatsoever because he's at this 0 mark. He has the mats, has the loadout, but he hasn't been as active as he should have been yet.
Activity is going to be in the form of a box fight, fairly safe on all sides. The good part about all this is that it's a fully metal built base that they're box fighting in between, which means that people are not necessarily going to spray through the box. Number one, they don't have the info because it's fully concealed with the metal, but number two, it's just stronger overall, more health. It requires more ammunition and more time to actually break through.
And that's one of the benefits of playing passively, having these positions. You get to set that up because, as Bala mentioned, it takes a long time, about 25 seconds for it to fully build. If you're doing it immediately, just off of a base up, maybe off a launch pad, what Buff is doing right now, just switching layers, it takes a lot longer. You can actually track that individual, still get into his box, sometimes even worse than wood to place first. Gamer Kid, though, looking for the spam. Once again, another third-party fight where there's so many different angles you have to be aware of if you're on defense. These guys are still not in zone yet. This is a huge community of a base that you can stay at. Tempting to be at as well while the zone comes in, but they must move in at some point. And as they do, you can already see people based at that safe zone, possibly going to turn back and have even more eyes on this entire fight that's developing in front of us.
And I like how Gamer Kid is keeping tabs on all exactly what his opponent is doing up above him. Before he makes plays, before he moves into a separate box, he's looking up and spotting exactly where is that sound coming from. Now onto Orbit, a little bit more quiet, and I think we might switch gears to more just long-range AR shots and heavy snipers for the most part, as there's only 3 people in zone. And the other thing to keep in mind is when you're in these low player count, I shouldn't say low player count lobbies, when people are playing very aggressive, is that when you do play aggressive, depending on how the rest of the lobby's feeling or what they can see from you, there might be 3 people shooting at you if you take a box fight, or there might be 1. In any case, as Orbit actually picks up aim assist from a distance, I'm wondering if he fell to fall damage or fell to zone, he got the credit for it. But the one thing is, you as a box fighter can try to force your opponent to go into certain spots where it will force a third party to really put you in between. So essentially, you try to find somebody in between you and your opponent, and they will spray at them, and you can take a wall, get in, and be defended.
Yeah, one of the words for that is micromanaging your opponent, where he's going, actually making his movements benefit you, and you specifically taking certain walls, putting yourself in a position, as Ball is saying, to have both you guys in the middle, basically, of a fight where you are getting less damage done. Obviously, you'll end up benefiting Orbit. A bunch of these guys aren't doing it right now, but even with the positioning of these bases, that effect can still happen. If you position yourself poorly in the middle of, 4 different bases, you can see the effect of all 3 onto your box. Whereas if you have a good position, you can be one of the 3, beaming a singular box. You'll always ask yourselves, why do I randomly get focused by the lobby when trying to play these competitive games? That's why. It's about that planning of where you finally want to box up. You must choose a good spot that you know won't get focused by multiple people.
And Phosphate is trying to actually force that from the rest of the server, but you can see that Hill is just briefly putting him in. As he tunnels forwards, he makes sure that he's blocked from all sides, not taking a single tick of damage. All he pushes on the player that he knows is low, that he knows is an opportunity. Good play from the other side. He makes this really hurt for Phosphate as he's now on the back foot. The drum gun player who did not play aggressively throughout the rest of this game compared to everybody else. As soon as he picked up that drum gun, he said, hold on, time to slow down. A massive difference, a massive departure from what we've seen game after game.
I think he's just waiting for that opportune moment, the right time, the possible best position to be in for zone to finally get active. At the same time, these opportunities of just 18 players left alive, usually we see this drum gun prospect activate when there's 30 and cut down the lobby size in half almost. Operate when usually there's about 20-25 people alive. When it's just 17, it's harder to get these isolated box fights, and right now he has one. What a nice short hop to big pump. Connects for not that much, but he can follow up with the beam, and he does. Phosphate. What a nice connection, synchronization of plays and information to play off of. That was beautiful.
That was wonderful. That was drawn up on the playbook. He knew exactly how that was going to work. Made the edit. Looked like he was going to go for the shot, but really he was healing behind it, but it was all in the head. 500 IQ. He knew that as soon as he took the big pot, he would look through the wood and say, hold on, I got to stop this. This is open. I can take some shots, and boom. Instantly opens the edit, takes the pump shotgun shot. That's the key for him to leave, and it's an easy tag. Easy shots out the air for Phosphate.
The risk in that play and the risk in how it relates to right now is actually following that launch pad. People have seen someone get knocked. Obviously, you want to get the zone. So how it relates here is, where do you move after that? Do you take the launch while you're moving in? Do you take some damage? Where do you want to base? How much do you want to risk? All these things following through Phosphate's mind, and he actually chooses once again to be in a position to box fight because he has that power weapon, and you can just see the health bars themselves. You don't need any more information than that on what's going on in the box. It's a drum gun versus a shotgun, and we've seen for the last 2 days who comes out on top. Right now it's Phosphate, who's going to put himself in another position to get another shot off on anyone else in between him and another person.
Phosphate's probably one of the candidates to win the game with 3 eliminations. He got in, got a big pot too. And it's back up to good HP. Has a launch pad. The zone goes across where the half in, half out went. But I don't think he really cares. I think all he cares about is the whites in the eyes of his opponents right now. Phosphate, as that other player comes in, he does take him out. That's Boo from earlier that we saw briefly. As we rotated all throughout the game and got the different perspectives. Now it's all coming into a culmination at the end game. Launch pads all around as we fly across this moving zone.
And it starts and it looks really heavy off and on one side, so that end game effect that we see in all the stackers, even though it's just 12 people, might be relevant now as so many people go for that high ground. We line up a big shot, but it only hits for 30. It doesn't matter if the spam's there to connect. Phosphate always has a plan B to back up on and to help his game out no matter the result of his first decision. Right now with 10 still left alive, he's battling for height, and he gets there with a lesser material, drops down for the reconnect, and is in control of the whole lobby. Looking down with this AR, still has to be careful for someone coming right up top above him and taking over the height, but at this moment he has the opportunity to go for beams. With just 8 people, every elimination is crucial.
That it is, and we're coming down to the wire. Every second counts for players like this, and he is going to make it count. In the zone, he finds it and maintains the high ground. He's just got to continue to pressure, get any little bit of damage that he can in order to get the credit for the elimination and also push themselves up the standings, because right now 213 might be enough, but not knowing his performance in day 1, he knows what he needs to do, and that's all that matters.
Right now, either way, he just needs to be able to be in a position to win. And if you are in this light of a lobby, it's all about pressuring people downwards as much as possible, not letting them have height. Now, that is very difficult to do, especially when there's metal builds in the way. And he's going to keep trying to do it as this zone keeps moving past the house. That's an opportunity for people to get in, get hidden, and start to refarm. Another opportunity that Phosphate misses out on. He'll never be able to touch Gamer Kid now with a single shot, but Gamer is lost in the storm, and Phosphate has lost height and the vision on the entire server. He takes so much damage. Tiny on low ground with a health pool to match his name. He's looking for anything. He might have a possible high ground position here, but with a drum gun rattling right outside his box, it's going to be scary to make the decision to move on this ball.
And Phosphate Orange did pick up one. He went right back up. He actually picked up two, one in the zone, all the way back at the house, at the lodge, and now 1v1v1. Phosphate looking for another, no builds down below, and that's going to be an easy cleanup. And I think the other player went into the box to get that pickup, to get the refresh on his materials that he's definitely going to need with the drum gun raining above.
And time is ticking for Tiny because he just has 1 HP left in the pool, cannot even touch the storm or think about it. Goes for the innovative play, but it's not enough when faced with the man with momentum, Phosphate Orange. Taking out Tiny, by the way, for a monumentous win. What a play.
And that is momentum, taking out multiple drum gun owners throughout that. I guess it wasn't him taking them out, but man, that changed hands so many times in that game, and we see the results of how important those fights are.
That's what we call a loot delivery. Eventually, like you said, the drum gun finding its way into Orange's hand, and it was just everything he needed. Now, I mean, let's also talk about his loadout, right? Dude was kitted. He had launch pads. He had literally everything at his disposal he needed to finish up that game and finish strong. Now, dudes, we've kind of talked about NA East all day, you know, and that was some action. It was definitely a little bit dialed back. How do you guys feel about that game? In the moving zone, it wasn't nearly as many people, but I feel like at this point we're kind of used to seeing that.
Yeah, I mean, the moving zone, that you are used to seeing that. One of the things, you talk about the kit, you talk about the launch pads, how many people and how many he had, and that's something when you find those eliminations in the end game, is that everybody's going to have something to be able to offer to that, right? Because they've taken out the rest of the lobby. When there's only 12 people in the end game like that, every single one will have something to offer, whether it's a big pot, whether it's minis, whether it's a launch pad. They'll have possibly even upgrades on mythic items. They will have something that you've got to get. And I think what ended up coming down to it is that they ran out of materials. A player down on low ground, yes, he got the siphon elimination, but that's really not much when faced up against a drum gun.
Time is so different as well in those situations because you have opportunities you don't really get in the real game. Like an 8-zone moment to pop minis and a big together while at 1 HP. You'll never see that in a stacker. So Tiny gets that unique situation to be able to play all the way for second place. Now remember, with this format, that actually matters now. It's not just the top 5 to first. Every single placement from 10th will net you more points. At the back end of your games, that's very important. So to utilize these new kind of opportunities in these rushed games is important. Tiny did it, although almost didn't win. You know, he made the best out of the situation, and that's something these types of games can offer people in the top 10.
Man, that's right. I'm telling you, it's like the more we talk about this, the more excited I get about thinking next week we're pitting the best of the best against these newcomers. Like, I cannot wait to see how it changes. I want to believe in my heart of heart that these up-and-comers are just going to change everything, right? They're going to force all these familiar faces we're used to seeing on the back foot, right? They're just going to start catching them off guard. But at the same time, like, these guys are grand finalists out of the FNCS, you know? Like, they have made their way here. They are there, have made it there for a reason based on their raw skill and talent. So, I mean, we'll have to see. I don't know, like, how is that even going to look, Bala? I mean... Like, it's I would love to predict it, but it's just so, I feel like it's so nebulous at this point, right? Like, there's no way of knowing.
Yeah, I think there is, Zeke, actually, because we've had tournaments like this in the past, not necessarily of this exact type, but we've seen World Cup Opens, we've seen World Cup Semis, we've seen FNCS Opens, FNCS Semis, all these sort of different things. As you narrow down the pool, it does get harder, and the players who are waiting are experienced, playing against people that are coming out of Opens, but also in the most stacked of stacked games.
and then experience goes straight to respect, right? Like right now, I believe every single FNCS winner has the pickaxe that's available, but after this invitational, that goes all the way down to just one person who's gonna control it afterwards. I've seen the celebrations on Twitter from everyone from every region trying to hold that and hold on to it, but at this moment right now, it's like, it's all about respect and exactly who has it. To get that, it's one specific feat that you need, and like at the same time, that feat can only be done by one single person per region.
It's actually interesting that you say that, because we should take a moment to talk about the Champions Pickaxe. So it's basically, in case you didn't know, the FNCS champions hold it in their inventory. And the way it works, it's basically exactly that. It's like a trophy that they can use to flex on everyone. Now, the key thing of note here is that they only hold the pickaxe as long as they are the champions. Now, keep in mind, the Invitational will not change anything about who holds this current Axe of Champions. So you'll see all the people running around with them, but it will not be until the very next FNCS that someone can look to challenge and take away that Axe. Now, there's only one per winner out there, so you know this could very easily change hands, much like the drum gun. But you could also see people defend their Axe and hold that for several seasons. I mean, I don't know that I don't know that I've ever seen anything like that in a game, you know, to be able to say like, no, yeah, I have this thing that is in so limited quantity, and it's because I am the best, you know, like, it's wild, Paula.
I haven't seen anything like that. And you know what's funny too is that World Cup champions were begging on Twitter for something. They wanted the Axe of Champions themselves, but I guess, you know, it's all good. I think that people are really hungry for this, and whether it's this invitational or not, winning means the most to them out of anything, and to have a reward that means and that they can show, yes, this is what I earned, really means a lot, and it speaks volumes that these guys are excited for something like that too.
I look forward to seeing them run around next week and toward the grand finals of the FNCS Invitational. For you guys at home that are tuning in, thank you guys so much for sticking with us. We know it's a Sunday. We appreciate you guys hanging out. We hope you're keeping yourself safe and healthy, especially in these uncertain times. We are knee-deep in NA East, and we're toward the very tail end. It's about 15 minutes or so before the final queues are open, and at that point, the players will kind of finish out their games, and then after the broadcast, the points will be tallied, and then later on they will be posted, and we will know the 100 from every region that are moving on to next week. Now, of course, we've got more games on the way as we kind of get ready to finish things up. So, gentlemen, if you guys are ready, let's hop on the battle bus and head on in to this next game.
The next game, and possibly one of the last runs for a lot of people here, at least in this invitational. They can only now watch afterwards. They don't qualify for this next portion of the process in this tournament. It's going to be Patience, not playing with any, getting a fast elimination straight out of the gate, looking for his next one, as we see Agency is littered with more droppers, hot droppers more so as well, because everyone is now aware of who is going to be here, what weapon they will have. It's the drum gun competition once again, and he's possibly walking into a trap here, baited with the minis, but builds a wall right up to stop things, and is being very careful, possibly got a hint. And oh my god, the creativeness of this player, the hop, skip, jump on the door, actually taking some damage back, but Patience has the raw damage to outsmart any type of strategy.
And that was two quick ones on top of the roof and then out the escape hatch on the balcony there. Patience showing off a little bit of knowledge, and that's something that I actually haven't really seen out of the players dropping Agency today. It's been a lot of people who don't really know how to navigate this spot. Patience clearly does. Although right now we're looking to see if you can find anything more. There is some noise, there is some shots raining off in the distance, and I think that's what he's hunting for. Specifically trying to find, did anybody take out Midas at this point?
Even if they do, we know the patterns that happen at the Agency and after it. Right now, Patience is getting wrapped in the back by a bunch of shots from a burst AR. I think it's a purple to gold variety as well. The vaulting actually has not been opened just yet. The card's still in play. The shield's not dropped down for a lot of people, which means this drum gun will be ever so more deadly. How many bullets are left in it though? There is some AR on the ground, only 50 in Patience's inventory.
And Stell uses the decoy grenades to really make things Kind of uncomfortable for Patience, but still just waits it out. And the harpoon gun now also being into play. He's just going to try to hold that wall, but I don't think that he can grab it. He is going to start getting back on the offensive against Stealth. Gets the first tack shot. And then the drum gun rains in. More damage done, inflicted onto Stell. And now this wall is low, but Patience down to 11 HP too. He backs up into the old box. It's all just wood though, and there's a window on the back side. Thankfully, no players trying to peek their heads through.
Just yet, because you never know what happens. Still finding 3 more bandages to stay in the competition. 66 players left alive. This tool in the inventory right now, although surviving in this fight, you're losing out on a lot of elimination points. And although we don't know where Patience actually stacks off of yesterday's competition, 218 is a good spot to be in, but he might need to be playing a game of catch-up. So right now, this could be a hindrance in his journey, but still has enough bullets to pierce right through the builds, get damage done, get the next elimination, get 4 more points, and move on to the next target in the agency.
And this was a hot drop, but for Patience, it didn't really feel like that. Every single fight was controlled, it was calm. And more decoys running in. He knows, though, that those are nothing. There, he spots the actual player, and they actually distracted him. I've never seen decoys confuse your own self after using them. They ran through the wood, the hallway, and tried to break through the walls that clearly were not the right direction. Patience knows, and now he's got it. That's it. We're gone. And over towards somewhere where I haven't been in a long, or we haven't seen in a long time, is actually the grotto. And we spoke a lot about the grotto through FNCS for everybody who was watching that season. But man, in this solos, it does not feel like this Brutus minigun is any effect at all. But right now, this fight still important. He has an RPG too. Almost shot that one out, but good reflexes to make sure that didn't happen. There's a really nice thing about the minigun is that you could actually use it to chase down people, and if they're not really careful about how they're placing their builds, if they're just trying to push one-off builds, hold on, they get right in the box. And that was really nice from EDZ. I was saying, based on that minigun, you could use it to chase people down. If they're trying to put only one build in between people, you can break that really fast. And if they're not turbo building, you can get right in.
And those were sounds of nostalgia. These are POVs that bring a tear to my eye. Because although we've been watching Agency time and time again, I miss the beef that was here in every single region. The effect of that minigun when played in duos. At least the thought about it. Because sometimes when you're facing it in game, kind of feels bad, man. Kind of feels very different, man.
Oh, don't worry. Don't worry. The beefs will come back, Shiloh, as soon as we get into... as soon as we see this player list, essentially, as soon as we know who's qualified through, instantly it's going to be people trying to figure out if they can get the drop spot for free, get the people who are interested in it away from it. That's just how the cookie crumbles when it comes to competitive Fortnite. And I think the biggest one might be the agency, to be honest. I've seen some talk about the rig, about the shark. The shark kind of has, I don't know. At the beginning of everything, it was like the shark might be the best one. But since then, since competitive has actually played out for a full season, and even seeing today, yes, there's been effects of the grappler, but not to the extent of the drum gun.
I feel like the open format might be clouding our judgment a little bit because,
yes,
obviously, agency, the drum gun is going to be the easiest thing to navigate compared to every single other weapon. But I feel like just the essence of where the drop is in location, right? What's around it, how you can rotate off of it, will be the true kind of factor as to where everyone's going to be trying to drop the most. Like, the big thing about the grotto is that it's very central, although agency is at the very middle of the map. It's kind of very high risk. You can't really rotate off of it to something that's uncontested nearby. The grotto can always make a quick exit with that silo straight over to Dirty Dock, straight over to Junkyard, into Retail Row if you're that desperate. It's a good escape tool that we saw in duos, which is going to be even more easier to pull off in solos. You won't have to worry about a teammate. And then the effects of this, right? Like, we see it happen with the drum gun all the time. I think the minigun was the OG get in the box, I don't care about you building, wrap around weapon.
I don't know about OG. Maybe.
I mean,
maybe
the one
a
we've
little
seen
bit.
the most of for the last month, right? Like,
Yeah.
chap on the minigun, no matter what AV was doing, was always in that box.
Okay.
It was the operating item. For opens, 100% though, it has to be the jump. But I'm curious to see what the pros will do versus the rising stars upcoming in the next week.
So Patience did win not only the agency, but the fight afterwards. And now, we'll see if he opts to have some of his name. But no, he's just going to ring around the rosy. He's literally so confident that he is clearing every single bush from that circle. And Struggles is actually in an interesting position. This house is notorious for spotting up and setting up traps for players, even though they're vaulted, in the form of sitting up in the roof and just waiting for somebody to come and open a chest. The bait that you can do, not only at that house, but also the bridges that Patience is about to walk into. There's nobody in here, thankfully, but you can actually set up above on these rafters and catch people unawares.
And although Patience is confident, I don't think he's a fool to check and test that house, because you've seen even the best of players fall to that cheese strat. But now he'll move into one of the spots where we see a lot of fights happen. I think the OG defense offense location of at least this island and this chapter, Frenzy Farm. And some people will be on defense in boxes, but Patience will rush things over with the drum gun. 300 bullets, the long-range prowess of a burst AR that's golden. It won't matter if he closes the distance, and he does. Yeah, Dopey, unfortunately, switching over to wood, which is going to be a bad sign of a lack of confidence. Switching back to brick will have some defensive measures, but running through his hard mats very fast, possibly overbuilding as well, but I don't think Patience cares either. Now in the same box, has ramp control, it's double edited, and Dopey can't even react. His sticks or his mouse stuck in a position that's easy to be shot at, an instant headshot. Don't forget that Patience also has a gold pump to boot if things get saucy like they just did. If he has the opportunity to use it, don't think he needs it, but even if he does, he hits those shots.
Is this now the best loadout in the game? Is this like hands down the best loadout in the game? Legendary pump, legendary burst AR, mythic drum gun, 3 big pots, 6 minis. Like, he can recover
Almost.
from anything. In addition to the launch pad. Okay, what's the one item?
The one item is you swap out the... First of all, too many shields. Swap out the bigs for a grappler. Swap out the burst AR
Okay.
for a mythic scar.
See,
I think
kinda
that's been the
disagree
theme
with
we've
that.
seen.
I think well, yeah, the mythic scar, obviously, or mythic AR is definitely very good, but I think I'd rather have bigs than anything. If I'm W King like Patience is, like, just being able to recover with one big pot rather than having to do anything and getting back up to 200 HP actually means a lot, because all these other people who don't have the fortunate situation to have a legendary pump will not be able to one-tap you.
But see, my counter argument is that the only reason you ever need recovery... Every time, man. Every time.
Yes, please. I think that's deserved. I think that's the one time on broadcast that I'll say that is deserved. He just went in the box without any information, without any knowledge of what just happened. That might be the one time on broadcast I would say that's deserved. Sloth now has the target. Now he's the guy with the bounty.
And it's going to be a big one full of gold, because my man has the best thing, according to now Bala and the broadcast, that you can ask for, because you're not going to get any higher than that anymore. Still, though, getting the zone will have to be your first priority, regardless of what loot you have. And although we would call this one of the god loadouts to have as well at some point, it just looks so mightily inferior to everything else we've seen so far in this tournament. You can operate off of this very well, but comparatively, if you're in a box with someone who has a drum, who has a gold pump, you don't have much of a say as to what goes on.
This guy's running out in the open. He's taken 7 heavy snipe shots. And finally, this is the first shots that anybody shoots on him. Vex is getting away with probably a little too much. He's going to take another. None of these connecting just yet. And almost depleting his resources in terms of heavy ammunition. He's going to go over the hill, though, and there's probably a couple more people he can take a couple shots at.
I have a bad feeling about this, man. I don't know. you were mentioning it, alluding to it a little bit, but he is getting off way too scot-free, and I've seen people take like 12 heavy snipe shots before and then get answered back with just one. And I don't want to see it happen. My man's at 100 points. He needs this game.
You're right about that, but man, I don't know. I think we've seen so much of one thing that would definitely brighten my day a little bit. He's going to go into the box, though. That is white HP on the other side, and he easily cleans that up. A good opportunity, but now he's got to get back up and heal while Zone stops right next to him. He's got a minute to play with, and he has a launch pad if he needs to get away, and struggles. Remember, that's actually the guy who was here in what I call the Christmas house since Winter Royale. He was there all the way back when I started pointing out the trap that can be set up.
I think the official term for it is Crack Shot's Cabin. Food for thought. Fun factoid.
Winterfest was a
And
blast.
now, was it? I liked it.
Yeah, man. You know how many presents I opened? That was awesome.
The cool feeling about it is that, like, since I was actually living on my own at the time, it was kind of like having a family to log on with and get presents from for, 14 days of Christmas. So, hey, shout out to Epic Games, man. Make me feel at home. At home.
I like this. Sloths gets the drum gun and then builds a metal base, sits there and flexes his edits. You know that you're in for a treat when not only is he not pushing fights, but he's also trying to flex his edit as much as possible. I don't know if this is an indication that he actually knows what he's doing in terms of playing for an endgame, or whether it's just kind of maybe he's just too scared. Because everybody else who we've seen, it's been like a curse. You know, like one of those cursed items in role-playing games. You get like the cursed sword or whatever, and all of a sudden you go berserk. I think that's what the drum gun has kind of done. It's giving you the blood of Midas. You just start going crazy.
The power. You cannot handle it. I think Sloth is definitely scared because, man, it's not only the fact that it makes you go crazy, it makes the lobby suddenly perk up their ears. Hear the rattle. And I feel like he's doing fine right now. I think this is the second time you've seen Tap actually go down back-to-back in games. Long range, unfortunately. So, hey, I mean, he's seen better days. Hopefully, if he's made it past to the next stage of competition, he plays a little bit more defensive. If not, next time, he'll have a better shot at seeing what's up. We see Fex is still alive now. Still actually at a better position. A little bit of a calm overview as to what's going on in the farm. It's not harvest season just yet. People still growing, looking for opportunities to get some nutrition in the system with these long-range beams.
I don't know if it's just me or if I've never seen a game end at Frenzy Farm where I actually can hear the ambient noises of all the animals, the birds, and all that. 25 players left. This is definitely one of those W key-ish lobbies where people are trying to get as many eliminations as they can before they leave out and grab into the next queue. But speaking of that, queues are now closed. And this is now the last opportunity that people really have to accrue points.
And this might be the POV of one of the second last games we've seen. Just remember that we are on a little bit of a delay here, so we will be seeing games possibly just one back from what's actually happening live. So might have a POV coming up right after this one as to what is up. But still, I think this is the first time me personally live casting have seen Frenzy Farm, as you said, quiet, but me also completely calm. Usually a lot more beams, a lot more communities of bases built up around Zate Mountain over here, and at the same time around Frenzy Farm, the no man's field in the middle where people have to cross, try to launch pad and get beamed. Right now we'll see an opportunity we don't usually get to see, which is people rotating for free, just walking out the back, not getting shot once. Potentially though, the last sound they will hear are those ambient noises of animals. As Heavy Sniper still in the game can take you out in a blink.
How risky. And he does end up paying for it, but he just take that entire shield potion by himself in complete open. I mean, that is risky now. A minigun added to the mix. And thankfully it's not targeted at him. He gets to make this brick base by himself and go back and basically spend another full shield potion because of what he did. This is EDC right now, by the way, up in top of Zayt Hill that you mentioned earlier. This is the same player we saw in towards the end game of last one.
And a few same names now. We finally see the higher point lobbies have the repeated patterns of skillful players possibly stuck, not actually pushing forward in points and then matching with each other again. But I mentioned Tap as well. He got beamed last time, beamed back to back. That's a big hit on the mental. And to have, you know, a good mentality is very important, not only in solos, but in an empty game like this, because you can't really play reactionary, right? You have to be playing with a prepped plan because there's so many open places. If you try to just go in and wait for someone to shoot you, that could be the end of you, because the whole lobby is just looking for an opportunity to bounce off on. And if you stay static for too long, Neck is there and he gets it done. Over for that player. But still, someone on his wall, he has to go for another fight straight up, real quick, box to box. Floppers are swapped out for some of the minis. He still maintains a max stack. But how will he get out of a spot where he doesn't have full piece control of every single person? It's replacing the stair. This is the last piece he needs of the puzzle. Actually denying the wall, going all the way around the wrap, but he actually loses it on the way back. What a good escape by Nico, phasing through walls like a ghost. And now he tries to just run away towards the zone. You have to remember, not his walls, so it'll be slightly delayed. Neck at the back gets shot up down to 24 HP, and that might prompt Nico to stay slightly far behind. But the floppers are not going to be enough to maintain a health pool to stay alive. Nico, top 30 now, pushing up past the leaderboard, dodging so many shots, possibly making it to the core. No, uses his own builds, but he's at that infamous spot that we see many players unable to pass. It's going to be the land of multiple angled beams, and he too will fall to the trap.
You just gotta try instantly. If you end up in a situation like that, where you land by yourself in the open, instantly you've got to use all your hard materials to make as wide of a base as possible, because you know that it's coming. You want to try to connect even to somebody else to break that angle, break the line of sight. Kenny's gonna go for height and fit zone. He gets right on top, misses the shot, but he gets boxed in together. Oh my goodness. It doesn't matter how many shots he misses. It catches him by surprise enough that no matter what, he now has the results. I think he has high ground, and I think it's for free unless somebody else took it right back. No, it is just him. And with the grappler, you see somebody like Zexro instantly from this position. Yes, he's on height, but you would see this 6 zone going across the way, all across the farm. He would instantly drop down, grapple across to get himself a nice position to work with moving forward.
We'll see what Kenny ends up doing, because these are the new play styles we see developing, right? Not everyone is there with the experience of Zexro, with the mind of a man who's won multiple tournaments. These are people who are now the first time, sometimes for a lot of them, in this position, to have a namesake for themselves, to build a legacy. Slots, the other side of the power loadout with the drum gun, will look to play mid-ground. If he comes in contact with someone right next to his box, if he sets up a trap, it could spell a 2-second quick elimination into pushing him even more forward into momentum towards the next one, and then hopefully the win. Right now, though, the plan is to stay mid-ground, to stay secured, to make that room closer between him and his enemy. He'll do that, station up, and then look for more elims.
Make a little peek box down below. 14 players left in this one. This isn't that crazy. Kenny, who we saw earlier with the grappler, he's up on heights. A lot of people playing right next to each other, close, ultimate low. Not a single person really has a full-on tart down on mid-ground. The zone is going to continue. No, it kind of turns and goes back in a direction. And we see players launching up on height. An optimal time to use it, but also an optimal time to get beam. It's going to be Slots who does get up a little bit. Doesn't have and doesn't identify a target just yet. He's going to phase in the box, though. That's what you use with the drum gun. A nice pump shot in between to finish things off.
And now he's got some room, and we've got a traditional game on our hands, because we're in the 7th zone with 10 people left alive. Something you'd normally see in a game that's just slightly moving fast, but yet still stacked. And now Sloss will move up just a few layers, try to get his own position on a layer in the zone, moving as fast as possible towards the next safe position, so he can look back, get a few more beams, play calm, but still be aggressive.
he is going to start pressuring up on height, the grappler player. A lot of people now. We're moving to the 8th zone. And it's going to be struggles on top. He has an RPG. He reloads that. And where is his target going to be? Is he going to be able to actually pressure somebody off of looking at him?
And while Sloss is in here with a jump gun, we know that Kenny holds that grappler. He swats right beside, and who's going to have the most powerful loadout? It will be Sloss, who now has the big swing of both the agency and the shark. Up top, though, we know this individual has an RPG. Sloss, you said the bigs are so monumental in making sure it makes you stay up top, alive, and healthy. Sloss, not having that confidence of the full pool, will still elect to go straight to a box, dodges an RPG with the grappler, moves ahead, and using the style of Zextro to get to the next position to make sure he stays safe, to still upkeep the pressure. He's now looking for a way to open up this game, to get Man Struggles, who had a trap all the way there at Crackshot's cabin, off the top. Here it is, it's the move. Still holding on to just 5 shields. He goes for the up top play, doesn't get it. Drops down, gets shot up in the back with a combination of fall damage, goes down to about 40 HP, but has the shields once again to come back up. 8 elims, a possible edit available, doesn't actually get it, and gets answered back still. 8 elims is a good place to end that game. Now Man Struggles actually lost height. A huge RPG to break so many builds. The combination of a launch pad. Does he get it? Yes, that opponent was out of materials, and he still has 400 to go. Man Struggles with a huge come up, but no, it's Mags and Scuba up top at a final 1v1 for height, but there's a missing opponent. No, that was Struggles who took out Rise from the zone. Final 1v1 now. Scuba, though, less builds available, has the floppers, drops down, looks for safety. Does he know that there's no one here on low? Yes, he does. Now doesn't actually have the opportunity to beam down. It'll be a 1v1. He doesn't see the tree drop down. A block with the ramp. The backwards 199 shot. Scuba with no HP. A sliver just available. 0.5 wraps up with a glamorous shot. What a game.
And what a shot that he needed. He knew the pressure behind that. If he did not hit, he would not win, because that one pump shot would have been enough for the other player to pull out his AR, and that definitely was an interesting one. The first, I think, 9th zone that we've seen with more than 2 people in the end game.
Guys, what did I tell you? I just need you to speak it out into the universe. We just have to ask, we just have to talk to NA East. They're willing to work with us. And look at that, you got what you wanted. More people, 10 in a move-in zone, and a dope endgame finish there that was back and forth. I mean, we thought Midas was going to win it all, right? He's running around. He's even got the shark as well. It's unbelievable. No. Scuba is like, you know what? Might as well call me the Great Barrier Reef, because I'm the best. You know what I'm saying? Guys, I know, it's late. I don't know what I'm doing. Either way, that was still a great finish there. Now, of course, we've got 1 game left. But did that game live up to your expectations, Shia? Would you have liked to see something go differently?
Hey, surpassed mine, because I didn't actually see a 1v1 for height happening at the end, and it wasn't a grief fest either. 5 mats, a big pump. It was a possibility for Scuba to dig deep, stay up top, go for a glamorous shot, but instead he goes all the way down bottom, relies on precision and positioning, waits for his opponent to drop, because that's the smart play to make, is still using his brain. That's something we haven't usually seen. Right now it's everyone just using their brawn, more likely their loadout, getting into boxes. I'm not saying people are playing stupid by any means, but they're using what they have in their inventory rather than what they've gained through experience. That game was very different, though.
We're getting there, I think, is the point. We're getting to what we're going to see in the next couple of weeks, because that was it, almost. I think that we still need to see people push the pace in terms of getting ahead of zone, in terms of layering away from people who are threats. I think there's still a little bit too much landing on each other for, trying to make the risky 200 pump play. But in that case, it's okay in certain situations, especially with a low lobby count.
I mean, low lobby counts, that's what you want to see, because if you're just having everyone play passive, yes, it's what the people like to watch, but in terms of getting points, it's not the right play to make. You have to identify what type of game you're in. That gets decided in half and half. And these players are finally understanding that, knowing their limits, knowing their boundaries. That's what you want to see out of up-and-comers, we keep saying, out of rising stars. So it's good to see that it's been happening all the way till the end of NA East now. I believe we still have one more game to go, though, Zeke.
That's right, man. 1 game left. And then we can see the final standings and see how things has gone for NA East. Who can we see there at the top? Now, of course, guys, don't forget, We're going to be back next week where the invited players who are grand finalists of the FNCS are already waiting. They're waiting for these players, the top 100 in every region, to move on and join them and begin the ultimate battle. I honestly don't think we're going to see this next week. I think next week we're going to see 40 people final moving zones. It's going to be wild because everyone is holding on to their card, trying to push on. Because don't forget, you got to be above a certain threshold if you want to keep making it through every single week, Bala.
Yeah, that's exactly it. That's what you need to do, is you got to show and prove that you deserve to be there with the best when all is said and done. And that's what we're going to do week after week. We're going to keep dwindling this player list down and down, further down. I mean, right now there's hundreds of players playing in these tournaments, in these open qualifiers. But next weekend, we're going to get smaller until we're down to just one who will walk away as champion of the Invitational.
Still, I think the effects of this open kind of division is going to be lingering the entire time, even with the big pros, even with the invitees. I feel like people have seen, we've talked about, Booga possibly watching how agencies going down. People are watching how these games are going down, right? The first weekend of official broadcast coming back. They could mimic this style. They might be able to, adapt to it, thinking it's the way to play. Because people are finding success today, and it might make room for confidence for people who don't usually play like this to start and have a name for themselves and a play style that they haven't seen yet.
That becomes the question, right? Is do these people start trying to contest these mythic POIs? If Booga is like, hey, I'm going agency, he's going to go there. And they have a week to practice things like scrim. So if one of these high-profile players is feeling extremely confident, they're not going to change anything up. They're going to hit those mythic POIs, and then it's up on everyone else to try and compete. Now, if someone, Booga, Saf, Zate, these kinds of guys are like, all right, well, let's go ahead and land. Like, yeah, okay, you've got your strong starting weapon, you've got attack, great. It doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, experience will trump everything else, And sure, a lot of these guys are insane, right? We've seen players jump into boxes and be fearless, but if one of these players has this laser aim and has this experience in game sense, they're going to come out on top.
Talk about laser aim and game sense, we have to actually put some respect on the OGs who've played this way, right, in those higher tier lobbies. One person that we haven't mentioned for a long time, I think this entire broadcast is unknown, as well as Wolfies, right? These guys have been the reigner supremes of their entire regions in playing this type of playstyle. They've dropped 22, almost 30 bombs on people who are very reputable, ending fights faster than we've seen today. So there's still a possibility for this to happen. Question is, when will it?
Well, gentlemen, it's time to go into the final game of NA East. We're sending over to Shy Wager and Ball TW.
And already kicking things off, it's Flawless with 12 eliminations. We're down to 27 people. We're skipping ahead into second zone, so we're skipping the agency fight, I guess, a little bit, but we already know what the results of it was. It was Flawless, who has 12 eliminations already. He clearly came out of there, and he came out swinging.
170 points total now. We're kind of way far away from the... And Flawless will look to get that shot straight to the face, hopefully. If he can, has that loadout. We've kind of skipped past exactly what is up in the early game, but wait a minute. Did you allude to this? I might have missed it. Do you see that elimination counter right now?
Yeah, I do. I did allude to it. I did mention it.
Okay,
12 eliminations is ridiculous at second zone. And you talk about players like, wow, Flawless. Didn't we see Flawless a little bit yesterday? I believe we might have. And with 174 points right now, he's starting things off really nicely. He might already be up 50 points in this game with the way that he's playing. Yes, another piece control win. Easy, quick, done and dusted. He's a level above, a cut above the rest here.
Is this game playing in double speed? Because I feel like it's playing in double speed. There's no way you should be at this position this fast, playing this fast with the edits as well. Right now, you talked about people playing aggro with this loadout, clearing bushes. He's doing exactly the same thing at the same bushes. Luckily, that player hides out in one of the correct three, escapes the eyes, the heat-seeking vision of Flawless, who isn't making any mistakes right now. 14 total elims, a 23-man game. How much more can he get? I think 100% we're going to be seeing 20, but I'm asking for a 30 over here, Bala.
Yeah, man. He could give it to us. It's possible. There's potential with 22 possible, I guess, potential elims for Flawless. And that would definitely be just that. He is going to break down this build as it tries to go for another player. The RPG is there. He gets it right before it connects. And poor Soul down below. Flawless looking for more down. And he already knew that launchpad was coming. He saw that choreographed play from the opponent. He saw him place that brick out, place the wall to block, and then 2 seconds later, he's flying out the sky. He's going to use that to chase.
My question is, why is it always the first time that I'm seeing this people when they play this well? Like, where have these guys been? Is it the issue of not having the proper teammate or partner? If it's solos, you know, where are the montages, where are the streams? Because if there's someone playing like this every single game, there's got to be a reputation to follow, a legacy to kind of, you know, guide behind if you're a fan. Because right now, Flawless is playing better than some pros that I've seen attempt with this loot, with this drum gun at the same time in these games, in cashed up-esque formats, in open qualifiers. Flawless jumping box to box once again, finds a beam, this time not even with the drum gun, but with the flex switch over to the burst AR. And he is still moving and grooving, doesn't have any brick, but does he even need it?
I'll answer your question, man. It's not everybody has the potential to, you know, post up highlights. They don't have the editing. They just play the game, and I think that's one of the reasons why I love this type of format so much, is we get a sneak peek into people like this who might not have the tools at his disposal to put their name out there. And thank goodness we've got this back, this sort of broadcast, to be able to shine lights on Flawless and other players just like it. And from what I'm seeing, this man really knows exactly what he's doing. The piece control, the quickness, the prediction, like that, the wall to go up right above where that cone is, and then instantly he's on another side of this wall. This is showing me exactly things that I've learned from Mr. Savage, things that I've learned from Unknown Army. Clearly, he's putting it into work. Always placing a cone when he can, a stair on the other side, blocking from corners preemptively before it even happens, and then the drum gun in the box. He does get a couple tags, but oh, he's so low, 1 HP. He has the flopper, he can get right back up. He's gonna go for it anyways. There's no way, Flawless.
And with the lobby count being as it is, he'll find easy 50 pots, not only in players, but in inventories as well, as he gets straight back up to 100 effective HP. And by God, I've never seen a game, I'm not going to say, you know, this empty, but this raised so quickly before. 17 eliminations, 16 players left alive as the third zone is not even closed in just yet. Flawless now just flexing on the edits. Hitting the 90s, looking for a replace and a classic wall replaced there as well. Gets in, has the beam, nothing we haven't seen before. And he's on to the next one.
Who is it? Is it this one? Yes, it is. We're in third zone, 15 people. This is an easy target. This is something, like if I see somebody doing this in this light of a lobby, when you could just actually just rotate without having to spend these materials, I kind of know what's coming. He's literally going to go down, wall the wall, try to piece control his way all the way through. Yes, he does it. No way.
Oh, it's hilarious.
I said it. Like, you know, and there's another person doing almost exactly the same thing in the distance. He's going to launch after them. When somebody's recycling materials in a lobby where they could just literally walk it in, you know that it's experience. They see somebody doing this in a stacked lobby when they need to. They just don't understand quite exactly why. And wow, he just blocked that launch pad, actually, that Lowski tried to put out. And he eliminates him. And now he's on to Mr. Picklebird.
Can we see this man end the game before it gets to moving zones?
I hope so.
That would be insane. Are you also sure that we're watching solo invitational and not a public match, because this man is treating it like so?
Could be solo hype night. Maybe.
Throw back to the past, the Architect Cup, because he's getting into these boxes like it's its own edits, straight up.
Man, that was a good time, the Architect Cup. But you're right, Flawless is basically doing that. He's playing like the walls in his way don't mean anything. And I wonder how he flipped this switch up. I wonder if, like, he just got 11 elims off spawn off a hop drop, and he's like, okay, well, let's just do it. I guess I'm feeling myself. And he goes from there, because I don't think that he would have done this in other games, but now, maybe he does. I mean, he literally got that elimination and moved through without even looking at the loot. He knows he's doing something special right now. And he's going to land on another target. It's a full brick base drum gun. He gets it low, sets up the stairs, and then gets in. The player lets him. He invites him, but attack shotgun does nothing against the power of a drum gun.
He has almost doubled his points off of this singular game. This could be not only a record for the fastest game in an FNCS, but at the same time, a record for how many points have been accrued just off of one game in this format, or in any format ever seen before. People hiding in cones isn't even supposed to be in this lobby. Flawless. My God, 24 eliminations. Goo goes bye-bye. 7 people now left alive. Why are you shooting at this man? Do you not see what's happening around you? Everyone's scared. No one's moving. Are they even aware of what's up?
I think everybody else in this lobby at this point is like, wow, this game went really fast. I think I'm going to try to get easy placement points. And then they realize what's actually going on. And with the format the way it is, yes, they are definitely getting points, but it's more spread out. In the top 10, you're probably getting the majority of those, though. And instantly finds the player in his box. And that was a build fight. He got him in the box, stairs over all the walls, the top floor as well. And he continues. Another player in the cone. He knows what's coming. And instantly, he has to build out to get it. Tani cones him off anyways. Almost got the floor, too. And I think he might have this one. No, it doesn't matter. He's going to try to escape, but you cannot escape this. You cannot do it. Flawless on 25. Make it possibly 26. And yes, it is. It looked like he might get stolen for a second there, but no, it's not.
And the funniest part about this is that everyone's only shooting the people he's fighting. Everyone is scared to take a third-party shot at this man, because if he's even remotely tagged, if his builds are hit, this is what happens. He's treating these guys like they don't even exist, like they're dummy targets. Rightfully so, too, because no one's clapping back. Chunky running away, possibly just trying to get a launch pad of sorts. Good for him, though, because Flawless has accrued him so many placement points this game. Something he didn't plan to see up at this early stage. Now 4 people left. I was going to say this game might end before moving. It might even end before we get to half and half.
Yeah, that it might. He's in the bush, though. I think these guys might be able to outlast just for a little bit. Just try to tunnel their way forward, but with Flawless on their back, on their tails. Who knows? There's a whole minute left till half and half closes. And we've seen this style of game go down in cash cuts, but not this late in the tournament. Not this late. Obviously, this is a W key game turns record-breaking game for Flawless, as he's at 27 eliminations. There's only 3 more to find, and he could break the 30 elim game that you asked for if he finds the rest of the elims in the lobby.
I mean, the one thing that he doesn't have is Sky's grappler, and because of that, he's had to use so many mats time and time again. Because of everyone else not actually getting any eliminations and just staying in boxes scared, they haven't actually got to farm up as much. A launch pad here will be able to make him cover the distance. And instead of going for a breakdown on height, even trying to take it, he goes straight far away to the next box. Dodging shots, low on shields though. Intense moment for Flawless, because although this lobby count is low, although we can predict what is going to happen and who has the most points out of this game, will he actually make it and be able to take out all 3 people? Right now, Dyrox and Sword are both sheathed in their individual boxes, not looking at any type of opportunity to take shots. Shivering at the sight of a man build fighting for the 8th time in a row. A pump shot there missing, but the drum gun is there to cover up any mistakes or shots missed. And now with just 2 more people left for Flawless, the 6th zone will move. But these guys will fall straight through the grooves of the game. Not a possibility for anyone else to step up to Flawless. They haven't even moved a single inch since he's been launching all the way around.
They're scared, man. There's no way you leave your box after sitting there for a long time. Dyrox is actually looking. He's kind of poised to take some shots. Wow, he actually found them. He made some noise and instantly, okay, he's gone. Done and dusted. Final 1 versus 1. This is going to be the most intense. It's the grappler player. Flawless. Going for 30. Going for the most eliminations that we've seen. And yes, he does it. He finishes it out. Closes it. Not quite before moving zones like you asked for, but he does finish it out before it really goes much further.
What can I say, guys? Listen, what can I say? I told you, NA East will deliver. There you go. Now, of course, gentlemen, thank you so much for casting the game. I'm going to be right back with you guys, because what's cool is we actually have an interview with a player from NA East by the name of Illest, who yesterday placed 17th with 242 points. And again today has dropped 242 points. Yet again, Illest. Welcome to the stream, my man.
Hey.
Dude, first of all, welcome. You're coming in from House Party. How's it feel? How does it feel to basically be like, hey, you know what? I am Mr. Consistency. I put up the same number 2 days back to back.
Oh, it feels super good.
That's awesome, dude. So let's see. We've got a couple things to talk about. The first is you were actually 1 point off from qualifying back in World Cup. And now you're showing everyone that though you didn't make it then, you're still incredibly relevant. Like, you know, how are you doing that?
All I say is, like, I gotta thank my controller, and that's about it.
Okay. Now, question for you, my man. Obviously, you know, not only are you placing very well, but you're doing it without even landing at like these mythic POIs, right? You're landing Lazy Lake, and you're still outperforming so many other players. Why do you value Lazy?
All right, since like Lazy's like basically in the middle of the map, it's just free rotations to get kills and easy placement, just like that.
Dude, that's sick. Well, my friend, you are an absolute legend. Thank you so much for taking the time to come talk with us. What we want to do is kind of give you the floor to kind of plug your socials, any YouTubes, anyone you'd like to thank. The floor is yours, my friend.
All right, yeah, Cutie Illis on Twitter and just Illis on YouTube.
There you go. Send this man a follow. He absolutely deserves it. Illis, best of luck to you, man. And we'll be talking soon. Take it easy.
Thank you. Peace out.
Take it easy, my friend. There you go. The words from Illest. Man, finding success in Lazy Lake. That is so dope. And I love just kind of him breaking down that it's in the center of the map. He's got it. He's already got it all up here. Galaxy Brain. Now, of course, gentlemen, what we all want to know. The standings. How is it that people are shaking out in NA East? What can we expect going into next week? The players that have made it to Grand Finals are already waiting. The final list here. We've got to know who is the person that is standing there above the rest. I mean, especially after a game like we just ended, Shy, like a 30 bomb in NA East. I mean, look, I've been joking about it all day. Hey, you know, I want to see NA East pop off, and then we ended the day on the 30 bomb, Shy, a 30 bomb.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big wave to kind of crash into the points all the way at the top of the leaderboard, but a 15, a 10, even a 5 has its own changes, its own ripples amongst all the tides of the leaderboard itself, right? So that last game, if people got in that queue, it'll shake everything up. And we only watched one of those games on stream. There were so many offs that were happening at the same time. It'll be a complete shakeup, as you said, Zeke. And Bala, I don't know. I feel like it's a toss-up as to who will and who won't qualify.
Yeah, I think that we see one version of a game going on, but at the same time, there's multiple instances of that going on all around the map. And yes, Wallace is going to push up to 5th, but it's Mouse, who has a game of his own, because last time we checked, he was all the way down at 6. Try you pointed him out last time.
Yeah, I mean, this man I've noticed the entire day. I mean, we talked about Illest in terms of consistency. He's been here the whole time. And now with 327, if he just got a few points yesterday, he should be just really big chilling on where he is overall. A Perky is all right behind him. We can see a little bit more disparity in terms of the whole overall points between 1st and 10th. Notice though, 11th to 20th, everything is still so close next to each other, placement to placement. A tie at 260, a tie at 254, a tie at 248. Things are still so close. Phosphate Orange, another player that we got to watch. These guys are all playing so well, and there's so many stories happening at the same time, Zeke.
My gosh, the stage is set here, boys. I think about it literally next week. The players that have placed move on. We get to see the grand finalists of the FNCS and the players that were invited by Epic all face off in one gigantic lobby. It is going to be unbelievable. Any final thoughts? Bala, I'll come to you first before we leave for the day.
Yeah, absolutely. The stakes just get higher from here. The intensity just higher from here. The level of play goes up and up and up. And I can't wait to see what everybody has got in store for us, because it's been a while since we've seen a solos competition of this caliber.
What about you, Shayo?
I mean, from what I just saw before, the combination of like what players usually do game to game, in a tournament format. We're going to have people who've kind of been iced cold, not playing the first qualifier or the open version, versus players who are coming in with confidence, right? Who are boosted maybe in egos, maybe in game style, trying to replicate what they did before to get points. They've had the first taste of this format compared to the people who've been qualified from the previous grand finals, compared to the people who've been qualified from the invites list. So we'll see how those two storylines rack up, and then especially the storylines of prepared drop spots with people who have a legacy of landing places who want to keep it. Everything now riles up, not in just this region, but in all Zeke, and we have to wait for next week to see what's up.
That's right. Well, tune in next week, Fortnite fam, where we head into the next set of games. Till next time, we'll see you guys on the Battle Bus.
Beep beep!